Okay, Nerd Squad, there's no delay, which, based on a pattern of criminality that's existed for the last 4 weeks, is indicative of Unit 207 criminally and illegally shutting off this live stream. So fingers crossed that they don't do that this time. It is officially 6:58 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, January 15th, 2025. I'm going to do the same thing that I've been doing for the last few evening live streams that I initiate. Rather than reading the script again, I'm going to play the recording of me reading the script this morning.
If you didn't know, this guy's been stalking me for 16 years.
This is about where it is in the recording from this morning. Just let myself finish up.
All right, here we go.
Here we go.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
This is Lynette Renee Hansen, also known as Mystic Gwen. Mystic Gwen is the name you have permission to refer to me as, and that rule has applied for over 7 years. But my stalkers at the North Everett Precinct of Stalkers in Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office and dwindling Department of Child Abusers / stalkers / people who have done drugs and drank alcohol with my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, including at least one person upstairs right now. Well, anyway, they have intentionally, deliberately referred to me as Lynette over and over and over again for their year plus of stalking me, including when they packaged my accounts, changing my name to Lynette on every delivery and social media account I have, aside from the one email address that I had to create as a result of them criminally and legally shutting off a couple of my other email addresses due to their arrogance and level of anger at my November 16th and 30th, 2024 cease and desist letters. So remember, you can call me Mystic Gwen. If you call me any other name, that is also a crime. I'm not only somebody with Asperger's, I'm also a Jew. And I've called these anti-Semitic sacks of shit from the North Everett Precinct of Stalkers. Remember, the FBI renamed them last week. From the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters, which is what every FBI agent, including the paper pushers, refers to this precinct as the Precinct of Fraudsters. There's not an officer or agent for the Federal Bureau of Investigation in this state that doesn't immediately know you're referring to the North Everett Precinct if you say Precinct of Fraudsters. So anyway, little stalkers, you remember that, especially for your final illegal entry attempt. Say my name, Mystic Gwen. I also accept just calling me a bitch. That's perfectly fine, especially given so many of you have requested to go to prison permanently. And the FBI is gearing up to oblige your dumbasses before the second quarter of this year. All right, back to the script. You're watching my live stream. The date is January 15th, 2025, and the current time is 7:28 a.m. Pacific Standard Time.
The current time is 7:01
I am a designated informant for the Federal Bureau of Investigation, providing information on a significant criminal conspiracy involving the North Everett Precinct of the Snohomish County Sheriff's Office, Snohomish County Prosecutors, and other individuals. This live stream is running 24/7 directly as a result of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. For a comprehensive understanding of the situation, I refer you to a video on this channel that's just under 2 hours long that covers all of the major points that you need to have in your mind, especially if you're deciding to get yourself involved and to join some of these knuckleheads without immunity in prison. So again, that video just under 2 hours long, and it is titled right here on my YouTube channel, Mystic Gwen versus the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters, the Stalker, the Extortionist, et al. Additionally, my Facebook page, facebook.com/Mystic Gwen Loves Only You, contains a series of cease and desist letters and legal declarations from September 15, 2024 to December 29th, 2024, which provide a detailed chronology of events and legal actions undertaken. It is of paramount importance to understand the following. Should this live stream terminate abruptly, like the live stream before the preceding live stream, without a clear oral statement from me indicating the end time and confirming a new live stream will commence within 90 seconds, it must be understood that I did not end it. The termination will be the responsibility of the federal felons presently occupying Unit 207, the condo directly above my home of 13 years. The FBI has, since October, stated that the final illegal entry attempt onto my property will coincide with the unlawful cessation of this live stream. Such an act has occurred multiple times since the middle to latter portion of December, as recently as last night. Now, based on their pattern of criminality, they tend to shut off the live streams illegally before they send people to the exterior of my home to stalk me. So it's fair to assume that I should have some exterior stalking incidences again this week, just as I did this last week, on top of everyone upstairs who, whether they'd like to acknowledge it or not, are indeed guilty of not only stalking me, destroying my property, all without immunity, kidnapping, being accomplices to a litany of crimes, being complicit in a conspiracy, failing to act, intentional misconduct, yada, 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 yada. Also keep in mind, this isn't part of the script, but it is a fact. The FBI has stated over 50% of the people that are in Unit 207 at any given moment in time have actually blown the whistle and done what they've been federally required to do, and are at this point not the felons that I am speaking to, as those persons will be getting full immunity and testifying against those who are still requesting to go to prison. So do keep that in mind. At least half of the people up there at any moment in time are actually good guys and gals who are in a hostile working environment that the FBI has assessed with their own logistics is a 100% retaliatory high likelihood. In other words, they'll be getting paid too, not just for doing the right thing, but because these people are psychotic that are going to prison. And they're all at risk in the event that they even tell them. And some of them, according to the FBI, have even gone so far as to argue about simple things like civil rights with some of the people that have been requesting to go to prison repeatedly since August, only to just be berated and squawked at by some of the women going to prison for the rest of their lives. So just keep that in mind, everybody. When I'm saying, quote unquote, insulting comments, I'm speaking not to the whistleblowers. I'm speaking to those that the FBI has stated are requesting to go to prison, as they have since August. Anyway, the termination of this live stream will be the responsibility of all of them in the event that you don't hear me tell you the end time that a new live stream is going to be starting within 90 seconds or less. Just like they did in the live stream before the preceding live stream. And remember, everybody, the FBI has said since October that the final illegal entry attempt onto my property will coincide with the unlawful cessation of the live stream. Such an act has occurred, again, multiple times since the middle of December, as recently as last night. Also keep in mind, I have not opened my front door since January 2nd, or possibly early morning hours on January 3rd. I'd have to go back and watch the live streams. It's now January 15th. I'm fairly confident I can say that I haven't opened my front door in 13 days. But again, I'd have to go back to the live stream. It may have only been 12. Pursuant to the Federal Bureau of Investigation's instructions, my front door is to remain closed and is not to be opened unless I am conducting a live stream. And concurrently, as a result of the crimes of the federal felons upstairs last month, as a result of that, the FBI has now stated, while running the live stream, I also need to have a concurrent recording on this cellular phone, a device valued in excess of $1,000, which the FBI instructed me to place on airplane mode in August 2024 due to attempted evidence tampering by the North Everett precinct. Furthermore, a large wooden stick fashioned by my eldest son has been placed against the interior of my front door. This apparatus is positioned in such a manner that any forced entry through the door would necessitate in the living room window shattering. The FBI has stated that this measure will substantially assist in securing convictions for breaking and entering, should such an event occur. As of today, my front door has remained closed, as I stated, I believe for 13 days, but it may have been 12. I have to go back and look at the live stream. Please be advised that as of 3 a.m. on January 2nd, 2025, a prior invitation extended to a specific neighbor permitting them to open my door at any time has been formally rescinded. It is imperative to state unequivocally that the FBI has confirmed that there are no lawful court orders bearing my legal names. Lynette Renee Hansen or Mystic Gwen from 2024 to the evening of last night, January 14th, 2025. Any attempts to enforce a purported order bearing either of those names is therefore illegal. Moreover, the act of requesting such enforcement or even being in possession of these orders constitutes a criminal act and implicates all involved parties in a series of felonies. These felonies include, but are not limited to, conspiracy, obstruction of justice, witness tampering, fraud, stalking, kidnapping, ADA and civil rights violations, harassment, criminal trespass, perjury, and evidence tampering, among others. As detailed in my declaration dated December 14th, 2024, accessible on my Facebook page, I am owed in excess of $14 million. This debt is owed by the North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County Prosecutors, DCYF Unit 207, and other associated parties. This sum represents a contractual obligation arising from their receipt of my tort claim dated August 14th, 2024, my ongoing illegal detainment, now at 161 days, and their sustained, continuous, deliberate, intentional engagement in acts of stalking, hacking, harassment, intimidation, civil and ADA rights violations, all in line with their broader pattern of criminality perpetrated against efforts to disseminate information regarding these events via my podcast, Mystic Gwen versus the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters, the Stalkers, the Extortionists, et al. Have been stymied on several platforms like Spotify, Audible, iHeartRadio. This is directly attributable to the actions of certain officers within the North Everett Precinct. The FBI verified that, said specifically a woman upstairs in Unit 207 was to blame. Nonetheless, at the FBI's direction, a dedicated Twitter account for the podcast has been established. All episodes, including the most recent one from December 29th, 2024, are accessible at x.com/mysticgwenpod. For contrasting purposes, my personal Twitter account, x.com/realmysticglenn, contains documentation regarding the imminent threats from the North Everett precinct. To reiterate, I have not opened my front door without concurrently running a YouTube live stream since the third day of my illegal detainment. Today marks the 161st day of the illegal detainment. Consequently, for 158 days, my door has remained closed in the absence of a live stream. This practice is in direct accordance with the Federal Bureau of Investigation's instructions, implemented to ensure both my safety and the integrity of the evidentiary record. In accordance with FBI directives, a recording, which I will play at the end of this script, will be broadcast on this live stream each time individuals are allowed to be present on my private property without legal immunity to engage in stalking, criminal trespass, ADA and civil rights violations, harassment, yada, yada, yada. I've already had to play it on January 10th. Just 5 days ago. This recording details the legal ramifications of everyone's actions who's standing outside. It is retroactive according to the FBI. It's also unnecessary according to the FBI, but it's being done for prosecutorial purposes, as the FBI intends on charging a vast majority of the 37 plus individuals who have come to my home, kidnapped my children, harassed and stalked me, even Officer Porky Pig, who you can watch the live stream of trying to walk into my living room and open my front door on September 26th. If you've not blown the whistle, you have no immunity. You're being told you have immunity by a couple of people who are members of the bar that the FBI is eager to federally disbar and to put in prison. You've been selected by them because they don't like you, and according to the FBI, that person who sent you all has stated that you're one or more of these adjectives: lazy, fat, useless, and keyword here, poor. At least one of the members of the bar of the FBI is anticipating throwing behind bars. Well, that person won't come to my door themselves, you see, and because she's known this entire time that none of you have had any immunity. She's made false reports to those of you she's deemed expendable, because her only concern is continuing to try to evade the 80 plus years she's guaranteed to have in prison. She's also the one that's been berating everybody to illegally enter and proceed with their remaining felonies that haven't been perpetrated, in addition to the 250 plus separate criminal actions they've perpetrated against me in the last 2 years. So remember, everybody, that recording will be played at the end of me reading this script, and according to the FBI, that recording says it all. And a paraphrase of that recording is this: you're agreeing to pay me. You're acknowledging you will be fired. You know that you have no immunity. You are agreeing that you are guilty of all of these crimes. So, in the event that you're watching this, or you come across my exterior property at the behest of people you think are good guys, don't be fooled. You've been sent here because people who are going to prison would like to implicate you and to stop me using you in attempts to evade justice, in attempts to obstruct justice. And no one has had any immunity this entire period of time. That's important, because some people still don't understand that and are still being told to come and stalk me on the exterior of the building. According to one lady that was upstairs last night, those plans again involved this week. Will it be today? Will it be tomorrow? Will it be this weekend? I don't know. I just know that I'm following the FBI's instructions, and when they sent somebody to stop me on the exterior on January 10th, the FBI's instructions were that I'm not to open my front door for X amount of days every time they send somebody to be loud and stop me on the exterior. And I am not authorized to tell you which day that is, but I will let you know that I won't be opening the door today. I won't be opening the door tomorrow. All right, back to the script. Where was I? Today marks the 161st. Okay. To reiterate, I have not opened my front door without concurrently running a YouTube live stream since the third day of my illegal detainment. Today marks the 161st day of the illegal detainment, consequently for 158 days. My door has remained closed in the absence of a live stream. This practice is in direct accordance with FBI instructions implemented to ensure both my safety and the integrity of the evidentiary record. In accordance with FBI directives, a recording, which I will play at the end of this script, will be broadcast on the live stream every time individuals are present on their private property without legal immunity and being loud. This recording serves as a formal notification to those individuals, dated January 2nd, 2025, and details the legal ramifications of their actions. On January 2nd, 2025, a conversation within Unit 207 was overheard wherein a female indicated that a lawsuit would be filed against me by individuals identified by the FBI as federal felons. It is critical to underscore that the FBI has, since August 2024, maintained that any party initiating legal action against me will be ordered to pay me a substantial sum. The FBI has further clarified that I and I alone have the right to use the terms slander, libel, and incendiary in this matter. For a period of 17 months, a pattern has emerged wherein the North Everett precinct, in conjunction with Snohomish County prosecutors, has escalated their criminal activities each Friday. January 3rd represented the fifth Friday without such an escalation. The overreaching criminal conspiracy continued unabated, and as stated, and as you can watch yourself, the evening of January 10th, 2025, they sent another person outside to be guilty of all the crimes listed on my door, read to them in each live stream, etc., and the FBI confirmed, whoever that was, or whomever those people were, I don't know. They already knew that. And then remember, everybody, being an imbecile is not a federal criminal defense. Civil rights violations are always a criminal offense, and they always assure you have no immunity, regardless of if you're a child abuser moonlighting as a social worker and a child advocate, like many people have been doing in Unit 207, who abused those children for months due to a series of crimes perpetrated against their sole legal and custodial parent. And the list goes on. Again, there's an entire almost 2-hour-long video that covers the major points. But bear in mind that 2-hour-long video, the FBI has stated there's not a line. There's not a line they don't have evidence of beyond a reasonable doubt. Hence, they stated to deny or dispute a single sentence in that video. In the revised 8:07 p.m. declaration of December 14th, and then the 2 one-page long addendums of December 18th or 19th, I can't remember the date on that one, and most notably, December 29th, 2024. Any denial or disputing of any single sentence on that, the FBI is 100% confident they're going to convict you for counts of perjury. So that video is titled Mystic Gwen versus the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters. And again, it's on this YouTube channel. It's an hour and 56 minutes long. Anyone that's even considering coming outside of my house at the behest of a woman that berates people because she's going to prison for a very long, long time. And according to the FBI, she's had it coming to her for years. Better pay real close attention to that video and the video that's just under 5 minutes long that's titled Greetings to the 36 plus non-immune people currently illegally on my property, as the FBI states again. That recording that's under 5 minutes on tells you everything you need to know if you're choosing to come and give me half or more of your assets. On the evening of January 6, 2025, the conversation within Unit 207 was overheard in which a female expressed that she was under duress, being directed by an external party to illegally detain me. This directive aligns with a premeditated plan in place for over a year to effectuate my illegal detention. Further, it has been reported that these individuals have devised plans involving me for each day spanning January 9th through January 15th. Specific focus being given to this upcoming Friday, the weekend, and the following Monday and Tuesday. On January 10th, 2025, at approximately 5 p.m., a female who is facing multiple felony charges, including kidnapping, and who does not have and has not had custody of my sons, was present in Unit 207 boasting about a fraudulent act perpetrated by her and her co-conspirators. Subsequently, at approximately 9:28 p.m. to 9:48 p.m. on the same day, while occupants of Unit 207 were exhibiting signs of glee and excitement, an individual acting at their behest engaged in stalking behavior outside my residence, taking photographs before enacting ADA violations roughly 10 minutes thereafter. The individual in question also had taken photographs prior to knocking on my door. As previously stated, my door has remained closed for 12 to 13 days and will continue to remain closed for the foreseeable future. The FBI has further disclosed that those facing the most severe prison sentences have approximately 1 week remaining before they are confronted with the reality that their attempts to evade justice have failed. Any plans formulated by these individuals for the period of January 16th to the 18th have been proactively undermined by the Federal Bureau of Investigation. It is possible that these plans involve co-conspirators located outside of Unit 207. So as an aside, last night, the woman who is facing multiple felony charges, including kidnapping, and likes to boast about fraudulent acts she perpetrates and how easy they are, as well as the fact that she has a sheriff that will do anything that she says. She was upstairs again last night. She came in just briefly, and the FBI has verified she's going to prison and is a real problem for all of you that listen to her. And the FBI knows she berates and bullies and harasses and intimidates and threatens. She is a criminal. You don't need to do what she says. You've made yourself this personally liable when she's committing crimes every time that she tells you to do this shit. So again, remember, half of the people that are in Unit 207, according to the FBI, have done the right thing, and they are just shit out of luck. They can't quit their job. They have to keep coming in, knowing everything they're doing is illegal, and that for over a year, in most instances, they've been getting paychecks to perpetrate felonies without immunity. Don't listen to that woman. You all will be paid, whistleblowers, because of the environment that woman and those she was concerned were going to fire her have created for you. And you may be wondering, why are you saying that? Because of what I just said. Over half of them have blown the whistle. I am a legally ordained minister, freelance author who provides confidential advice, as has been adjudicated repeatedly in every United States and territory since 2013. The North Everett precincts, the Snohomish County prosecutors, dwindling Department of Child Abusers. These people owe me $100,000 a day for the services that they've rendered from me without abatement since August 6th at 11:55 p.m. So giving them advice to try and deter them from going to prison for the rest of their lives, and or the real consequence, shooting themselves in the head before their sentencing out of guilt and shame and humiliation, is my primary objective. I also want to just remind the whistleblowers, I understand you are victims. It's important for them to know it. Some of them have guilt, even though, as far as I'm concerned, if you've blown the whistle, your hands are clean. You wash that blood off. We're fine. Also, worth noting, I have stated since August, I'm not suing any of the whistleblowers. I have the option at my sole discretion to sue every single individual that's been outside of my fucking house during this illegal detainment. The ADA violations and criminal trespass alone assure me of, according to the FBI, roughly 10 grand a person I choose to sue with 2 pages, a 2-page motion. And although most people would be like, yes, money has never been my goal. I will be paid in full for the amount that you guys contractually agreed to, but I'm also contractually obligated, as I stated, to donate half of that money to the specific charities I've already listed. Or to put it another way, will I be suing people? Well, that depends on how many people blow the whistle. At one point in time, September 15th, there were 27 named federal felons facing imprisonment. Since December, the FBI has stated there's a revolving number of 7 to 9. 7 to 9, 7 to 9. Sometimes it's 7, sometimes it's 9. Some people have blown the whistle and then gone on to perpetrate a series of felonies without immunity. I speculate if they didn't blow the whistle right after that they're probably not getting any immunity. But the point is, about 20 people who were facing prison are no longer facing prison, and that's pretty good. That's 2/3. I mean, I'm bad at math. But statistically, that means there's more decent people involved than there are Nazis. Okay, back to the script. IRS weaponization, that's where we are. Let me have another check on the key. It has been confirmed that as of the end of December, the North Everett precinct, in concert with their associates, has, for the 3rd time since 2022, weaponized the Internal Revenue Service against me. The FBI has, on each occasion, verified that these actions are orchestrated by the North Everett precinct. Previous instances involved the IRS issuing threatening notices regarding court orders and feigning ignorance about the necessary steps to cease their harassment. While the specifics of the current situation remain under investigation, the FBI has assured me that it poses no issue, as the IRS is fully cooperating with your ongoing investigation. Let me expound just a little bit on that. And that is this. Because of the federal felons upstairs, I have not been able to check my mail since August. So I don't even know what the hell the IRS may or may not be sending me in the mail. But I also know I haven't done anything illegal. The FBI has confirmed that repeatedly with regard to the IRS, and in fact instructed me, as you can read in that December 14th, 8:07 p.m. revised declaration, that I'll be needing to file an extension because they were previously projecting I wouldn't be paid in full by the North Everett Precinct of Stalkers, Snohomish County prosecutors, etc., until June 20th, 2025. And I have no idea what happened last week, but according to the FBI, I'm going to be paid sooner than that now. So I got no idea, literally, what the IRS may or may not be sending me. I don't even know where my mail is at this point because there is 0% likelihood that they can still be shoving mail in my mailbox. It's a tiny little mailbox. All right, next, IRS weaponized. The FBI instructed signage in previous incidents. On August 7th and August 14th, 2024, under the guidance of the FBI, I placed dated signs on my exterior, explicitly addressed to the North Everett precinct, the Owens, and all other parties complicit in this conspiracy. These signs, which were photographed and filed in Snohomish County Superior Court Case 10-500-5934 in conjunction with my court claim, unequivocally state that knocking on my door is illegal, that no immunity applies to such actions, and provide an email address, therealmysticgwen@gmail.com, for scheduling appointments. It should be noted that the only individual who attempted that was a woman facing federal imprisonment. The FBI deemed that I wasn't authorized to read or respond to her communication, as she is a federal felon. It is pertinent to note that as of January 4th, 2025, there were many oral threats emanating from Unit 207 encompassing the 7 to 10 days that would follow. These threats were specifically regarding plans to effectuate the illegal entry that has been attempted over 36 times since the last week of August 2024. This coincides with the period when the FBI instructed me to install the aforementioned dated signage. Said signs were addressed to the North Everett precinct, the extortionists, i.e. the Owens, and those individuals masquerading as child welfare advocates while in fact perpetrating acts of child abuse. These details are comprehensively documented in the tort claim filed on August 14, 2024, 9 days prior to the second instance of actionable kidnapping and 3 days before the first of such instance. This concludes the current update. I express my gratitude for your attention and continued support. I encourage you to review the videos I referenced and my Facebook page for a more comprehensive understanding of these matters. Maintain vigilance, and I will endeavor to provide further updates as they become available. Should this live stream be unexpectedly terminated, you are aware of the responsible parties. I will make every effort to reestablish the live stream contingent upon my not having been subjected to kidnapping, illegal arrest, or unlawful committal, all of which have been threatened and premeditated for over a year by those residing in the condominium directly above my home of 13 years. Okay, the time is now 7:35 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, still January 15th, 2025. Now we're going to play the audio recording that the FBI had me make, date, and timestamp on January 2nd, based on a pattern of criminality and the prior dated signage that was addressed to those who chose to follow their plan and to proceed ahead with 2 actionable kidnappings and a series of felonies without immunity, assuring some of them went from 3 years of prison time to 80 in 1 day at the Snohomish County Superior Courthouse in the month of August. It is very likely that at some point around 16 or 17 days from now, there will be another attempt to proceed with one of the remaining felonies that assure more minimum mandatory sentences. Very likely, including grabbing someone who perhaps isn't looking at prison today, but will be when they're outside of my door. So here's that recording. There is about a 10-second delay before I start talking. And remember, it is actually January 15th. I don't know why, but the FBI wants this recording that is dated for January 2nd to be played. I'm not authorized to say anything any time.
It is 11:58 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Thursday, January 2nd, 2025. This is a live stream per the FBI's instructions of my new door greeting that I'm to save and to play for those people who are going to prison that have plans involving, once again, actively stalking. Oh, and remember, this is retroactive. The FBI said that it applies to all 37 plus individuals and instances since August, as everybody knew. Yeah. Outside of my building. I don't know if this is tomorrow or multiple times over from tomorrow to Wednesday, just that the FBI has informed me to do so. So, in the event that you're hearing this, you're in front of my private property. Stop where you are. You are being recorded. By agreeing to come here, you are agreeing to be charged with obstruction of justice. You are agreeing to be charged with witness tampering.
You are agreeing to be charged with stalking. You are agreeing to be charged with criminal trespass. You are agreeing to be charged with ADA violations. You are agreeing to be charged with civil rights violations. You are agreeing to be charged with conspiring with others to deprive me of my civil rights, U.S. Code 42, Section 1985, and any other crimes listed on the signs posted on my property. Let me be clear, you have no immunity for your actions. Any claims of immunity are fraudulent, just like every court order with my names, Lynette Renee Hansen or Mystic Gwen, from 2024 to January 2nd, 2025. The FBI has confirmed that there are no lawful court orders with either of my names from that time period. If you choose to knock on my door or to continue standing on my private property, you are choosing to harass me and stalk me. And if you are attempting to goad me into opening my door to pull off another crime, be aware that you are making yourself personally liable. You will be forced to pay me directly from your severance, your 401k, and any other assets you have that will need to be liquidated. No position, excluding the FBI, has any immunity in this situation. I strongly advise you to verify this information with the FBI unless you and or your associates are some of the federal felons going to prison for the rest of their lives due to the crime spree of the North Everett precinct of fraudsters, Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, dwindling Department of Child Abusers moonlighting as child protectors, my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, the extortionist, Anne Marie et al. If you are unable to get verification on anything you have being fraudulent, it is because of your and their looming incarceration and soon to be unsealed indictments. Now get off my fucking private property and refrain from further crimes. As the signs on my exterior have stipulated, for over a year, it is now 12:02 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, January 3rd, 2025. I'm going to end this live stream and a new one should initiate in 90 seconds or less.
I'm not actually ending the live stream. That was just part of that recording. So the current time is 7:41 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, January 15th, 2025. The federal felons upstairs did not like how in that recording I pointed out the fact that based on their pattern of criminality and the dated signs addressed to them before they decided to proceed with their premeditated actionable kidnappings and other crimes, that it's very likely they'll be attempting to proceed with one of their two remaining felonies that have been premeditated roughly somewhere around the 18th or 19th of this month. Now I'm going to play a song by Aerosmith. Pink, my favorite crown.
Shopify is a platform that helps entrepreneurs get started down the path they want. Sometimes starting a business can be scary. I feel like I lost a little piece of my soul, like getting covered in spiders or being buried alive. But Shopify is here to help. If I had started my own business, I would have...
It's my new obsession. think it's not even a question. Think on the lips of your lover. Cause pink is the love you discover. Pink as the bling on your cherry. Pink, cause you are so very. Pink, it's the color of passion. Cause today, it just goes with the fashion. Pink, it was love at first sight. Yeah, pink, when I turn out the light. And pink gets me high as a kite. And I think everything is going to be alright. No matter what we do tonight, you could be my flamingo. 'Cause pink is a new kind of lingo. Pink like a nickel umbrella. It's king, but you don't ever tell her. Yeah, pink, it was love at first sight. And pink, when I turn out the light. Yeah, pink gets me high as a kite. And I said everything is going to be alright. No matter what we do. I want to be your lover. I will wrap you in rubber. As pink as the sheets that we lay on. 'Cause pink is my favorite crayon. Yeah, pink, it was love at first sight. Yeah, pink, when I turn out the lights. Yeah, pink is like red but not quite. And I think everything is going to be alright. No matter what we do tonight.
Nerd Squad, I did upload a selfie with this video, and it is reflecting on the YouTube. Just FYI, I'll be wearing that the next time I'm in Hawaii. I'll be landing and exiting the plane wearing that. Let's check and make sure there's audio. 7:46 p.m. PST. 1:15:45. 1:15:45. We have audio. 1:15:45. We have audio. 1:15:45. We have audio. And I screenshot it twice. Nerd Squad. The YouTube interface is reflecting currently as 137 videos published for public consumption, and it was reflecting as 136 even when this one began, but has since updated. what kind of woman is this? The answer, my friends, is the kind with a higher security clearance than your chief of police. That's the kind
Of local love food.
Rada.
I have to finish this paper. I'm swamped. No one told me college would be so damn.
And this particular woman, she looks like something from outer space. This is Buddy Guy, for those of you that don't know good music.
The gates of heaven must be open. I think
I saw an angel
just walk by. Hey,
To get to heaven, you can't be a Nazi. Hey.
I think I saw angels just walk by. I heard a blind man scream and say,
Now there goes a sight for my soul eyes.
there goes a sight from your soul eyes. Now there goes a sight from my soul eyes. What kind of woman is this? You should be locked up, pretty girl, in my bedroom with me. Hey, you should be locked up, pretty girl, in my bedroom with me. So we can do the same thing that Adam did under that old apple tree. What he did under that apple tree. What he did under that apple tree. Well. Ow! Here I come again. There's always some good-looking girls hanging around this famous place. Well, there's always some good-looking girls hanging around this famous place. Talking about legends now. Oh,
But this particular one
look like something from outer space. She looked like something from outer space. What kind of woman is this? 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 Look at that. She shakes all over when she walk. She made a blind man see, made a dumb man talk. What kind of woman is this? me. Hey, what kind of woman is this man? Somebody tell me.
Check it out. You can compare car insurance options.
Your new home deserves Xfinity.
And this.
I like the snowflakes.
Mustang Sally. Guess you better slow your Mustang down. Oh, what I said now. Mustang Sally now, baby. Oh, guess you better slow your Mustang down. Oh yeah, you've been running all over town now. Oh, yes, I have to put your flat feet on the ground. When I said that, listen, all you wanna do is ride around Sandy. 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 Gonna be white when you're weeping. When I said that, look at it. I bought you a brand new Mustang, a 1965. Now you come around, signifying a woman. You wanna let me ride. Mustang, standing up, baby. Oh, yes, you better slow that Mustang down. Oh, you've been running all over town. Got to put your back feet on the ground. When I said no, listen one more time, y'all. Now all you wanna do is ride around Sandy. All you wanna do is ride around Sandy.
Yeah.
Again, what kind of woman, everybody? That's right. The kind with the higher security clearance and the chief of police.
Got a black magic woman. Got a black magic woman. I got a black magic woman. Got me so blind I can't see. But she's a black magic woman. She's trying to make the devil out of me. Turn your back on me, baby. Don't turn your back on me, baby. Yes, don't turn your back on me, baby. Stop messing around with your tricks. Don't turn your back on me, baby. You just might pick up my magic sticks. Got your spell on me, baby. Got your spell on me, baby. Yes, you got your spell on me, baby. Turning my heart into stone. I need you so bad, magic woman, I can't live.
protected under our roof. So your family's free to pursue their dreams. Bundle life and save up to 25% on home and auto. American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
The things you're into are always changing, but what you pay for internet shouldn't. Switch to Verizon Home Internet today and get a 5-year price guarantee on any internet plan. Plans start at just $35 a month with no unexpected price hikes or hidden fees. Only on Verizon.
Child of nature, friend of man. Sugarloaf, FYI, is just a fancy word for angel cake shaped like a loaf of bread.
Green-eyed lady, lovely lady, strolling slowly towards the sun. Green-eyed lady, ocean lady, soothing every raging wave that comes. Green-eyed lady, passionless lady, dressed in love, she lives for life to be. Green-eyed lady feels like I never see. Setting suns and lonely lovers free. Green-eyed lady, windswept lady, the night, the waves, the sand. Green-eyed lady, ocean lady, child of nature, friend of man. Green-eyed lady, passion lady, dressed in love, she lives her life to be. Green-eyed lady feels life I never see, setting suns and lonely lovers free.
Kazoo time.
The new $7 Lux Cravings box from Taco Bell. Mouthwatering. Decadent.
I'll make a shoehorn right out of your shin. I'll make a lampshade of durable skin. No, don't you know that I'm always good and able when I'm sitting home, yeah, carving out your navel. I'm just sitting here carving out your navel. When will I realize that that skin I'm in, hey, it isn't mine? And when will the kill be too much of meat for me to hide?
Oh, hey, I could really use a couple of your hands
Hey, I could really use a couple of hands
to complete one hell of a bandstand.
And know you know that I'm caught here in the middle making rib cages in the coffee tables. I'm just making them in the coffee tables. And when will I realize that that skin I'm in, hey, it isn't mine? And when will the thrill be too much of meat for me to find anymore? Because you know I can't hide it, oh how hard I tried, and that is just the shape I'm in. Although I know I can't hide it, oh how hard I tried, and this is just the shape I'm in. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Now it's time for the toadies. I come from the water. I come from the water. I crawled up on the shore. I left my brothers there. I got what I came for. I struck out hot areas and rolled up on the sand and burned beneath the sun to be a fan. I come from the water. 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 Yeah. I come from the water. That weren't no easy thing. It's more than nature. It's like my destiny. I stood up on these legs and held my head up high and burned beneath the sun to start a new life.
life in the desert, just to be together, the same forever, the same forever. It moves beneath me, it pulls my body, my thoughts beat harder, so far from water. I love to see that sun in spite of all it's done. I pray for shade and rain, I pray to live again. I come from the water, I come from the water, I come from the water, I come from the water. Yeah, 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 yeah. Ooh,
Then let's do the big hit from the Toadies. Possum Kingdom for everybody who's like, who the fuck are the Toadies? You know them. This is the song you know.
Harry, I will train morning, noon, and night.
There you go. Make up your mind. I'll not be a gentleman.
Make up your mind. Decide to walk with me around the lake tonight.
Around the lake tonight.
By my side. By my side. I'm not gonna lie.
I'll not be a gentleman.
Behind the boathouse,
I'll show you
my
my
dark secret. I'm not gonna lie. I want you for mine. My blushing bride. My lover, be my lover, yeah. Don't be afraid, I didn't mean to scare you. So help me, Jesus. I can promise you, you will stay as beautiful with dark hair and soft skin forever, forever. Make up your mind.
Hey guys, make up your mind.
And I'll promise you I will treat you well.
My sweet angel.
So help me, Jesus. Yeah, yeah.
Give it all to me.
Give it up to me.
Do you wanna be my angel?
Give it up to me. Give it up to me.
treat you well, my sweet angel.
So help me, Jesus. 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 Jesus.
Remember, everybody, even though humans don't want to acknowledge it, there are 3 types of people left in the world today. And they all can be described if you remove their favorite taste in music and their political affiliations and whatnot as being akin to the 3 stooges who remain. Remember, the 4th one went extinct. And Jesus is absolutely a Larry. What's his prop? The cross. Which everybody, the cross was shaped like a letter T. No one knows why people invented the fake cross that looks like a cross. Jesus hung on a giant capital T. And Jesus was a Larry. He was Mo's bit.
We get some rules to follow. That and this, these and those. No one knows. We get these pills to swallow. How they stick in your mouth. Tastes like gold. What you do to me, no one knows. I realize come on down. I realize you're
above me.
What a gift there below. But no one knows. Gift that you give to me. No one knows.
Buenas tardes, señoras y señoritas. Aquí está el DJ Héctor Bonifacio Echevarría Cervantes de la Cruz Arroyo Rojas. Esta es la radio que sacó a toda la estación donde el rock vive y no muere. Vamos a escuchar un par de temas de Queen to the Stone Age. Primero vamos a escuchar First and Give It. Qué música impresionante, temible y verdaderamente ahora. Van a ver, aquí va.
Behold,
Disney Plus, Hulu, and Max.
this is so cool.
It's just the beginning of the ultimate.
Bow, 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 bow. Holy cow, man. Holy cow.
Find yourself a girl and settle down. Live a simple life in a quiet town. Steady as she goes. Steady as she goes. So steady as she goes.
Don't have too much to drink or you'll need a wife.
Your friends have shown a kick in the single life.
You've had too much to drink, now you need a wife.
Steady as she goes. So steady as she goes. Well, here we go again. You found yourself a friend that wants you well. But no matter what you do, you'll always feel as though you should end well. So steady as she goes. When you have completed what you thought you had to do, and your blood's depleted to the point of stable glue, then you get along. Then you get along. Steady as she goes. So steady as she goes. Well, here we go again. You found yourself a friend that knows you well. But no matter what you do, you always feel as though you should end well. So steady as she goes. Steady as she goes. Settle for a song, down. Send it to the sound, and the ground round. Settle for a song, down. Send it to the sound, and the ground round. So steady as she goes. Steady as she goes. Steady as she goes. So steady as she goes. Steady as she goes. Are you steady now? 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 Steady as she goes.
I dedicate this one to everybody that's going to prison for the rest of their lives. Jane's addiction. You've been caught stealing. and perpetrating gross felonies against the United States of America and your domestic terrorist organization, Unit 207, North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County Prosecutors, Windling Department of Child Abusers. Et al.
With the Paramount Plus with Showtime plan, you get next level action, next level drama, next level.
You've been caught stealing, yeah, from the feds. Shouldn't have done that. Now your ass is dead. Yeah. You thought you could just lie, but the FBI's got some simple facts that they want you to know. You'll be going away for prison for the rest of your lives. You'll be sitting in a federal pen. Hey, alright. You won't be relocated there till July. It's mine. Mine, oh mine. Hey! Yeah, I do. She's one too. She gon' get her skirt. Sticking in her shirt. She got a reach for me. And they'll do it. Just like that. When she wants something, man, she don't want to pay for it. Yeah, they'll walk right through your door. They're gonna walk right through your door. And then they'll say, you're being detained. And relay your Miranda rights. Your Miranda rights. All right. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law for both felons. You cannot imagine how excited everyone is for you to proceed. Remember, they're gonna walk right through your doors. They're gonna walk right through your doors. Hey, alright, I'll be running my life. It's a it's a fact. 8:42 p.m. PST. Playing Burtcast's latest episode from today, episode 659.
What's up, everybody? I've got some shows coming up. February 8th in New Orleans at the UNO Lakefront Arena for the...
Skipping the ads.
But like all these cute, cool little marketing boxes, whatever, it's a box full of maybe 50.
Yeah.
And he's just going through and just tasting the flavor of them.
Yeah.
Not looking at the milligrams of what they are. And I was like, do you need these? He's like, nah, I've been doing this for, he said, you know what he said? Bert got me into it.
Joey Diaz did.
Okay.
Joey Diaz, Septum Edibles. Wow. It's got to be almost 10 years ago.
Okay.
10 years ago, I'm guessing.
And it ended up as a positive experience?
We ended up doing a podcast.
With your dad?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was Easter morning.
Wow.
Joey Diaz, back when everyone lived in LA.
I'm still shaking when you have it.
Oh, yeah. Have you ever seen those people on Instagram who really shake and they have to have a drink to stop shaking?
Mm-hmm.
That bums me out.
Like John Daly, remember the golfer?
I remember the one time he was like lighting cigarettes.
Coming down the fairway, and he was like, he had the shakes, and he just finished off that round. You're like,
He was with
that's real.
Fuzzy Zeller, if I'm not mistaken. And Fuzzy was like, buddy.
Yeah.
I think he gave him a Snickers bar or something. I have a friend who
Here, this
I have a friend who picked me up at the airport. I won't say his name. I think everyone could probably guess it.
Okay.
And he picked me up at the Tucson airport, and then he drove me to a hotel room.
Okay.
And he sat down. I really didn't know what was going on. We walked into the hotel room. We sat down at the table in the hotel room, and we proceeded to have a couple beers. Yeah. And I was like, okay. Like, I thought we were going to your house. He goes, we are. He goes, I'm just getting my nerves steady for the drive.
Okay.
So we had like 3 beers, and then he goes, I'm good to drive now.
In a hotel room?
In a hotel room.
There's bars. But all right, what am I?
No, yeah. Okay, in all fairness, it very possibly could have been in the bar in the hotel room, which looked a lot like a hotel room.
Roger.
Like just an extra hotel room that they turned into a bar.
Okay.
And he had a couple beers to steady his nerves for the drive home.
Wow.
And I was like, wow. I'm a canary in the mine kind of guy.
Okay.
So I look at canaries in the mine and go, all right, if that guy's still going.
That's a good barometer. That's true.
Until you become the canary.
At some point you do. If you're having a good time, you are.
I think I'm a lot of people's canary.
You're just waiting and watching?
A lot of people are watching.
Yeah, but you're 10 out of 10 on several things. I don't think a lot of people can. Because people can be like, oh, Bert will drink. I'll drink. He'll go out every night. I'll do that. And then you're at the gym, and then you're like running like 10 miles and sweating, which, they bounce out.
Can I tell you what I really think the secret sauce is? And I hope this gets clipped out for every hard partying motherfucker.
Okay.
Here is the secret sauce.
Lay it on me.
Okay? I'm telling you everything you need to know. I'm giving you the cheat codes of the world.
Mm-hmm.
Number 1, don't drink early in the day. I'm breaking that right now. I'm breaking that right now. Cheers.
Cheers, brother. It's good to meet you. Thank you very much.
Bert is hilarious.
That's good. Don't drink early in the day.
Very good.
Number 2.
What's early?
Vodka. Vodka is, I've been a vodka drinker. I said it to Matthew McConaughey. I was on a plane. I was getting up. It was early in the morning. I think we're flying out of Philly. Lady said, what can I get you to drink? I said, a Heineken. Gorgeous man. Perfect cheapo sitting next to me. And he said, you know what? I might get a drink. I said, what do you get? He goes, can I get a double vodka and soda? I said, interesting. It seems like an aggressive drink for the morning. And he was like, oh, it's in my contract. I was like, in your contract? He was like, yeah.
His life contract?
I'm a male model.
Oh.
That's all I'm allowed to drink. Doesn't bloat you. Keeps you healthy. No wrinkles.
Okay.
I went, take my Heineken back. I'll take a double vodka and soda.
And that was the day.
Number 3. 4 liquid deaths right before you go to sleep.
Okay.
4 waters, 4 liquid deaths. These right here. 4 of them. This is 19 ounces. You need roughly 80 ounces of water right before you go to bed.
How many times do you pee in the middle of the night?
Once. I got a bladder like a camel.
Yes, you do.
I wake up at 8 o'clock and I pee.
You don't pee in the middle of the night?
Oh, not at all. Dude, that water goes into you and it works the poison out of your body. And it's working. It's not even going. It's going, hey, we got a lot of shit to do before we get urinated.
I know what's happening right now, but I'm hypnotized.
Cleans you. You wake up, your heart rate's lower. It's steady and low through the entire night. And then when you wake up, you have to pay the piper and go to the gym. And you got to work hard, and you got to break a sweat. Your lungs got to burn. You've got to feel it.
Mm-hmm.
You've got to get on the treadmill. You got to do whatever you can. And I actually said to myself, I wouldn't mind sitting with a trainer and finding out a hangover workout, the thing that floods it out.
Okay.
I can tell you bad exercises. You're a workout guy.
Sometimes
you've been working out longer and harder than I have, without a doubt. You were one of the first CrossFit guys I ever met.
Yeah.
You were into CrossFit very early.
Yeah, I was. My back thanks me.
Yeah.
And my knees. Now you know what I am? A walker. Dude, I do 15,000 steps a day. And I'm telling you, I've not been in as good of this shape as before. What is this?
It's vodka.
Fucking fantastic. It's working.
I know, it's great.
Great.
It makes your dreams better.
I'm excited.
I had the fucking wildest dream last night. Hold on. Can I just share a dream with you real
Yeah.
quick? I was walking through Asia, like Japan.
Okay.
And it was raining. It was drizzling a little bit. And I had bags with me. And I heard a car full of Asian girls doing they were listening to Asian music, like Psy or whatever that guy's name is. And I was walking to their beat. And they were watching me. And they were like, God, he's cute. I was like, I'm older, but whatever. And one of the girls said, can I take you to a party? So I said, sure. So I got into an elevator. And everyone, when we got in the elevator, everyone was stretching. And I was like, what are we doing? And they go, are you ready? And they're like, it's not going to be bad as they say. And then it went dark and devils attacked me. And I woke up screaming, went back to sleep immediately. And we were all chained up.
You re-entered the
field. I always re-enter dreams. Okay. I was in a field and I was locked up next to her and I had a gun on me and a cell phone. And it was almost like Squid Games where there was levels. So the people that had already been through our level, they were allowed to have cake and they were on the other side of the fence. And the fence was really short, but we were chained up and I was at the very end. So I only had one arm chained up. And I was like, and all the fucking guards were hot ass chicks in dominatrix outfits with spears that could electrocute you. And
where does that, so make it make sense. What's happening right
I
now?
have zero idea.
Somebody could, but I don't know if I buy that. I don't really.
That was the dream that kind of woke me up for the morning. So
He
the
was
second time I woke up, I tried to go back to sleep. I couldn't get back into it.
Yeah.
I couldn't get back into it.
Because, by the way, as scary as it was pretty exciting, too.
It was, dude, I felt the devils attack me. Can I tell you what's crazy? Mm-hmm. I actually looked at my Whoop on my phone to see if my heart rate spiked, and it did. At that minute, my heart rate spiked to like 120 beats per minute in the middle of sleeping.
The devils are Hollywood. That's what it is.
I wouldn't be shocked.
That's Hollywood coming to get you.
This show is sponsored by Magic Spoon. Bro, Magic Spoon just launched a brand new high-protein granola that is phenomenal. It is packed with protein and it's so crunchy and sweet, perfect for breakfast or snacking. It is my go-to snack. Every day after I work out, I grab this, open it up, and I know that I'm fueling my workouts and packing my body with protein. I am obsessed with how much protein I get. And I'm also keto. Here's the thing. If you're keto, you know you need a break from just eating meat all day. And that's what they got, these new treats. These high-protein treats are crispy, crunchy, airy, and a great easy way to get 12 grams of protein on the go. They come in mouth-watering flavors. This one's marshmallow, but they've got chocolate, peanut butter, and dark chocolate. Their new granola, it says it right here, is 13 grams of protein, 8 grams of fiber, and while it says it has 2 total sugars, they have 0 added sugars. They come in delicious flavors like honey almond and peanut butter, and I'm telling you right now, it's like, here's the thing, when you're keto, if you know what I'm talking about, you don't get to sit with something sweet and kind of snack. And I love this stuff. These things they almost feel like you're cheating. Look at that. Look at that, right? And on the back. I feel like I'm in first grade and I'm at the bake sale. Get $5 off your next order at magicspoon.com/birdcast. Or you can find Magic Spoon on Amazon. Look for it on Amazon or your nearest grocery store. That's magicspoon.com/birdcast for $5 off. This show is sponsored by Acorns. Last year, Save More Money was the most popular New Year's resolution in America. Probably all over the world, I'd imagine. Everyone wants to save more money. Clearly, a lot of us feel like our money is slipping through our hands. But it's not your fault. The whole world is trying to spend your money. There are streaming apps. There's delivery fees. Dude, I saw a tip on a self-checkout machine This is crazy. The list goes on forever. Good thing there's Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start saving automatically and investing your money so it has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. And you don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals, and you don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just spare change. I think that's the coolest thing. On all your spending, we were just talking, everyone in this office uses this. Everyone says, oh, they just do the round up thing. You're never going to miss the round up thing. How often do you put those things in your pocket? Back in the day when we used coins, you put them in your pocket or you dump them into a water bottle. That's what this is, technically. Last year, Halston, who works for me, saved over $1,200. So head to acorns.com/Bertcast right now or download the Acorns app to start saving and investing for your future today. Paid not by endorsement, compensation provides incentives, possibly promote Acorns tier, compensation provided investing involved risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor. View important disclosure at acorns.com/Bertcast. Why are you and Mel still here?
That's a great question. We talked about, you remember I showed you that land in Boulder that I was going to buy?
Yeah.
I know. And it was just outside of Boulder. And two things. You had kind of warned me because Joe Rogan tried that and didn't really like it. And I was like, oh, I don't have any intel on it. That's kind of interesting to know.
Yeah.
And then the other thing was getting everything up there, bringing the grid into that property was going to be much. But then we actually put in an offer on a place on Lake Oswego, south of Portland. Do you know it?
Yes.
It's an amazing lake. You can only access the lake if you live on the lake. And so it's always very, very empty. And so we had this house that was like 6,000 or 7,000 square feet. The top of this up here, and it had a funicular that went down to the water. To a little boat. It's like a little gazebo that goes down this like elevator.
Oh.
So you can load stuff on it or people, and you just sit there, and it takes like 2 minutes, and it gets down to the lake, and then you have a little boathouse down there. And then you go back up and, whatever. So there was some things. It was an NBA player that had it. I never got who it was. But
there was an NBA player that had this house.
He had this house?
Yeah.
Yeah. He never even lived in it.
It's great when you talk to the old people that live next door and they say the most horrifically racist stuff.
And they just see it as fact. And then you're like, well, you know what? You're coding it a little bit. Yeah.
He had a bunch of kids.
Yeah.
And they referred to his kids in what could only be
the worst word.
No,
okay.
No.
No. Like, wow,
it's a Howard Cosell word.
Okay.
Yeah,
I know it. Yes.
Yeah. And it's so funny because I heard that and I went, "That's crazy."
Yeah.
And then they said the things they did, and I was like, "Oh, that's wild."
Yeah.
And then I started noticing the things the kids did, like they used to throw eggs at their own house.
Oh, okay.
There's egg on this house.
Oh,
still see it to this day.
Yeah.
And I do think
that's not how you.
Why do you throw eggs at your own house?
That's not how that game's played.
That's not how that game's played. You do it to other people's houses. And I'm like, I'm sort of respect this old lady. Keep going about your NBA player.
Oh my God. If she but when Howard Cosell said it, he didn't mean it the way that it came across.
He didn't.
Yeah.
And by the way, I'm not going to get in on this, but that's what he called his kids.
His grandkids.
His grandkids.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Look at these monkeys playing around. Mm-hmm. Look at the monkeys. Our dads had a saying when we would get ready for prom.
You talking about the guy downstairs?
No, not my dad. My dad lived in North Tampa.
Okay.
So if we did something like for prom, we all went to South Tampa. So my parents were very seldomly would they make the drive out to South Tampa to watch us get dressed. Like, no, I'm sure you look good. My parents were listening to this, going, "Hold on 1 second." And so,
your parents listen to your podcast?
No, they just got hearing aids. So yeah.
Or they're listening to us right now
because they're downstairs watching.
Oh shit! I forgot it's broadcast.
Yeah, we're broadcasting.
Your dad, I loved your dad.
Yeah, he's great.
Yeah, he's so cool.
But like Benny Lazera had a saying, you can put a monkey in a tuxedo, but it's still a monkey.
Mm-hmm.
And I would often say that. And then the other day I was almost saying it, and I went, "Those are people of color. That's not." Mm-hmm. But it's a saying you would say. You dress up a monkey, put him in a tuxedo. It's still a monkey.
It's fine if you're just talking about a monkey.
Or yeah.
What?
Just whatever. Just whatever. It's like, yeah. There's certain things like I remember doing.
Well, you have cigars here.
I always have cigars.
You smoke them in this room?
Yeah, I smoke. I'll do whatever I want.
Are you allowed to smoke it?
My wife didn't. I'll fucking tell her what the fucking deal is.
She can't hear you right now.
She can't hear me. She's not here.
Just listen to my podcast.
She doesn't listen. She's going to pick up Georgia. So go back to your NBA player.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, so this
coming with a second round.
There was a oh shit, are we falling behind? No, well, technically we are.
Mm.
You relax on the phone.
I haven't even reached status quo yet.
So what is this?
My baseline.
It is a Moscow Corrosive vodka.
Oh, wow, thank you.
I appreciate that you said it the way you said it. Is there pumpkin in it?
There's pumpkin, pumpkin spice. There's ginger beer and
this is very good.
It's really tasty.
Yeah.
And you know what I like about a mixed drink? I like it when
how quickly it works.
It does work pretty quick.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Hold on. I want to get back to Portland.
It's a quick story. I'll just at the end of the story, we had it. My wife was in love with it. It was an incredible house. I'll show it to you just because it's this is what this money buys you there.
Yeah.
But then we put an offer in, countered, accepted. We're doing it. I'm accepting of this. I can get it. It's like 15 minutes to the airport. I can get where I need to get. And it works. She wants to be there.
Portland's a great comedy scene too.
And yes, it was going to work out. It was going to work out nice.
Yeah.
And then there are these disclosures, and one of the disclosures was the property tax, and so the property tax on it was $50,000, and I was like, a year.
Is that a lot?
For people, it is.
No, but I don't do our money, so I don't even know what our property tax is.
Yeah, it's a lot. It would have added like $3,500 or $3,700 a month.
Oh, onto your payment?
Onto your payment.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, so hold on. Okay, so you don't pay that when you buy the house. You pay that when you do your payment.
You would either pay annually or you
Holy shit!
Or you add
$50,000 a month. So then broken into 12.
No, 50,000. Yeah, broken a year.
Broken in a year.
Mm-hmm.
Broken into 12, and you got to amortize that. Okay, right. I do know some money words.
Hey,
wait, what's my property tax?
Yours is less. It is less.
So 50,000 is like wildly
yours
expensive.
is probably because mine's 20. Yours is, I assume, in the ballpark of that. I would say because it's what you bought the house at.
And so wait, we have to pay. I should stop talking because everyone's going to realize just how stupid I am. But who do we pay this tax to?
If you have people that handle these things, does that make you stupid?
It's so funny.
Because you are in a position where you are hiring people to do these things.
Can I ask you an adjacent? Can I ask you an adjacent question?
Yeah.
If I was told by a person in recovery who said, you have a problem, and I said, why?
Alcohol recovery.
Yeah. He was everyone. They love to tell you.
They should.
They're like vegans.
Yeah.
And,
they get points for it.
I think so. He said, you have a problem, and I said, I think I'm good. And he goes, you think because you're performing in arenas, you're making a ton of money.
Yeah.
You have a happy family. You have 4 houses, 5 houses, and you have your own tour bus, and you don't drink and drive.
And you're happy.
And you're happy. You think you don't have a problem. And I think those are the markers.
One of those would kind of tip the scale.
I go, yeah. Here's the deal. I was like, I just was like, no. I think you nailed it. I think that's why.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm with this idiot. She hadn't told me to stop.
Yeah. You know what's so funny? I told my wife. I said when I left the house, I said, hey, I might just get hammered. And she's like, have fun. Okay. Because the rest of my life is not in shambles. So what if today is?
So my heart breaks. There's a guy, I'll say his name, and I know he's passed, but Eric Myers. He was a very talented comedian. I first met him the second week of George's life. I did stand-up in West Palm with Louis C.K. And Eric Myers hosted, and I featured. Eric Myers was so talented, and Louis C.K. loved him. And his act wasn't something you'd think Louis liked, but Louis just loved him. He had great energy. And he told me, I was drinking at the time, and he was like, yeah, I can't drink. I have a drinking problem. And I've always kind of been like, okay, but I mean, how bad is it? And then one time I saw him drinking, and I was like, okay.
Yeah.
You absolutely should never touch it.
To be honest with you, it's a different chemistry.
Some people, the chemistry with alcohol changes.
Can you stop? Can you ever get to a point when you're drinking that you are like, oh, I hit a point, and you just ride that wave?
Every night.
Okay,
but also every night. Every night I get to a point where I go, for me, this is a key. We're going back to keys of how to in longevity and drinking, is plan something early in the morning. If you plan a fucking,
that's pre-punishment.
Yeah,
that's great,
because you'll say to yourself, I shouldn't drink tonight, and if I am going to drink, I'm only going to have a couple.
You know, that when I was doing 3 sheets, and so
real quick, I want because I know there's a lot of people that go, wait, I know Zane, he's been on Bert's show. Wait, I know Zane, he's been on Fitz. I know Zane, but they don't realize what a fucking gangster you are in media. You had this
is Bert Kreischer calling me a gangster in media?
Give flowers to your heroes.
Print it. It's going on my posters.
I was just saying this to my dad last night. My brother-in-law. They just bought.
Could have been about me because your dad looked at me like he's never heard of me before.
No.
And he was high.
So we were at my sister's new house, and we're sitting in there, and my brother-in-law got a big screen TV, and one of the screensavers was videos of flying through beautiful areas, beautiful cities, beautiful landscapes. And I said, do you remember when we all got big TVs for the first time, when we all got HD?
Oh.
And I said, do you remember they had a channel that was just this?
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, I do. And I said, that's still, it was such a interesting moment in media because of our TVs, there were 2 channels we watched.
Yes.
And Mark Cuban owned one of them, right?
Well, no, this was even before HDNet. So there was one called, it was the name of the network was called NHD. And that was the name of it.
Yeah.
So when people go and buy, we're talking like 2007, 2006, 2007.
It's got to be 2006 because I know the TV I bought.
Okay.
And I know where we put it.
Oh, you know how
Pierce,
heavy,
you remember that TV?
How heavy it was?
It was so fucking heavy. And it was still, there were still tubes a little bit, meaning like there was a back to it.
Yes, it was thick.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It took 2 people, no matter how big it was, to hang it up there.
Kevin James. I'm always someone that I note money. Like if you say how much you paid for something, and I think it's not, I'll remember how much you paid for things.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin James paid $35,000.
Yeah.
For a flat screen HD TV because CBS was shot in HD.
Mm-hmm.
And this has to be at the very, very beginning. They were shooting shows in HD.
Mm-hmm.
And we went to his house, and it was like that.
Uh-huh.
It was just like that.
Uh-huh. It wasn't not much bigger than that.
Not much bigger than that.
Uh-huh.
It was $35,000.
Oh, I remember. And so what happened was there were basically 2 channels. There was a channel you turned on in the morning, and it was nature. It was literally just a tree frog sitting on a branch with the sounds of the Amazon, and it was frozen on that for an hour, and you were just like, this is amazing.
People don't understand.
Yeah.
I feel like an old man right now. You literally would bring people over and turn on the tree frog and go, look at that fucking frog.
You guys, come over here. Come to my house right now. I'm not telling you what it is.
People would go into Best Buy.
Yes.
And stop and go, holy shit.
Uh-huh.
There would be a group in front of the TV.
Uh-huh.
Look at how clear. Look at the waves. They're crashing. You can see the mist.
Yeah. I smell it. Yeah.
Dude, and it fucked up so many actors because.
Oh, yeah. Remember like Barbara Walters? So when she had in her contract that if they shot her in HD, they would need to shoot her from farther away and put like a filter over it. So she was always kind of out of focus.
So we did,
which I get. I get it.
We did a comedy special. Me, Al Madrigal, Michael Loftus, Biff from Back to the Future,
Tom,
and one more dude. And I apologize, I can't remember your name. Pablo Francisco hosted it.
Okay,
and it was called 5 Comics You Need to Know.
Mm-hmm.
And I had one of the best sets of my entire life.
Okay, recorded.
HD.
Yes, good.
They caked on makeup on us, and we looked like clowns, and they could never air it because we looked like rodeo clowns.
That's amazing.
Because this is like so niche of a history of technology and content was that makeup artists weren't familiar with HD yet, So they were putting on makeup like you were still shooting it in either film or.
So when the channels come out, there was that channel, and then there was in HD, which later became Mojo HD. They wanted to make it a guys network, Mojo. And so one of the first shows there was this show called Three Sheets that I did. And I went to, when I was doing it, I did not have an HD TV. I could not afford the TV to buy the TV that my show was going to be on for the entire first season. And I was just like, no one's going to watch this. It's drinking. I'm just going to drink and just be myself and have fun and be goofy. From day one, I didn't think about what am I going to do tomorrow? What am I going to do? I just like went with it. And that became the magic of it. It was just me going out drinking and just being normal. So I don't know that there's ever been a show before or since where a guy just goes out there and drinks and then feels like it's okay to act a little silly. You know what I mean?
There have been a couple,
but about drinks.
No, there's been one that I do remember that Sean Patton was on, where it was two guys going out and doing bars, and I know Dave Attell did Insomniac, but it wasn't about drinking; it was about the activities of the things around.
Right.
And here's the other thing: your show didn't predate Insomniac, but it predated all the other ones that
Dave and I were on the same time, and we talked about that because I think at one point. I think he only drank in the first season.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think he quit drinking. But what's crazy about your show is that, and I could be completely wrong, but it was extremely underproduced, meaning there wasn't a producer going.
There was one camera.
Yeah.
Can you imagine
and
that?
It was you and the camera, and you were talking to the camera.
Yeah.
And dare I say, and I know I'll get pushback from just about everyone, it was a little bit no reservations before no reservations.
Okay. Because that's the show. Thank you so much for watching. That's it. That's just what I was looking for.
I mean, it's the truth. Anthony Bourdain had complete and total control. 0.0 is the name of his production company, and they brought him in. And Anthony Bourdain said, I don't want to hear from the network. I don't want to hear from you guys. I want to go out in the field with my producer, who he ended up marrying, and I want to just make the show I want to make. And he would wildly waste their money. And I know this because I was at Travel Channel at the time.
Right.
He would wildly waste their money. One time, they did an episode where they went to Rio, and Anthony Bourdain spent, if I'm not mistaken, the majority of the trip trying to recreate the Duran Duran Rio shot of your name is a Rio man. And I was in the offices when they got the cutback, and they were screaming. He is a problem. He is a problem. He was doing
Anthony
in
Bourdain.
essence, because I think Anthony was
Too bad he
artistic
got in
and
shape
he
and
was genius
then
and he was brilliant, and I can almost guarantee probably never saw your show, but he was doing what you were doing.
I have. Well, maybe not before. Well, I
Witty
have a
and
Bourdain
bossy
story,
and
which is pretty
grumpy and everything nice.
This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. What do you want your 2025 story to be?
R.I.P.
Every
A
January
good
brings
man.
you 365 blank pages of a year waiting to be filled. In 2025, maybe you're ready for a plot twist. Maybe you're ready for a part of your story you want to be revised. Life isn't about see them together. I kill a liquid IV before bed.
And so I reached out to them and said, I want to revive Three Sheets. Can we talk about me buying the rights? And they said, no. Just no.
And can I just say, that is the silliest thing you guys are doing, is allow us to buy back our shit.
They were like, no.
Because you're not promoting it.
I said,
you're not. Bird Conquer, Trip Flip. I can make such great content out of that. Or at least pair with me. Pair with me and let me work on something with you where I own something. I mean, so silly.
And so I was like, okay. The production company that made Three Sheets went out of business. The owner passed away. They shut down. The network went off the air. There was one day when they were threw everything into a dumpster, and one of the producers called me, and she's like, I'm trying to find your stuff, because otherwise it's gone. They were throwing everything away. Like, never, I guess they go to business, you don't care, but like, I will fly up to Seattle and just grab everything. Maybe someday I want to make something with the cuts of like a documentary about this show or whatever it was. But anyway, thrown away. So it's gone. There is no high def version of this stuff anywhere. So this fan sends me a little SD card with every single episode of 3 Sheets and then this Food Network show that I shot called Half Fork Will Travel on this a little SD card. This is the future. A little SD card with 70 episodes on it in high def. I'm the only person that has these. So then I said, what I'm going to do is I want to put them on. So this is during COVID. I want to put them online, but what I'll do is I'll do pop-ups and information so that if they see it, whoever owns it, if they even know who they are, doesn't sue me. So that's why there's pop-ups of information. Like when it has the flu, that was me. I wrote that. This is on YouTube. And no one said anything. So I just said, fuck it. I put everything on YouTube. So I put every episode up there. If someone tells me to take it down, I take it down. Until then, it's all up there.
What's great is they tell you to take it down. At least you know who wants you to take it down. And then you go, hey, can we now have a conversation?
This is like a conversation about a show. Because,
This was, I mean, like there people don't understand. This honestly, really honestly, was shot like a vlog. Was shot like a
it was.
I mean, it was underproduced in a brilliant way, and like this guy was not cast to sit next to you. He happened to be there. Mm-hmm. He is not camera friendly. He is. I mean, I remember we would look at this. You're buying drugs in Jamaica.
I mean, you can't prove any of this.
But it was such a fun show, and there was nothing like it. And here's the fucking catch: it was shot on HD, so it was on.
If you went out and bought an HD TV, you wanted to actually watch something in HD, you can either watch a tree frog or you can watch me, or both. Go back and forth. I don't care. I have nothing against the frog.
Yeah.
But people started doing that. And so when I'm on tour right now doing my stand-up, this is something I like, and you probably understand this. In the beginning, the first year, which you and I talked back then in 2021, so I started doing my stand-up at breweries. But
hold on, I want to give you flowers again.
Yeah.
You, no slight to anyone who's getting into stand-up today, who is a celebrity and now gets into stand-up. No slight to anyone choosing to get into stand-up. I know that there's a lot of drama about, there's so many fucking stand-ups, it's over. I don't see it that way. I think stand-up is really fun. I really enjoy it. I really enjoy writing jokes. I really enjoy it. And I think everyone should enjoy it the same way everyone learns how to play the guitar, and maybe everyone starts a band, and maybe you do fucking shows on the weekend. I think it's fun as fucking shit. I love it. It's my passion. But you started stand-up kind of before social media was a huge thing, and you started doing brewery tours almost like outside the industry.
Still am, yeah.
No, but you still are.
Yeah.
But you started it way before. Your buddy Steve, right? Steve who lives in Virginia.
Yeah.
Who's now sober.
Yeah, that's right. Where are you getting your intel? Continue. You're right.
I know 2 people who are friends with Steve.
Okay. You do?
Yeah, I took him on Trip Flip.
That's wild. I just did a tour of stand-up through Florida, and you came up so much.
Really?
And I think this is the most amazing thing. Like, so many people have asked me for your...
Well, it's so funny. You know what's crazy about Florida?
Oh my God!
Is like I love Florida. I really.
What's his number?
If and when shit goes sideways for me, like I beat up the aunt, or I get a DUI, kill a child, have sex with a dog, whatever it is,
Those are all not equal, but continue.
I can still move to Florida and I'll get love.
They would be. You would be. You were. Yeah. All of your sins are washed away.
Florida really is home, and what's wild about Florida is. I was just homecoming. Whatever.
Like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, a week ago.
Yeah.
And Florida is such a small town, ultimately, that as I'm walking through the parking lot, people are stopping me. And Pete, my assistant, always is like, keep it moving, get a picture. And people always, when they, they'll be like, hey, my brother knows you.
All right.
And usually in life, you're like, really? And they're like, yeah, he's a comedian. He's from Wisconsin. I think he opened for you once. And you're like, yeah. In Florida, the second I got in the parking lot, this little girl goes, hey, you know my dad? And I go, really? She goes, Clint Brady. And I went, hold on. You're Clint Brady's kid?
Yeah.
I go, Clint Brady shouldn't have this much of an attractive daughter. Then I take another 2 steps, and this kid goes, you know my uncle? I said, who's your uncle?
Uh-huh.
He goes, Mike Minner. And I go, hold on, bitch, who's your dad? And he goes, Chuck Minner. I go, I know your fucking dad. And he's right there. Would you like to say hi to him? And I was like, and he goes, you know my dad? And I'm like, bitch, I know your grandfather. Like, I know your aunt. I know your other uncle. I met your mom. I know everyone in your fucking family.
Yeah.
And so it's crazy, but like in Florida, if someone says they know me, they actually do.
Yeah, it's a good chance.
They
Yeah,
actually
exactly.
do.
Yeah, exactly. I'll say the Bourdain thing. So I did 3 sheets. It was well received, which is great because it was me. Like I just got to be authentic. And this is the one thing when people meet me and like, is Bert really the way that he is? I'm like, yes, Bert. What's great about Bert, and I think what is sort of a reason for your success too, is that you just are who you are and you're never pulling back from that. Whereas some people, like, hold on, I got to get in my show space, my head space, or whatever it is. Like, You're just like, no, I'm just walking out there. I'm me, and on stage, I'm me off stage. And so Food Network wanted to, like, we love 3 sheets. We respect this obscure channel that it's on. But can you guys, the production company, can you create one for us? And so this guy at the network was a fan of 3 sheets who was running Food Network at the time. And so then I just hit normal from the alcohol. Thank you. Now I feel like myself. This is great. Yeah, I felt off when I walked in. And so he was like, we want 3 sheets for food. They called it Half Work Will Travel. I thought it was a bad name, but who am I to say, whatever. And so I went and did it. And they said, we want the same thing. Now, the catch with 3 sheets is the deal was that I don't want to know what I'm walking into. And there was a reason for that. I wasn't lazy. It's not that I didn't want to do my research, but I didn't want to be like, where Bourdain knows everything. When someone starts to explain it, he kind of interrupts and takes over and whatever. And that's fine because he's an expert. But I want to learn. And if someone brings up a piece of information about this alcohol, I want to go like, hold on, time out. What is that? You said infusion. What does that even mean? So I want to kind of be in that space and let that person answer it. So
you still did that on your. If I'm not mistaken, you're the reason I know Tito's. I've heard a guy talk about Tito's, but you did a watermelon infusion with Tito.
I hung out with Bert Beveridge. Do you know who that is?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Have you met him?
He's my competition.
Yeah, he is now. Are we on? Yeah. Here we go.
The Porosos vodka, Texas made. It's the number 2 Texas vodka.
This isn't, because I can taste a little bit of it. It's not corn based, obviously. Is it wheat?
I don't get into the details about that, Zane. It's wheat. It's triple distilled.
You know what? I read it on the bottle.
It's like, let a guy start a company. I have Brewster's Million. I have too much money, and I'm not that intelligent.
Oh my God. I can't believe you just sponsored my podcast.
I can't believe that. I feel like sometimes I started a vodka. I think I'm the only one drinking it. Tom doesn't drink it. I'm the only one drinking it. I think I'm going to drink all the bottles we made, and at one point they're going to go, Bert, would you like to do more vodka?
Oh, I saw you at Costco buying it.
Oh, I bought a lot at Costco. I bought it for people at Costco. I bought it. I gave people $20 and was like, "We're moderately priced vodka."
So good.
And I put a bottle in their thing and give them cash and go buy my vodka.
It's about story. That's a whole other can of worms. But if we at some point circle back to my rum brand, which is a story I should not tell, but if I finish this, I'll tell it. So the
3 sheets. I watched you with Bert.
Right. So yes, we basically built Tito's. Let's just acknowledge that and move on. So Food Network. This is how my brain works. So I appreciate that your podcast is working along with my brain. But Food Network wanted to show like 3 sheets. Half Work Will Travel. They had me go in there, and so I was like, "Don't tell me too much about the scene I'm going into. I want to learn." So that the questions I have are probably the questions that the viewer has. That was my reasoning. And so I went in and did it. And it was a lot of fun. There was drinking in it. We had a great time. And there was one time we went to Provence, France. We were in Marseille shooting an episode of Half Work Will Travel down there. And I was going to go to these guys, a gay couple. They owned like a manor house, whatever you call it. And they did cooking classes. And so we got there at 1 p.m. and we were eating and drinking, and we left there at like 2 a.m. but we shot the whole thing. And so the way that it was shot together, it was like, the guy was like, I remember he was like saying, like, you have to put like need to be like a tonton. I was like, is it tonton or tonton? He's like, it's a tonton. And so we're like kind of make, and then he record, I go, tonton. And so we had, you're hanging out drinking with someone for 12 hours, you have a rapport, a familiarity with them. And so when it came out, I just thought, I don't think people having fun. When I think it was the Chicago Time Tribune or something like that, interviewed Bourdain and said, what do you think about this new show? Now, the catch is that my show filled the slot that he left empty. So I was like right after like Bobby Flay or something like that. And I don't know if this had anything to do with it. He said, unwatchable. It's about a guy who goes around making fun of people. And I watched an episode in France where he was just making fun of these guys, whatever it is. And then that was it. And so I reached out to him. Oh, no. Okay, I didn't. I saw the article when I was in Hawaii shooting another episode of Half Orca Travel. And my publicist sent me the article and I was redheaded, like my head was hot. I was like livid. And I showed it to my production team, which was the same as 3 Sheets, except for some extra camera guys and extra people because it was Food Network budget. And they said, well, he's here on the island, but we're not going to tell you where he is. I'm like, do you know where he is? And they're like, yeah. And I go, tell me where he is. I want to go and I want to talk to him, and I'm not like going to go like fisticuffs, but like, bro, you were my idol, man. Like you were doing amazing things. I just want to be your peer. I'm not trying to replace you. And that the way that it was shot and the way that it was edited are two different things. And so they wouldn't tell me where he was. I just went and shot it. So we were both on the big island of Hawaii shooting at the same time and we didn't interact. And so I reached out to him on Twitter and then we started to talk. We had a conversation through emails and stuff like that. And he's like, look, I love 3 Sheets, but you're not the food guy. And I was like, fair enough. But did you have to say it like that to the Chicago Tribune? So anyway, we talked, we kept in touch. And I got reached out to by this production company, or rather a new network called Drink TV, right before COVID. And I hope I'm getting the dates right, but the information's correct. And they said, we want to revive it. We'll call it 4 Sheets. If there's any flack, legal, we'll take it. We got this, whatever. I said, great, let's do it. And so I wanted to go and shoot in Cuba. And I knew that Bourdain had shot in Cuba. And so I reached out to him and said, hey, we'd love to shoot in Cuba. Can you like walk me through what that process is? Like, I don't know what it's like to shoot there. He's like, oh yeah, go talk to this guy. And you know what? I might have some time where I can actually join you. And then that was it. That was the last conversation.
Do you think he killed himself to not go to Cuba?
You know what? I almost had a moment. So thank you. I don't want to go there. It was weird, man. And then again, I don't remember the timeline, but then he was shooting in Paris and then that was it. And it was like, it was interesting. So I didn't get to like fully, I did, we did meet in person once, but like, it was like, you got to have that conversation because, he was like the bad boy, but I think he gets lost of like, bro, what's the bad boy and what's just being an asshole? You know what I mean?
Anywhere worth going is worth going in good boots. Find your perfect pair with Tecovas. Tecovas crap.
And comedian to be at the top.
Yeah, but I don't think you know what? Can I tell you? Do you think I'm comedian first or do they call me podcaster?
No, it's comedian first.
For real?
Of course it is.
Okay.
Of course it is. And not to take anything away from podcasting, but like, no, it's who's Bert Kreischer? He's a podcaster? No, he's a comedian. That's why we watch his podcast.
I know a guy who just took podcaster out of his title because he just didn't like the whole podcasting scene.
Look, podcast could be a dirty name unless you're known for it because you could make a podcast out of your garage. You know what I mean? Like, so anybody can effectively make a podcast. But when you are a podcaster, just like if you were a YouTuber and you're making things that people actually watch, it's a different story. But for me, so coming out of COVID, I tried to start doing stand-up at theaters and everything wasn't going to open. And they didn't know when they were going to open.
Yeah.
So then I decided to just do my stand-up at breweries.
Mm-hmm.
And to this day, I've done 443.
443 breweries.
And what's interesting about that is, as opposed to like...
Holy shit, hold on, let me break that down.
It's like 140 a year.
Okay, and you figure There's 346 days in a year.
Mm-hmm. By the way, at least. Yeah.
There's at least 300 days a year. So you're working, that's almost every Thursday, Friday, Saturday. That's almost every
Yeah,
Thursday,
I'm
Friday,
probably
Saturday.
working, but also traveling. But I'm working a third of the year. But traveling and everything adds up. I'm home half the year, which is actually great for my relationship.
Yeah.
So, I'm out there doing it. What I do is I did my hour, and the first hour I did like stories about 3 sheets and drinking made easy because I just had them and I needed to get them out and done. But I don't want people to think like, oh, he's a guy and goes and talks about band camp. He talks about, the glory days, whatever it is. Those are just stories I needed to get out. This is by design. Then the next year I went out and I had probably half of my set was that. And then I just recorded a third special where it was, I think, briefly mentioned. And now it doesn't exist in there anymore.
So funny. I want to go the opposite direction.
You do. You can.
I would love to tell stories about my time on Travel Channel. They're almost unbelievable, and they're almost like I think they're. It's so funny. I never posted anything. I know you said. Let me go back and apologize and say I should put you as comedian first because when I was on Rogan a lot, I think a lot of people thought I was Joe's friend who happened to be on the Travel Channel.
Okay.
And so when they saw my first special. Or when they saw me do stand-up on the road, they were like, dude, he's fucking incredible. And a lot of them didn't know I was a stand-up.
Yeah.
And then when they saw that I was like better than Tom Segura, they were like, whoa, how did this guy
that's everyone's barometer,
who just started so much better than this overweight, disabled comedian who's been doing it since he wasn't pretending to speak Spanish.
Yeah.
And so, but what's so funny is like, and then I go, and it's always like I hate when people mention Van Wilder because I go, I didn't have anything to do with it. And I want to be bigger than that thing so that it's a sidebar.
But wait, what's great is
is Sarah getting us cocktails?
I heard it.
I heard it too.
This is a message for your dad, Albert. You know what to do. Your dad's so high right now, he can't even function. Okay, sorry, my bad.
Keep going.
So
I'm getting into linen pants. Keep going. And then hold on. We're not. You don't have. Do you have to be somewhere? Okay. Okay.
You remember I told my wife I was going to get drunk. I was going to get drunk regardless of what you had.
Hold on. Hang on. Just so we know, push Jennifer to when I can do it, but I'm here. We need another cocktail.
Can you do me a favor? Can you put the parents in a car and send them to the movies? Apparently it's scheduled. They have tickets. They know where they're going. The dad is going to sleep during it anyway because he's so high. And
we're going to see Wicked.
Oh, that's
okay.
Good. Yeah.
Can I take a pivot and?
No, but I want to. Yes, but may I finish?
Please, I'd love to hear it.
I hate to say it like that. May I finish? Yeah. Excuse me, Mr. Crasher. Do you mind if I just finish my thought before you interrupt me so unkindly?
Did you turn into a Southern lawyer? So I object.
Yes, I object to this line of
questioning. What if he was a white? Mic drop.
Here's the thing. No, don't put me first. Yeah. I'm cracking at it. I'm working along. And I'll tell you that confidently I know that when I'm doing my shows now, I destroy. When I was doing 1 through 100, I was working stuff out. I was still doing well, but it's different. Now I get out there and in my mind, if you ask me what I do, it's not things that I've done. It's not even necessarily a podcaster for me now. I'm a comedian. I am a comic. And when people start talking about coming up through the clubs, yeah. And look, it's not regret because I don't have regrets, but that could have been a path. That's a path that I would love to have done to come up through there. You and I were out here at the same time and have done those clubs. I didn't do that. I'm doing it now at my age. And so, when the stuff comes out, when my comedy starts to rise above everything else, then you would say comedian first. Yeah. Have you seen my special?
No, I have not.
Yeah. So again, it's polite, and I appreciate what you're saying, but watch it. But the other thing I'm doing is this is this just stupid aside is I'm building like a time capsule because I did the first special after my first year, and I did it. Greg Fitzsimmons, he came in, he directed it. It's okay. I actually don't like it. And then I did the next one.
Well, then I think you are a real comedian because none of it's like our old specials.
Yeah, yes, exactly. Then I came in and did another one, and it's significantly better, but I'm still like, whatever. Then I came in and did a third one that Greg directed last year that comes out in January. And I'm working on my new stuff. And I just, at some point you find your voice, you find your stage presence, you learn the rules and your relationship with the audience. I talk to the audience a lot, but I'm not necessarily a crowd work guy. I mean, I do, it's a piece of that, but it's kind of like, I kind of break aside. But anyway, look, I made the first special kind of knowing that it wasn't going to be great because I want people to be able to go like, oh, this is cool. I see what happens. And at the end of the day, I did do stand up when I was doing Drinking Made Easy a decade ago. Then I stopped. And I didn't do that. I didn't do it before it. So I did like a year where I did like maybe 70 shows. And then I stopped. And then at age 49, I decided I was going to do something. And a lot of people would say, you're too old to do that. You're too old to pick into their career, to change directions, whatever it is. And I don't care about that. That doesn't apply to me.
Google Gene Hackman. He was 30 years old when he enrolled in Pasadena Playhouse to pursue acting.
Yeah.
His first role was when he was 52.
Yeah.
He's 93. He's still alive.
He is alive. He looks horrible. But he still attacks people with golf clubs. But when they cut him off in traffic.
Does he really?
Yeah. It's a fun thing. Yeah. So, yeah. Look, and for me, I'm on this journey, and that's who I am. And I can't. I have to think about. I have to say this because like I was thinking about this earlier. People are like, do you miss 3 Sheets days or those kind of things and stuff? Those shows. And I loved doing them. And I would go back and do that, but I wouldn't fully do that. I would never. I am doing what I want to do, and I've never been happy. Can we talk about my world record for a second?
Please.
Okay. So, do you know what we're talking
about? This isn't one about sucking your own dick, right?
Different.
Okay.
I did. When I had my podcast. I can't even remember what year this is, but this is probably 12.
I was a part of this world.
You were part of this world, yes.
Yes.
Maybe 15 years ago, I don't know. And let's call it like 2011, I don't know. And so I wanted to get a Guinness World Record. And we found one. It was the longest live streaming podcast. It was a live podcast. Yeah. And it was 24 hours. And so I decided I was going to do that.
I met people on that podcast that I know to this day.
Who?
Jordan Harbinger.
Oh, yeah.
One of the hardest I've ever laughed in my entire life with an individual was with Jordan Harbinger.
That is awesome.
He didn't laugh. It's funny, he did not laugh.
So I decided I was going to do this. You were excited about it because you had done my podcast before. I think that's how we met. I think we got connected and you came and did my podcast. Which, by the way, is one of the reasons I have a podcast is because it gives me a reason to like sit down and talk with people. You know this comedian Tom Thakar?
Yeah.
So I love his stuff, and I just wanted to meet with him, but I can't be like, hey, you want to go have coffee? That's just weird. I said, come do my podcast.
I got to play something for you. Because this buddy of mine, Aaron Weber, just posted this yesterday, and it made me laugh. Do you know it? Oh, for real? Here, watch this. This is my buddy Aaron Weber, who's out of Nashville.
Is fantastic.
He's just had a baby. He's been on Fully Loaded. The cans are there.
Nice.
He posted this, and this is so funny.
Of course. It's been fun. Hope you'll come back.
Oh, yeah. Anytime.
I feel like I do need to be a little honest with you before we go. I don't have a podcast, and this is not a podcast that we've been doing. I think I just wanted to talk with you and just kind of hang out, and I didn't know how to initiate that outside of the context of a podcast. So I pretended that I had a podcast when in reality we've just been two men hanging out, getting to know each other.
Yeah, we've been talking for 2 hours.
And it's been a good 2 hours for me. I got to know you a little better, and I appreciate you coming up there. You know what I mean?
About that, agreed.
Can I ask you a question? If I had invited you over for 2 hours to just talk, would you have come over? No. Actually, these microphones aren't even plugged into anything. These are fake. So, you got anything you want to plug?
It's so funny.
That's so good.
When I watched it, I went, "Oh yeah,
God.
I could never say to Danny Trejo,
yeah,
I would love to talk to you for like an hour.
Yeah,
just me and you.
Yeah,
he'd be like, why?
Yeah,
but you do a podcast and you get to talk to people.
That's it.
2 hours.
It's like what? Yeah, because they're like, what's the pretext? What do you pretend? What are you trying to? Yeah, what's your objective? It's like, no, I just want to talk. Like, are you trying to sell me something? No, I just want to meet you.
Yeah.
And so having the podcast, because I stopped it for a while because I was gone, but then I was like, I'm gonna do. Because now if I find somebody, like, I'll literally see this comedian like, oh, hey, come do my podcast, and so now it's like,
I didn't talk to car. I got drunk. We talked to car at a bar.
I think most people have got drunk at the car.
He used to open for Nikki Glaser, and I thought he was cool as shit.
He is really funny. It was great, but again, we recorded it yesterday, but we got to just sit there and have this conversation. It was like, how else would you do this? And so now you're just like, now we know each other, we see each other around, whatever this, and like probably a pretty significant amount of my friends are friends because they've done my podcast. And by the way, under sort of the pretense of that, just come over and have a conversation, not like, oh, help me like juice my numbers or whatever. So anyway, I wanted to break the record, and so I did it, and you came on, and then you came back. I think you brought coffee for everyone to share.
Can I tell you?
If it wasn't you,
can
I
I
want
tell
to
you?
think that it was
Nope.
you.
Can I tell you my
At like
only
4 a.m? Can
I tell you my only
regret from that day?
Recollection of that, and I just had it.
Okay.
5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
You remember that? We got up. I was smoking a cigar, or we were drinking.
Oh yeah.
We were drinking IPAs, and it was like early in the morning, and whoever came on next was like, "Who the fuck talked into this microphone? It smells like shit." And you're like, "It was Bert." And now sometimes I'll smell the microphone and go, "God damn it, man! I just fucking."
That's me.
I spit in it.
I was here.
I spit in it.
Oh, that's the worst when you get a microphone that smells like the breath of the person before you. Are you anointing? What was that? Was it you?
I was just burping.
Oh. But anyway, I just want to say, and that's a chapter in my book, just kind of talking about that.
Yeah.
Now, in the end, I had a team there, and the main guy who was supposed to be turning it into Guinness, like, didn't do something. He didn't. You needed to turn in recording. We had an attorney there. We had witnesses that they weren't allowed to interact with. All these rules, and we did it. And then the guy at the end who was supposed to turn the whole thing in to give me like that Guinness plaque. That's all I wanted was Guinness plaque. Didn't actually do it. So I did set the record, but I didn't get the.
I wonder if the record's been broken by now.
It has. It's like 39 hours. It is completely. It's completely out of there.
I wouldn't mind breaking a world record.
I also had a record for savoring the most bottles of champagne in a minute. And I did it at the Super Bowl. This is now, I did have a show with Mark Cuban's channel, HTNet.
Yeah.
And he wanted to do some big thing at the Super Bowl. And the cool thing about Mark is that, have you ever met Mark? He's just what you want him to be. Same as you.
Yeah.
Same, what you want him to be. He's completely normal. We've got drunk together. We've just had normal conversations. And he's like, I want you to come to the Super Bowl. This is when it was in Dallas. But like, what can we do? I was like, let me break the record for champagne savory. I looked it up. It was like 29. I'm like, I think I can do this. And so in a minute, pick it up with a sword and you kind of like whatever. And so we did it. And it was amazing. It was so much fun. But interesting thing about it is that the reason you can savor it is because the bottle becomes cold and brittle. And this year in Dallas, they had a snowstorm. The day of the Super Bowl. Do you remember that?
Wait, the Super Bowl wasn't in Dallas this year.
No. This was years ago.
I was like, that's so funny. I barely listen usually, but I heard that, and I was like, wait, I was at the Super Bowl.
Is that my camera?
Yeah.
And anyway, so it was like freezing out.
Yeah.
And I was wearing like ski gloves that I had to buy, and savoring it. So the bottles were so brittle that they were opening so much easier.
Really?
So there's a guy in France that I was beating. He had done it in the summer in France, and his bottles, outside were warmer. And so I'm boring myself with the story.
So wait, so the book comes out in a year?
It's called Glass Half Full because I just like to approach everything with a sense of optimism.
I like the branding. I'm a glass half full.
Yeah,
I'm a glass half full motherfucker.
You are.
Hardcore.
You are.
Unless I'm talking about myself.
Really?
I get kind of punitive with myself at times. Like I'll beat myself up about things.
I think that's natural.
I don't think so. I know there's a lot of people that I know in my business who think they're the greatest thing that ever was made. And I wish I had that.
Oh, no.
I almost look up to them.
Okay, but that's not what it's about. Here's what it's about. You come up with an idea and you're like, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this fully loaded tour. I'm going to do this, whatever you decide you're going to do.
Yeah.
And you have people that are like, oh, that's a little ambitious. You're like, no, I'm going to make it happen.
Yeah.
That's the glass half full.
Oh,
It's when someone tells you can't do something and you're like, I think it can be done.
I think I'm a glass half stupid.
No.
Where I go, I'm just dumb enough to think I can do this.
I'm not going to let you do that.
And then I go, I do it. And I don't think. I go, no, yeah, you can do that, right? And everyone's like, I don't know. Can you? And I was like, yeah, let's do it.
There you go. That's it. By the way, that's glass half. That's glass half full. And I've gotten criticized for it. People are like, oh, you're too much of an optimist. And it's like, what's the opposite of that?
Yeah.
I'm halfway done. If I'm lucky, I'm halfway done with my life right now, right? And my dad died. I'm 52. How old are you? I think we're
52.
Yeah. And so my dad died when he was 51. He got a brain tumor when he was 50 and then died when 51. Yeah, I know. And I just tried to, he was he had an elevator company and he was a worker, like he was just an office guy and he worked his butt off. And I just did he have enough fun and, whatever. And so what I do every year is I do and by the way, at some point, if you have to go someplace, you can just leave and I'll just keep talking. I don't mind. I won't be offended by it. But I do a water fast. So water only. So I drink only water. So from January 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, I don't eat any food for 4 days. And I just drink water.
Really?
And
I've done that with booze.
It's the same principle. So there's so much science behind the benefits of doing it. It is very difficult to argue against.
Really?
Yeah. You have these zombie cells in your body that basically hang on, and they're the kind of the bad guys.
Interesting. No.
Forget what I'm saying about the science of it. But people can look it up. And so they say, I've heard doctors say it, and again, and whatever, it doesn't matter, that you will cut your chances of getting cancer by 95% if you do this once a year. All kinds of cancer, once a year. You do a fast, a water fast.
Okay, hold on.
You let your body reset. Okay. You cannot drink.
I get really lost in percentages.
Okay.
Is this for the 100% that are getting cancer?
That's a great question.
Or is this for everyone? Because there's a lot of people that won't get cancer. And are they looped into that 95%?
If there is a 10% chance that you are going to get cancer in the next 10 years, if you do this, there is a 1% chance you get cancer. So you're taking that 10% and cutting that down by 95%.
So if there's a 100% chance of getting cancer,
you now have a 5%.
And
by the way,
this cures cancer.
Right. So here's the thing. People can listen to this and they can poo-poo it and they can dismiss it and they can argue it. I don't care.
Why wouldn't you do it?
Just do it.
Yeah.
Just do it. And you know what? It's difficult.
You haven't had cancer yet?
No, I haven't. Why'd you say yeah? What do you know?
But you haven't had cancer, so it's working at least.
I mean, look, I decided that the year my dad died, whatever I turned, so 51. So last year I did it. I guess I was 51 last year. And I went on and I was on my social media, on my stories and talking about it. And this year I'm doing it bigger. I'm just inviting anyone who wants to come. And
What days? January 1st?
1, 2, 3, 4. And I was like, let me be your support through it. You know what I mean? On the 5th, I have a trip. I'm going to go and I'm going to indulge, whatever it is. I forget where my wife told me we're going, but like I have those days cleared out, and I did it last year. And the hardest day is day 1,
of course,
and day 4.
Day 4 would be the day I think would be. So I do a mimicked fast every half a year, every 6 months.
What is that?
It's called Prolon, and it's soups.
Yeah, which my wife and I did that.
I loved it.
Yeah,
I love it. And you lose a bunch of weight, you lose a bunch of inflammation.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
like it's crazy. Your body just shrinks. But for me, on day 5, I start going, and I always do it. Like I always pony it up to a trip, and so I end up drinking evening day 5.
Okay,
but I always sit there going, God damn it, I have no anxiety.
Yeah,
I have no anxiety.
And by the way, this is 96 hours. So you can break it down into hourly too. You just got through an hour. Good job. Got 95 left.
I can do that. Hold on, if I just 2 hours, I could do it.
Yeah. And can I tell you what my wife? It's so funny. We went. I'll go back to this, but my wife. I had to go out. I'm like, here's what I did. I kept busy. I would take hikes. My buddy Hess and I did it. Remember Hess? When he did my podcast the black guy. Anyway, so him and I did it. Yes, of course. The very handsome black guy. And so we did it together last year, and this year I have so many people that are doing it with me.
Really?
And here's what my wife does: I stay busy. So I'm like, baby, give me errands. Write down your to-do list. I can't really be in my computer too much, especially day 2, 3, 4, whatever. Because I don't want to think about it. But if I'm out doing things, I'm great. And then I go to sleep and whatever. Drink as much water as you want. I'm trying to find out. I did have tea. I don't know if I'm supposed to.
I think that counts.
Think I shouldn't?
No, I think you're allowed to.
Okay.
Green tea. So I used to do a 29-day fast and then but it was a mimicked fast.
Yeah.
So it was like dietary restrictions, low calories, and it was like what you couldn't eat was
no bugles.
No bugles, no Sour Patch Kids.
Yeah.
No Kit Kats, no McFlurries.
End of list.
And you have as much Whataburger as you wanted.
It's very Texas.
Is someone vacuuming downstairs?
You can only eat from Buc-ee's.
Ooh, I could do a fucking convenience store fast.
Buc-ee's cleanse.
A Buc-ee's cleanse.
I think.
See, that's the kind of content I'm interested in.
Yeah. By the way, that's really interesting. I went and shot something at Buc-ee's. I went and did this video of explaining Buc-ee's. And it got 4 million views. Just me walking through Buc-ee's.
It's crazy what gets views. You know what? I shot a video the other day, and I said to Leanne, "Well, it's crazy. It's got 1 million views, but only 36 comments."
I had one of those too. Yeah, I stand up bit, the same kind of thing.
I was like, "Why didn't anyone comment on it?"
Yeah, because you know why? Because you nailed it. Whatever it was, you nailed it. You did it the way it's supposed to.
Oh, I guess the ones that do have comments is when they want to tell you suck, and if you do it, if it's funny, then
then they just share it.
They just go, "Oh, it's got a lot of shares."
Yeah.
Dude, this has been a great podcast. I'm going to go say hi to my daughter. I think she's should be here any minute.
She's here at the airport. I'm just going to hang out.
Please. I'm making Thanksgiving Day cocktails.
Yes.
I'm having a Zoom with a stylist, and I'm doing 15 ad reads.
Do me a favor. Show her your pants, and then she might give you your money back.
Whoa, that was a mic push. It's a new thing. Mic drop? Fuck that. Hey, guys, welcome to the fucking 21st century. Is it the 21st? This episode was brought to you by The Machine.
If you're carrying a fake bag, you get robbed at some point.
They will do it for the work-in.
They will do it for that work in that wall. The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Where's my Wi-Fi?
I smoked one of these and I didn't brush my teeth. I woke up the next morning and my wife said, your breath is 4-dimensional.
You didn't brush your teeth before you went to bed and you smoked a cigar?
Of course I didn't brush my teeth before I went to bed. Give a fuck. You know what I mean? You're married. She was like, I love you so much. Your breath is 4-dimensional. You know, these fires. I have 2 small children now. Because what you want to do is you want to get divorced and then you want to get married again to a woman who's 23 years younger and then have 2 more kids because that's good. And then
definitely takes a lot of financial stress.
Oh, dude, there's no financial stress at all. It's great. You know, if I hustle till I'm 80, I'll be fine. Anyway, it's gonna be really awkward when I call you at 75. I just need help this month. But anyway, so I I look at her and I go, she's like a girl from Jersey, like an Irish Italian chick, no nonsense, you know, been working since she was 16. And I go, you know, we had an evacuation order that they sent out by accident to people even down where I'm at.
Yeah, what was that?
It was some guy who fucked up because I don't know if you know this is gonna be shocking. Grab the table. LA's not run very well.
Hold on.
I know. Hold on.
What the fuck are you saying?
Because see, here's the thing. We have to worry about. I know.
Isn't the chief of fire department a lesbian?
Now hold on. Let's not turn
amazing.
this into. Listen. Here's the bottom line.
It's run amazing.
It's not about infrastructure. Infrastructure's
I
going to take.
won't sit here while you disparage the great people
Sir,
that are running Los Angeles.
Sir, infrastructure's got to take a backseat to climate change and social justice and homeless abatement, which hasn't worked.
See, the lady who's responsible for filling the fire hydrants gets paid $750,000 a year.
Hey, your tax dollars going to good work there, everybody.
That's a lot of money.
You think?
That's sitcom
You
money.
think? I said
That's like, I'm the star of a sitcom.
Oh, dude.
Not star, but like you're the third person.
No, that's a high wage, sir. $750,000 for a city employer who's
for someone just like fill that one.
How the
Get the waters.
How the aquifers today?
Get the water in that one.
You know what? We got to protect the Delta smelt.
Yeah.
Which, whatever the fuck that is. So
Well,
we got to. You know.
Trump was talking about that on the podcast. On the podcast I did with him, Trump was going on this long rampage about Los Angeles and the fires and how it all could be prevented and they could have plenty of water. He explained the whole thing and he's right.
Here's my whole philosophy. You guys know, that we have a tinderbox. Then you can say that there are a lot of people that live there. The fires it's always a potential. If that's the case, then please make sure the fire hydrants, we've got to be able to figure it out. You guys in LA, California came up with AI. I mean, the Silicon Valley was pretty innovative people. Let's figure out a way to keep the fucking...
Very different people.
They are very different
people. That's
people,
like saying people in America
Yeah.
are homeless and also Elon Musk.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Get some people down in government who are innovative like that. What the fuck are we
They don't
doing?
want to do that job.
Do you know the City Council of Los Angeles? 4 of the members of the City Council are far left social democrats. How about that? There's zero pushback on ideas. It's just all
It's all an echo chamber. Well, I'm hoping now that this is a giant wake-up call for these people. I mean, there's no positivity that's going to come out of a horrific fire like that. But at least it'll wake. Because look, that area, you know, Adam Carolla was on someone's show talking about this, and he said something that's like very I think he was actually doing it himself.
Yeah, about permits?
Yeah. Well, he was just saying that there's 80% of the people that live there are far left. 80% of the people that got their houses burned down from complete, total incompetence and
That's
a lack of management.
That's
total incompetence.
Yeah.
80% of those people are far left people, and that's a giant wake-up call when you realize, like, no, these fucking people, this is not the way to do it. Did you see that lady, the fire lady, who's a part of this whole diversity thing? They said, "You're a woman firefighter. Can you carry my husband out of a burning building?" She was like, "Well, if your husband's in a burning building, he already made a mistake."
Is that what she said?
She's a big old sassy fat black lady.
Yeah, my favorite was that one of the women said, "You want people to look like you."
Same lady.
And I'm like, "Hey, listen, hey, lady, when my house is on fire and I'm trying to get my kids out, I'm not going to be like, hey, can I get some people that look like me because this doesn't make me feel
I want
safe."
to look like Brian Shaw.
So
I
do
want
I.
him to become
So fucking
wall
they can
looking
be
like
white as a driven
Juggernaut.
snow. Okay, if they look like a White Walker and they can get me out of that fucking fire, I'm in. I want Brian
him to
Shaw.
be a giant dude who can carry people
with a mustache that goes like this.
Yeah,
right?
fucking handlebar.
I love firemen.
Yeah.
I'm so gay that when I saw they came by, I saw some firemen and I didn't know what to do. I wanted to say something like, go
Hey,
get
that's
him,
the
guys,
fireman
or
we
something
all
like that.
want,
And I literally went like this. I went,
Mr.
I
Clean with the
saluted them.
handlebar.
I went,
That's good.
it's a little embarrassing.
It's an acknowledgement.
Yeah, but my wife,
You know?
my wife is so funny because my wife had an evacuation order. I looked at her and I go, I got to go do Joe's podcast and then shoot my special at the mothership, but I feel guilty about leaving you here. And she goes, what are you going to do? You can't change a tire. I got this. I was like, all right, see you later. So
Yeah, I don't know. I would have felt weird about leaving them too.
well, I'm in an area.
safe
I'm in an area where
space.
I'm good.
Yeah, you're good for now. This is the thing about LA that, there's a viral clip that's going around now of a conversation that I had with Sam Morrell a while back. And we were talking about when I was on Fear Factor, how this fireman told me that this was going to happen one day.
Yeah.
So it's just a matter of time.
Yeah.
With the right wind, he's like, we won't be able to stop it. Now that's gone viral. And then the Trump thing went viral too, because Trump was saying that they need to do something to change this. They need to clean up the forest, get rid of all the dead wood.
Yeah.
All these
The
things
brush.
can be done. Get rid of all the brush, get rid of all the dead wood, open up that fucking water from the north to come down. This idea that, do you know that the whole center of California used to be a lake?
No.
A giant lake?
No.
Bro, I found out about it about a year ago.
Really?
It's crazy. Young Jamie, wait till you see how big this fucking lake was. And all of it, is all meddling and fucking around by humans.
Did I ever tell you the conversation I had with Arnold Schwarzenegger? I was with John Leguizamo.
Did he say, screw your freedom?
No, he
Screw
didn't say,
your
this was
freedom.
before that. I was doing that movie.
Screw your freedom.
Screw your freedom. He said,
this is a paid advertisement for BetterHelp. Life is kind of like a book, and every new year is the start of a new chapter. Except in this case, the pages are blank, and you can write whatever the fuck you want. Maybe you're working towards buying a new home. Maybe you want to learn how to garden or pick up hunting, or maybe you want to work on your relationships. However you want your story to play out, it's going to take work, dedication, and a little bit of help. Even the greatest authors have an editorial partner to bounce ideas off, and that's nothing to be ashamed about. If you need some help living the life you want, therapy is always a great place to start. Therapy is for everyone, not just people who've gone through a major trauma. It can teach you valuable skills like how to cope with stress, how to communicate better, how to set boundaries, and more. One of the best ways to get into therapy is BetterHelp. It's entirely online, so it's easy to get started and more affordable too. And as the largest online therapy provider in the world, BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals with a diverse variety of expertise. Write your story with BetterHelp. Our listeners get 10% off their first month at betterhelp.com/JRE. That's betterhelp.com/JRE.
so I'm with John Leguizamo. We were doing that movie Ride Along, and John goes, "Hey, stick around. We'll have some dinner with a friend of mine's coming by. I didn't know who it was." Arnold shows up with his assistant. It's kind of cool, and I'm a fan. And John goes, "Hey, stick around. We'll have some dinner with a friend of mine's coming by. I didn't know who it was." Arnold shows up with his assistant. It's kind of cool, and I'm a fan. So we're sitting there, and I had just read a book on California politics by Michael Lewis called Boomerang, about sort of like how a lot of the towns like Stockton went broke because of the pension plans and all that shit. Blah blah blah.
I thought it was the Diaz brothers running around slapping people.
It is that too. It is that too. It's
You find
that
out
too.
lake?
Let me
Check
see.
this out. Look at the size of this lake. Tulare Lake.
Largest freshwater lake
Where,
west
though?
of the Mississippi.
Largest freshwater lake west of the Mississippi.
What?
It used to be fucking huge. Show a photo of what it used to look like. So It was all agriculture. They fucked it up.
Oh, because they drained it, right?
Look at the size of it.
What the
Look how big it
fuck in
was.
the world?
Look how fucking big that is.
And now it's just gone.
Gone. Apparently, it's refilling.
Well, I guess we needed it to grow all the
Shut the
oranges, right?
fuck up.
I mean, it became.
We need it for almonds.
For the Owens
so I
Valley.
need that almond milk. There's one amazing photograph of this guy who was squirting almond milk on the fire outside of his house because that's all he had.
Is that true?
He had 2 quarts of almond milk. There's like this soy man, this literal human water balloon.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah,
God
look
bless
at
him. God bless him. Dude, that's when you're really trying. That's when you're trying.
Mask on.
That's just a last stand, bro. That's a last stand.
No, you should have been out. You got to get out of there. You got to accept it. I've been evacuated 3 times.
Have you really?
Yeah, when I lived in
remember
Bell
when-
Canyon,
yeah, I remember
I got evacuated 3 times. It burnt 2 houses in front in 2018. 2 houses in front of my old house were burnt to the ground.
Well, that video I showed you at my friend's house that just disappeared, and you remember I sent you that video of him driving down the PCH. Those guys are coming to my house because where I'm at is the only place that's where the air is breathable and all
Yeah,
that. Well, we have a barrier between the 405 and also the airport, so we're pretty safe.
Yeah, pretty safe. The thing about, this is from someone who's been through it a few times. You don't understand. You think it's just a fire. It's not. It's a storm.
Yeah.
So I saw fire tornadoes. Until
You
you've
did?
seen I saw fire tornadoes. When we were filming on Fear Factor, and ironically, this was the same time where this fireman was explaining to me what's going to happen in LA. We were filming Fear Factor, and when we were driving back, the entire I watched the guy die. Watched the guy run across the highway and get hit by a car.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I didn't see him get hit by a car, but I saw him.
Jesus
He was, and my producer of the show, apparently saw more. He saw graphic.
Yeah.
People were panicking. There was ash falling from the sky like it was snowing. It was crazy. And everyone's driving, and everyone's got this somber, 50-mile-an-hour driving the entire right side of the highway for an hour.
What?
We were
and you
filming,
can feel that heat, right?
Yeah, we were filming off the 5. So we were way up by, as you're heading towards
Simi Valley and
Bakersfield.
Oh, yeah.
Bakersfield, that. Is that off the 5 or the 10? Whatever the fuck it is. When we were pretty far away, and it was a whole hour driving back where the whole right side of the highway was in flames. Completely engulfed, like a Lord of the Rings movie where you're waiting for Sauron to come riding on an evil horse over the top of it. It was nuts. It was fucking nuts. And you would see fire tornadoes, man. The fire was fucking insane.
There's nothing you can do.
And it's flying through the air, so you worry your car's going to catch fire. One of the things that happens is people get stuck on highways, cars catch fire, and the fire and the winds just roll through the whole highway, and everybody burns alive inside their cars.
What?
Yeah, that happened at, the park camp? What was the big fire?
Oh, that's right.
In Northern California.
Yeah, that city.
A ton of people died in their cars.
Horrifying. I got to tell you, the crazy thing about the Pacific Palisades was that 8 years ago, probably 8, maybe almost 9 years ago, I looked at houses there with my ex-wife, and we came so close to buying a house because it's such a beautiful place. We didn't buy it because it was a little too expensive, to be honest with you. It was like just a little out of our price point. But even for a smaller house, it was expensive, right? But
yeah,
it's beautiful. Maybe the last thing,
it's gorgeous.
The last thing you would ever think, the last thing is that house would burn down if there was a fire hazard, especially down where Gelston's was or the whole town. That dude, when I'm saying the town is gone, the only structure that's standing is that guy Caruso, that mayor, the guy who ran for mayor, who narrowly lost to Karen Bass. He built that mall out of fire retardant material. And that's the only structures that pretty much downtown that in the town of Pacific Palisades. Frank Grillo, our buddy, his old house burned right to the ground. Just done.
Segura's house burnt to the ground.
Everybody's. That didn't Mel Gibson's?
That's super sad.
Yeah, Mel Gibson's
Look
burnt
at
to the
that.
ground
Look
too.
at that, dude.
It's
Look at that.
insane.
Nobody in a million years. I'm telling you, when
That's
you bought a house
so
there, nobody said anything about fire.
crazy.
No one.
That's so. And by the way, fire insurance in LA. Look at that one house, perfect. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, that's crazy.
What's that made out of?
I don't know. It just the wind blew a different direction. Or something.
I don't know, man. I think it's got to be what the house is made of because that wind's blowing everywhere.
No, I don't think any house withstands that kind of fire. I think.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
How do you know? Are you a builder?
I am.
You're not a builder.
That's Brian Callender's. Nah, I don't believe anything can.
Can't you make a house out of all concrete?
It doesn't matter.
How's that one house? Look at that one house. That guy.
That's
should
a question
play
of wind.
the fucking lotto, son.
No, that's wind. Look at that though.
But here's the thing:
Look at that.
you don't want to live there
Dude,
now. If
he's
you're
like,
that
"Yes,
house
my
in the
neighbors
corner
are
and
hating
everything you look at as devastation,
The
you
schools
don't
are
want.
gone.
Right. The schools are gone.
But here's my other thing. Here's the question I have. Okay, so you see that, right? Now, who is going to rebuild there, and who's gonna finance it? Are you
And
going to
then
get?
what kind of insurance?
You're not
going
going
to
to
get.
So are you going to get insurance, or is a bank going to finance that? Would you want to rebuild there when you have to wait for a gas station, for a grocery store? There's nothing there.
Right.
So to me, I don't understand I don't know what happens to that very valuable property.
I don't know what happens to the entire city now because people are looting like fucking crazy. Gigantic groups of 100 men organized are pulling into neighborhoods that are being evacuated, smashing through doors and pulling out TVs. There's film footage of them. There's also a bunch of people that have been caught setting fires.
I think they should be put to death.
One guy got caught setting fires, and he had a UN debit card.
What?
And he had a bunch. I'll send it to Jamie. The guy that got arrested for
somebody
I'll
on
tell
it.
you
I don't know
which
who. Or is it a
which
band?
fire it was, but he got arrested. He had a UN card. I'll tell you exactly.
This kind of tragedy brings out the best in people and the worst in people. The one thing it does in these communities, it brings all these people together.
Mm-hmm.
You know, my buddy started to cry because I was on the phone with him. He lost everything, right? And they're going to come stay with us. And he said, when I was on the phone, these people dropped by and dropped off clothes for them. And he's got a lot of money. And he started to cry, man. He was like, I can't tell you how many people have reached out.
He had 5 cell phones and a United Nations prepaid debit card.
I'm skeptical. Is this
of course you
conspiracy?
You're always skeptical.
Is this
You son of
conspiracy?
a
I just don't
bitch.
want to be played.
No, I think the New York Post did a thing about it.
You know what I mean, though? I don't want to be played.
I don't know,
I don't know
who
what's
Brian
true.
Maybe the
Callen
New York
is,
Post didn't
but I
post
like
that
him.
he had the debit card.
Yeah, I don't know what's
getting
true.
it
Because
from
I'm
the
kind of vain,
Texas
and so far he
Patriot
reminds
Twitter
me of
account.
me.
You see, I told you, I'm already like, I don't know.
Dick said that the New York Post has edited the info out of their article.
Thank you.
Why? Because it's not true.
Spreading rumors, Joe
Texas
Rogan.
Patriot account said that.
Oh, so then,
Look at the
You
comment.
got played.
Maybe not. Maybe the New York Post are a bunch of pussies and a bunch of libtards.
The New York Post is very conservative.
They are kinda, yeah.
But
Listen,
I got to tell you, this is. I do think this is how there's a sea change here. You got to have people with opposing points of view that are pro-business, etc. You have just all progressives in Sacramento and in if you got on the city council. But you know what? Until Angelinos wake up and start voting for intelligent people who are not, forget right or left. How about practical people who understand infrastructure, who
like
put
Rick
infrastructure?
Caruso.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
because
like that guy.
the
Yeah.
roads, I live there, man. The roads, the fucking power line, it's all from 1950s. Okay, so
And it's
let's
all
wake the
above
fuck
ground,
up.
by the way, which is
Correct.
a real problem when the winds start blowing like that.
Correct.
Which is what happened in Maui as well.
Yeah.
If you don't believe in direct energy weapons.
Yes, I forgot about those
Yeah.
from space. I
Yeah.
wonder who's controlling
No,
those.
they're in
The
Antarctica.
Rothschilds.
Antarctica.
Mhm.
Yeah, the Rothschilds. It's just a cabal of Jews.
Yes, the invisible circle of Jews. That's what every conspiracy theory always goes right back to that. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Like, all right.
But,
Jews
you know,
play
the
stupid games.
Mossad and
You
the
know I'm
IDF
Jewish.
and like the
That's
influence
why
on politics
I'm
is well
lame.
established. Like, there's both things.
L'chaim.
It's like, no, it's not the Jews aren't the problem in the whole world. No. And when everything goes sideways, people always do start blaming the Jews.
Always.
Did we ever figure out who said that to us? Was it Jordan? Was it Jordan who started talking, or was it Gad Saad who started talking about it's one of the marks of a collapsing society when they start blaming everything on the Jews?
They blame the Black Plague on it. They're like, you guys cover your wells. My thing about that is whenever people go back to the Jews, I'm always like, yeah. Do you like Hollywood? They invented that.
Yeah.
And
but
improv.
maybe
And
not.
monotheism.
Maybe that's not good. But then also
And stainless steel.
Do they
And
invent
virtual
stainless
reality.
steel?
Yes, and
Well,
virtual reality.
Listen, they
And
have
laser
more. Eastern European Jews have more Nobel Prizes than I think any other ethnic group.
They're incredible.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to.
Incredible group of
And
humans.
let's just talk about art and everything else. Einstein, Freud, just goes on and on. So you're going to have
How many
people,
comics? How many comics are
oh my
Jews?
God.
Jesus
Some of the
Christ.
funniest people of all time.
One of the greatest of all time, Lenny Bruce.
Thank
Jew.
you. Thank
Yeah.
Groundbreakers.
The literal starter of this whole thing.
Groundbreakers.
Yeah.
So I always say that
But
you're going to have very innovative.
Also, probably funding Epstein, but also probably running a gigantic blackmail ring where they have control over all the politicians in the country.
I might be doing that too if my survival depended on it.
Especially if you're smart and you're like really good at chess. Like, I know what to do. These guys like to fuck. Let's set them up. Let's set them up.
What have we ever has there been any? What is with the list? Here's my theory on the Jeffrey Epstein thing. See what you think.
Oh, I'd love to hear this.
Okay. I think that the people are so powerful that I know in certain cases the lawyers go to the lawyers of these powerful people and they go, "How you doing? Now we got some evidence that your client, who's a family man and everything else, was banging girls on Jeffrey's Island.
Get pissed on.
Yeah, whatever it is, bro.
Getting his nuts put in a cinch.
Sure, we got
little kids are shitting in his mouth.
Sure, hey, dude." Hey, hold on. What kind of podcast is this?
Look, they're doing drugs. They're doing drugs. They're taking wild chances.
As I put this shit cigar in my mouth.
These are good cigars.
Mm-hmm. Delicious.
Shout out to Foundation Cigars.
Yeah, it's great. But I think what happened was there was a lot of money, and every one of those fucking people got paid off. I think it just went away because there's money. They came to these really rich people, and they're like, What's your privacy worth? What's your reputation worth? How about 10 million? How about 20?
Well, this is the whole suspicion as to why the guy who was the CEO of Victoria's Secrets gave Jeffrey Epstein a fucking $60 million mansion in Manhattan.
And controlled his whole estate.
Yeah, and then there was the other guy who was some big CEO who gave him $150 million and had to resign.
Yeah.
A bunch of these guys resigned. Money got passed around. And unbelievably, the client list has not been released.
I know.
I mean,
he was very good at laundering money, I guess. And he was also
even though I don't know what he really did. You know, the person do I trust about those things is Eric Weinstein, another Jew.
Yes,
another
Eric.
Brilliant Jew.
I love Eric. One of my favorite people.
He's amazing.
Yep.
But when I talked to him about it, he actually met Jeffrey Epstein, and he said, and Eric is just way too smart.
Yeah.
You know, he's not a guy that you could fool.
Right. He was like, this is a construct.
Right away. That's what he said. He said, this guy's a construct. He said that he had a woman, like a 21-year-old girl that was sitting on his lap, and he kept kind of like nudging his knee up and down to make her tits bounce a little bit. He kept doing that while I was talking to him. He's like, what is this? And he's like, also, this guy does not know what he's talking about when it comes to finances.
Wow.
You know, like Eric's a legitimate genius.
Correct.
You know, a mathematician. You can't lie to him about stuff like that.
I would tell you his theory on what he thinks this whole thing is. This whole, it's a simulation or whatever. You're here. He's because so Newton. There's Newtonian physics, right, which is this matter here, and then there's quantum physics, study of the electron that Einstein was the pioneer of, and blah blah blah. So Einstein was working on what's called the theory of everything, which was the bridge. How do you? Because a lot of times the rules in this ether, in Newtonian, in the world that we live in, are different when it comes to gravity and light than they are on a quantum level. So what is the bridge? How do we bring them together? How do we reconcile both realities?
Right.
So that's the theory of everything. So Eric is obsessed with that and kind of works on that.
But he made his own theory of everything.
Yeah, so his idea is that maybe the singularity is already here, and maybe we're already machines. And we are, so watch this. So we're already machines replicating better machines, better versions of ourselves. And it's kind of interesting because it kind of full dovetails with Buddhism, right? So watch this. I'm going to do an experiment on you that a Buddhist Rinpoche will ask somebody.
Oh,
get into the lotus position. There it is. There it is. Dude, good breathing. Good breathing.
I was watching this guy
Too much yang energy.
doing
Bring more yin in.
DMT breathing today on Instagram. He was explaining how to spike your DMT and communicate with entities, and it was saying how you compress your balls and your asshole and all your sex organs, and then through your abdominals, and you exhale all your breath, and then you breathe like this.
And then you come.
And you get that DMT flow.
Oh, is that what you get?
I don't know.
Doesn't work for me.
It's not working with one.
Did he have a boner when he was telling you?
The thing is, like, most of these things take a long fucking time, and I'm busy.
I'm busy, dude.
I'm busy and I'm easily distracted.
Correct.
I have a lot of ADD.
I'll just lick a toad. All right.
Well, that's like
my
Terrence
buddy
McKenna's
did
whole thing.
that shit. He did. He licked the toad. He did the toad thing.
Dude, the toad licking thing
Call me on
is
the
just
other
a
side.
no-go, flat
All right,
out.
calm down.
But that's 5-methoxy. That's 5-methoxy.
Have you done it?
Methyltryptamine. Yeah, allegedly.
Yeah.
People
The thing
licking
about
toes.
Kundalini
Look at
yoga and all
yourselves.
these different ways where you can achieve those states, like Terrence McKenna had a great line about that. He's like, one time the Buddha came to visit this town, and this monk came to the Buddha, and they said, I have practiced a city of levitation for 10 years, and now I can walk on water. And the Buddha says, yeah, but the ferry's only a nickel. And that was McKenna's conversation.
great.
That was McKenna's take on
So good.
why would you do this
Yeah.
when you could just take psychedelics?
Yeah. That's
Like,
so good.
You don't really have to fucking meditate for 10 years, homie.
Right.
You missed out on a lot of enlightenment while you're staring at a corner of the wall.
Yeah, you hear those guys a lot. That's kind of why, like Zen masters will say, "I have nothing to teach you," because once the part of you. So the idea would be you can't improve yourself. What? Because the part of you that wants to improve yourself is the part that needs improvement. So until you get out of your own way, and you realize that this construct called yourself is an imagined construct. You've invented this. So like Sam Harrison, and he studies the Vedanta, right? So in his book Spirituality Without Religion, he does this experiment, which the Buddhists they'll have you do. They'll say, so you're watching me right now. I'm talking. Now there's this guy named Joe Rogan. Okay, we know Joe Rogan's got. But for a second, try to locate where you really are. In other words, where are you actually listening to me from? Where are you? Where is the seat of your attention? Are you behind your face? Are you here? And if you try to do that, it's kind of impossible to locate where you're hearing me from. There's this sort of echo, this idea that you're
This
not.
is a lot of mental jerking off. I'm right here.
Sir?
I'm looking at you right
Sir?
here. I hear you. You know I know I hear you through my ears because if I plug this one up, it sounds different. And if I plug both of them up, I don't hear you at all.
You're still attached.
I'm assuming the sound's coming in here. I'm right here. I'm talking to you.
You're still attached to your physical
This is
self,
all
sir.
like
You're still
the
attached.
children of rich kids who sit around pondering the
Dude,
universe.
this is Buddhism, man. Come on. You're not even a good student.
They take a backpack and they go on a trek and they stay in hostels because they're amazing.
I turned to the other member. He's not ready yet. He's not ready. We have to break him down further. Yeah.
No, there's something to that. All bullshit aside. Yeah.
It's
There's
a really
something to
it's
where-
a weird
where are you?
exercise. Yeah. Because the idea would be you can observe your brain, so you can observe your thoughts, you can
Yeah.
observe your body, and you can observe your emotions. You can actually step outside and watch that stuff, and they get really good at that. Like they get really good at realizing that you're none of those things. You might be the observer, whoever that is or whatever that is. And that's kind of where that's a kind of an interesting exercise. That's why you see these dudes. Oh, that monk who set himself on fire, right? In 1963.
The Vietnam
right.
photo?
Now David
Yeah.
Halberstam from the New York Times said he didn't make a sound.
Mm-hmm.
They watched him, and they heard the air leave his lungs, and he just fell over.
So did the lady on the subway. She didn't
Is
make
that true?
sound either.
Well, she was also probably asleep or something.
She was until she was lit on fire.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
So I don't know, but the idea
Yeah, I've
would
never
be
seen anybody
he never moved.
burning, covered, engulfed in flames. You might not be able to talk. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but he also didn't move, so he
Yeah,
stayed
oh,
there.
no, it was an incredible
So he
display of
left
will.
his body. He was watching himself. That would be the idea behind it. That's what they would say.
Or he had incredible discipline, and through insane pain, he sat there.
Yeah. Well, have you seen those videos? How about when the Indian Army went up? This is recent.
That is such a fucking crazy
Jamie,
photo.
bring up the
Pull that
Indian
photo-
Army.
Hold on, pull that photo back. Look how insane that photo is. That guy is just sitting there, completely
To
engulfed
protest
in flames.
the way the president of South Vietnam at the time, who was a staunch Roman Catholic, was treating Buddhists, and he said, "Please have some compassion," and lit himself on fire. What a bad motherfucker!
Now, that's a good argument for celibacy, because if that guy's getting a lot of pussy,
Well, that's right,
on fire.
because you're attached to a sensation. So they rid
Looking
themselves
forward
of
to it again.
Yeah.
For
I have a long
titties
way
in
to
your mouth.
if you burn me with this cigar, I'd be like, "Fuck it," you know. I can't do that.
Playoffs. We're talking about playoffs? You bet we are. Get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Scoring touchdowns is key to winning the playoffs, and you can score big by betting on them at DraftKings, the #1 place to bet touchdowns. Ready to place your bet? Try betting on something simple like a player to score 6. Go to DraftKings Sportsbook app and make your pick. New DraftKings customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code ROGAN. That's code ROGAN for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas. 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Yeah, I think all those things are tools to try to break out of the ego, right? It's all the problem that most people have. They think about themselves all the time. And the worst version of it is extreme narcissism, sociopathy. And then the best people are the people that think about others more than they think about themselves. Those are the people that we admire the most, the people that genuinely think about other people. That's right. A lot. I think one thing that I really genuinely do try to do is I try to not think about myself. Yeah. I think about things that I must do. I do think about things that I don't like that I did. Like, I don't like how I handled that conversation. Maybe I was coming in a little hot. Maybe I was coming in at a 5 and I should have been at a 2. And maybe the reason why it became a contentious argument was my fault. Yeah. And I'm so much better at that than I was when I was younger. Mm-hmm. At I can have a conversation with someone that I vehemently disagree with and keep it very civil.
Yeah, when we were younger, both you and I, we'd start shouting our opinion.
Yeah.
It's about winning.
Also, we were all retarded. Yeah. And we were young and stupid, and we had bad role models. There's a lot of things going on there. Worst. And men would shut the fuck up. Men would talk like men. And I grew up essentially feral. I didn't have any normal structure.
I feel like I did a little bit too.
Well, you certainly did. You traveled all over the country, all over the world. You were in a boarding school when you were in high school. It's like
13. Yeah.
Like we talked. I remember talking to you about your life story. I'm like, it's amazing you're not more fucked up. You should be really fucked up.
My aunt and uncle said. They go, we just can't believe you're not in jail or fucking on drugs or that.
Well, you became the best thing for someone who's fucked up, which is a comedian. Yeah. Right.
My parents were awesome though. They loved the shit out of me.
Yeah,
so that was a huge part.
They're not. Look, it could have. My parents are nice too. It could have definitely been way worse. It's not their fault. They had a child in 1967. That's right. And everybody was retarded back then. That's right. And their parents went through the fucking depression. Yeah. So everybody was it was a vile time. Yeah. With so many different aspects of our society, with violence and crime, and it was, no one knew what the fuck was going on. They had just killed Kennedy. It was it wasn't a time.
World War II was fresh, true destruction.
Vietnam was ongoing.
Yeah.
Right. So it was a time of great confusion. And I don't think you could ever compare. It's like we go back and we think about things that happened in the year 1200, the barbaric conquests of cities and sacking of countries by the Mongols and all this crazy stuff. It's a different time. It's a different time. There's different people in a different time. Our parents grew up in a different time. We are growing up in the most strange time because this is coming out of this barbaric sort of primal history and recognizing in some strange way that we're more connected than ever before. And the electronics are bringing us connected, but also disconnecting us at the same time. Mm-hmm. So it's this bizarre struggle for interhuman communication and personal communication and learning how to in exchange ideas with people and talk to people in a civil way while you're also you're more informed than ever before, more informed on human behavior patterns and psychology. We're seeing it play out right before our eyes, where you've said You got a total polar shift of some of the key tenets of the left and the right, where the left is all for a war, the left is for censorship, the left is for whatever pharmaceutical drugs they're trying to push.
Top-down authority.
It's crazy. And
fidelity to authority, too.
Yeah.
Like just blind fidelity.
Blind fidelity.
And also,
to
the
authority.
left has also become very good at destruction in a lot of ways. I'm not saying the right doesn't have its problems, but the left has become, like you and I were talking about this, like if you disagree with the left, they will come after everything. The right kind of goes, you're an idiot, and they'll make fun of you and do a meme about you.
Yeah.
But the left, and that's what I call the make or break machine. If you look at, and this is one of the things I talk about with my specialists, it just, you take Caitlyn Jenner, who came out, Bruce Jenner has an operation for eight hours, comes is Caitlyn Jenner. Well, a minute later,
8 hours?
It was an 8 hour, the first one was about 8 hours.
On the face?
On the face. Did a great job, by the way. By the way, how about this? Can I just say this? Like,
don't say you'd fuck her.
No, take it easy. But I'm just saying.
Don't say it.
I'm just saying.
You're thinking of saying it.
How about a little something for the surgeon? He should have won Artist of the Year. Bruce Jenner, 65-year-old man, looked like a 45-year-old woman. Came out of it. But a minute later, won Woman of the Year. All right, dude. Listen, we all have our taste, okay? I'm sorry.
I like 45-year-old ladies. That's why I'm looking at you this way. I like me a hot 45-year-old lady.
I'm saying my makeup on Glamour magazine looked very good.
Like a well-kept 40s lady, goes to the gym, does squats,
That's what I'm
looking
talking
good.
about.
Yeah.
A real athlete.
Hanging on because she wants to hang on.
Every
You know
bit of
what I'm saying?
6'2", maybe 6'3".
When you're 23, you don't even have to hang on. You're just there. You're perfect.
That's why I don't take any advice on health from 26-year-olds.
Yeah,
Should I
shut
eat
your
more berries? Shut the fuck
fucking
up.
mouth.
Yeah.
Shut your fucking mouth.
Come get into my body for a
Get
second.
your hydrogen water. You shut your fucking
Yeah,
mouth.
fuck off. I gotta warm my feet
You're
up in the morning.
24 years old.
Exactly.
You were just born.
Do
You
you
were
have
just
this-
born a matter of months ago.
Correct.
Shut your dirty mouth.
Correct. I'm calcifying, motherfucker. And none of your shit's gonna help my calcification. I'm dying.
I have arthritis.
So do I.
Yeah.
So do I. I gotta warm my feet up
Sure.
before I get out of the car. Okay. I have a whole thing about that. But that's the reality of getting older.
Well, you're gonna be beat up, especially if you work out a lot.
Yeah.
There's just no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Yeah.
Shout out to Wasted Well for keeping me glued together, though.
He has to warm his feet up before he gets out of the car.
Well, and get some peptides and all this. I was talking to Zuckerberg yesterday. And he got his knee reconstructed. I said, "Did you get on any peptides?" They said, "No." I go, "Do you hate healing?"
He looks great. By
He
the way.
does. Looks good. He's got a thick neck now.
I know. He's got a thick neck. He's got a perm.
Yeah.
He's actually handsome. He's wearing a jewel. He wears jewelry.
Very expensive watch.
He looks
I looked
great.
at his watch. I was like, "That's pricing."
How much was it?
I don't know. I'm not a real watch head.
He doesn't look at prices, sir.
Oh, he doesn't have to. No.
Everything's free.
It's like, "I'll take one of those, please."
Yeah. I'm just
Smiles.
Yeah.
Thanks for your data. Smiles.
I'm in the
I like
data.
him.
I'm in the
though. I
data.
like him a lot.
I do too.
I really do.
I don't
I've
know
hung
him,
out
but-
with him. I've talked to him quite a few times. He's a good dude. He's a good dude with a very weird job. Being in control of, what did he say it was? 3 billion people use?
Well, I was telling
3.2
you this.
billion fucking people use Facebook.
I was telling you this the other day. I think his political transformation is interesting because now there's a cynical view.
It's
right?
from jujitsu.
I agree. When you do MMA and you're around other men and your testosterone goes up, you start to feel your body. You put your hands on the world. You're gonna have a different perspective. For real, it's gonna change. They have done studies, I believe, Jamie. You can look this up. Where when they raise a man's testosterone, he becomes more conservative, more
100%.
right wing.
Yes. Yeah. But listen, man, and it's also a nice lesson to all those nerds out there that think they can never be a beast. It's not true.
Mm-hmm.
It's not true. You don't have to hate people that are like physically competent and
Come join the party.
formidable. You can be one of them.
Yeah.
And I always bring up Mikey Musumeci just because he's awesome and he's a brilliant guy who's like wears his thick glasses, he's always smiling, and he can fucking kill everybody in the room.
Correct.
And like Zuckerberg's on his way to becoming that.
Yeah.
And he was, if you go back just a few years ago,
He's a
he's like
fencer.
this nerdy guy.
Yeah.
Who was like really smart but not really physical.
Well,
And
he
now
spent his whole life up here. Now
Yes.
he's down here.
Well, he's talking about it. He was talking about it on the podcast yesterday that he loves training because it gives him a chance to express this side that has been demonized in our culture.
Yeah.
His
His voice sounds different even.
Yeah, he's becoming a man.
Well, fucking bro, men are raised by women in our schools and stuff, and because of this, probably the past 30 years, masculinity was always considered was they were taught it's a liability. Your
It's also the
aggression, your
corporate
competitiveness,
environments.
all that stuff. Sorry.
Corporate environments, which have really like put the brakes on masculine behavior. And we talked about that yesterday too. That like that's actually in some ways a good thing because it gives women this opportunity to excel as well.
Yeah.
They shouldn't have to like become a man in order to get. They shouldn't have that sexist perspective imposed upon them. And so, but it's like everything else. It's like an overcorrection.
Yeah.
Like you have things go completely this way and then they come back. Like woke. Like the woke ideology. It went so far right or so far left. Now it's kind of swinging back.
Well, the woke
right.
ideology has a major problem, which was it was reductive, right? It would reduce a complicated world to a binary world, which is ironic, by the way. But it would say, I can solve all this. There are oppressors and oppressed. There's power and powerless, black and white. And
Also, there's
that's
no
all
forgiveness.
It was zero forgiveness.
Zero forgiveness.
Don't apologize. They'll really crucify you.
And you can't. There's no retribution. There's no way to come back.
But my 13-year-old son, you can see these kids now, 13. Don't start talking to him about this shit because these kids are like, they figured it out at 13. I'm telling you. My son was like, I don't like this shit. I want to do jujitsu and wrestle all the time. Fuck off.
Also, podcasts.
Correct.
Yeah. They get to hear actual men who've made it through the maze and aren't a bitch.
Yeah.
And they go, hey, wait a minute. That guy seems really nice and having fun.
Confident.
And he's an actual man.
Yeah.
Like there's real men out
He
there.
does shit that's fun too.
Yes,
It's good
fun.
stuff. Good stuff.
Has a good time.
Yeah.
That's the point. Stop crying all the time. Well, why are we fucking
oversharing?
Yeah. Why are we promoting and propping up people who fucking cry all the time? Listen, I cry. I cry if I'm happy. I cry if I'm sad. I cry when I think about my dogs that have died.
I have a whole joke about that. It's like there are a couple things. My whole joke is this: I can't call my friends. I had this joke. I was like, if I call my friends and I'm like, I'm sad, my friends can go, you got the wrong number, pussy. And it's like, Joe Rogan, that's a mean way to talk to me, But it's true. I remember one time I called you, and this is fucking great. I called you, and I remember my audition went bad, and it was like the third. I would get right there. I was about to. And back then, remember, if you got a TV show, your money problems were gone for a while.
Oh yeah.
All I thought about was I get to drink great wine and buy a fucking house and take it away, right?
Thinking of a nice
Remember
car.
that? And I fucking called you, and I go like this. I go, fuck, dude, I don't know. I was good. He goes, you can't be good. You got to be great. I go, I know. I don't know. I don't know. I can't figure it out. And I was bummed, right? And I was basically saying I'm sad. And you fucking go, yeah. And he goes, what do you want to do tonight? I go, I don't know. I just live down. He goes, hey, you'll be all right. Let's just fucking go out and eat and do something. You'll figure it out. And fucking relax. Don't get all like mopey about this shit. I was like, okay. And that was it.
A lot of people get mopey, man.
Yeah.
I had a lot of friends that got super mopey when they didn't get things. So think about the audition process. And I've always talked about this. This is a part of the whole problem with the entire psychology of Los Angeles. Because a giant percentage of people at least had somewhere in the back of their head some sort of an aspiration to try to get famous.
Yeah.
So you move there, you have already an exorbitant need for attention because there's some hole in your past that you're trying to fill up with. I want to be a star.
Yes.
And I want to be so. And then you're going somewhere. So this need for acceptance, and then you're going somewhere where people judge you. And most of the time judge you poorly. Yeah. Most of the time they don't like you. Mm-hmm. So most things you audition for you don't get. And if you get one, oh my God, now I'm in. And so now these manipulative people that are in charge of casting you, they can essentially mold your personality based on what they want. If they want a left-wing personality, if they want you to be pro-Kamala, we need a black woman president. They want you to say all that. I took my 8th booster this morning. Like, I believe it's science, love is love. Like, they'll turn you into that fucking thing.
Yes.
They'll turn you into that thing because the entire place is about the golden ticket. Everybody wants the golden ticket. I was so lucky because I never had any aspirations about acting. I had zero.
I remember you called me. Let me
tell you the whole story behind it. When MTV, when I did the half-hour comedy hour, and then I got a development deal to do a sitcom, I had never taken a single acting class. And all of a sudden, I have this development deal. And I'm over there, and when the show that I was on got canceled, I was ready to go back to New York to be a comic again. I was like, fuck this place. But I had a lease. I had a lease on an apartment for a year. I'm like, fuck, right? So I was stuck in this. I couldn't afford to not be in this because now I wasn't getting $20,000 a week anymore.
Yeah.
Like whatever the fuck I was getting. I was like, holy shit. And I was ready to leave. And so then I get another development deal. And then I auditioned for the second show I ever do. I only had 2 auditions ever. Hardball and News Radio. And I'm on 2 TV shows. I'm like, this is crazy.
Yep.
And so I never went through that whole thing. I never went through that whole this could change my life. My life was already changed. None of it made any sense to me. I was making all this money. I had a Toyota Supra Turbo. I was like, this is.
Remember you bought that Acura, the new Acura?
The NSX.
Yeah, dude.
I loved it.
You used to pick me up in that shit.
It was like a little jet fighter car. I loved it. But it was just like, for me, it was all gravy. So I was watching everybody scramble for this thing, and I was examining the psychology of it and how it affects everything. Because when people didn't get auditions, when they went on auditions and you went out to dinner with them that night, they were so depressed.
That would be me.
Oh, you all
Years.
the time. You all the time. You wanted it so bad. I remember we
I
were
didn't
at the
think there was
Comedy
any
Store
other
one
options.
night, and I remember telling you, like, why don't you just do stand-up? Why don't you just throw yourself into stand-up?
Yeah.
Like, you're so funny, dude. You're so good on stage. But when you get up there, sometimes you're just like, I feel like you're auditioning for a show.
Yeah.
That's what I felt like you were doing when you were doing stand-up.
Yeah.
Like, you didn't want to be crazy. But then off stage, you would say you'd say silly things. You'd be like much more vulnerable and ridiculous.
Yeah.
And that was the funny Brian Callen. Like, just throw yourself into
You
this
remember
thing.
when I was doing that? I finally got my own show. I'm doing those shows. I was like, hey, fucking dude, I don't like this. I want to do stand up now.
Yeah.
Now I told you, the cool thing about being 57, I'm enjoying stand up more now than I ever have.
Well, you're smarter now.
Yeah.
And Don Herrera said this to me years ago. He's like, Joe, he was like in his 60s at the time. It's like, Joe, I've never been sharper than ever. You just keep doing it and you keep getting better. We're so lucky we're comics. We're so lucky. And he was better in his 60s than he was in his. He was always great. He's
in
always
60s, hilarious.
I paid to see Don Herrera before I ever did stand-up comedy.
Don was the best comedy. So did I.
Did
First,
you?
I was in college, and I was at the Improv in New York, and my father took me we sat there and watched Don Herrera. Now, I remember that's why when I come off stage at the Laugh Factory, and I was still a little in awe of Dom, and Dom goes, Brian, come over here. And I was like, oh, maybe he's going to give me some pointers, And I go, he goes, you know what I love about your act? I go, what? And he goes, you don't go for the laughs.
Dom's the best at that. The subtle diss, the comedy diss. I became friends with Dom. Well, I think I'd actually done an open mic night or 2 before I met him. But or before I was paid to see him, rather. But then, not that long afterwards. So this is like 4 years later, like 92. I was working with him in Montreal. We did the.
That's intimidating.
Yeah, it wasn't though. He was super cool.
Yeah.
Maybe it was a year after.
He's a real comic, man.
Real comic. So maybe it was 93. So maybe it was like 5 years later. So I'm like real raw in comedy. But I had my feet under me at that point in time where I had some material that could kill. Like I wasn't a really good comic, but I had a few jokes, especially sex jokes, that were bangers. They were bangers. And so we did Montreal together. And then I was in Amsterdam Billiards. This is in my almost became a professional pool player stage. Like if pool was a real career like golf, I would have become a pool player. Yeah. I just loved it. I love the pool.
You're lucky you can get into golf.
I'm so lucky. Terrified.
You're fucking crazy.
But I love the pool players. I love the hang. They were just so different. They were outcasts and they were loose and fun. And we said ridiculous shit to each other and everybody was laughing all the time. It was always fun. And I was playing pool every night. And so I had a gig, and before the gig, I think, or maybe after the gig, I went to Amsterdam. And Don Herrera pulls up, and he's got his own cue. And I was like, Don, you play pool? He's like, yeah, you play pool? I go, I fucking love pool. I go, let's play some pool. And he was good.
Wow.
We were playing straight pool, which is like the type of pool they played in the movie The Hustler. Very rarely played in America anymore. It's an amazing game. You play with a stack of 15 balls, and you knock off one. The first break is like a safe break, and everybody moves balls around until someone makes a mistake and leaves an opening, and that guy smashes into the balls, and then you run as many balls as you can in order. So it's called 14 and 1.
So it doesn't matter if it's solids.
It doesn't matter. You leave 14 balls on the table, and the one ball, like you leave a break ball, and then you wrap the other 14. And so You shoot the break ball in. The idea is to collide your cue ball into the stack and keep running. So let me give a shout out to Jason Shaw, because Jason Shaw, who's one of the best pool players on earth, one of the greatest of all time, he just broke the world record in straight pool this week. And
Wow.
I think he ran 839 balls. Jason with a Y, J-A-Y.
So he
dude from
made
Scotland.
839
in a row. Fuck. Yeah. He's trying to get to 1,000.
That's insane.
So he got 832. 832. So the record before was set by Willie Mosconi in like the 60s, and it was on an 8-foot table with big pockets. That was like 500 and something balls. So he beat that. He ran 714 balls. So that was the previous world record he also owned. And then he just ran 832 balls. When I tell you like the concentration involved in doing that, because you're talking about hours of play. I mean, I don't know how many racks of 15 balls is 832. Someone do the math.
I think when you get that good at anything, you learn everything about life. Like
He's a wizard.
and about yourself.
He is a wizard.
Yeah, but I'm saying when you master something like that, I'm
Yeah.
not saying your marriage is going to be great. I'm saying when you master something like that, it's a very good way to really get to know yourself.
Here's how great professional pool is right now. He doesn't even win most tournaments. That's yep.
Is there a nationality that dominates?
No. Filipinos are among the highest level on earth.
Why? Do you know?
Well, because the GIs went there in the 1950s and they brought pool. And Filipinos.
But perhaps an entire battalion of Spanish regulars, too. However, that was the best option they had. So Captain Bradley ordered the men to disembark and prepare for a hike. They were observed by the Spanish lookouts. There was no hope of pulling this off in total secret, so they raised their banners and they beat their drums and they made for the jungle. Once under the canopy, however, the buccaneers fell silent. The Spanish knew that they were somewhere out in that dense mire of trees and brush and vines, but not exactly where, and not where they would emerge. They weren't particularly worried, however. The castle's commander, Don Pedro de Lizardo, wrote to President Guzman, quote, "Although 6,000 men should come against them, he should be able to secure himself and destroy them." End quote. For Bradley and his men, they had a long day of hiking up the mountainside, slicing a path through the undergrowth and hauling up all of their arms and ammunition. But they did have guides there that could show them the way. Unfortunately, those guides weren't very good at their job. They brought the company out of the jungle in a clearing that was in full view of the fortress walls and within firing range. When the English stumbled out of the jungle and blinked at the full light of the sun, a storm of musket shot rained down on them. They lost several men before rallying and retreating back into the trees for cover. Now that they knew just where the castle was, they could plan out an attack properly. That 30-foot deep ravine still lay around the castle wall, dug right up to the base of the castle, and then beyond that, there was a cleared grassland leading all the way to the tree line. For the pirates to reach San Lorenzo Castle, they would have to pass through this shooting gallery to attack, but really there was nothing for it. The men readied their weapons and then exploded out of the tree line. Hundreds of buccaneers made for the fort, screaming and firing their muskets at the Spanish defenders. Dozens of men fell in the first volley, but most made it to the ravine. Then came a second round of shots, and still more men fell. Then some men broke legs or ankles when they dove down through the steep dirt walls into the ravine. When the rest of the men reached the bottom of the ravine, they faced before them a 30-foot climb, carrying, at the time, lit matches in their teeth with grenades and fire pots on their belts, all with the Spanish musket fire and even arrows now falling upon them. Amazingly, some men actually made it to the base of the castle and to light their fire pots. Now their plan was clear to the Spanish. They planned to light the wooden palisade walls on fire and let them burn away through. Now they managed to start a few fires, but they failed to truly catch. The walls stood strong, and the men retreated back through the ravine and across the grass with the Spanish firing at them all the while. As they ran, a man atop the walls yelled at them, "Vengan los demás perros ingleses, enemigos de los dios y del rey. Vos no habéis de ir a Panama." Or, in English, "Let the others come too, English dogs, enemies of God and the King, you shall not get to Panama." What happened next was, well, most historians choose to quote Exquemelin here because what he records in his account is nearly impossible to credit. He tells us that another attempt was made to storm the walls, this time going even worse than the first. All hope seemed lost to the buccaneers. An arrow fell, hitting a buccaneer in the chest. He fell to the ground, but he pulled the arrow from his breast. Ripping a length of cotton from his shirt, he wrapped it around the arrowhead. He loaded this missile in the muzzle of his musket and fired. The cotton that he had wrapped around the arrowhead caught fire, and a flaming arrow sailed over the castle walls, setting fire to the wooden structures beyond. His companions saw this act of daring do and made to do the same. They would collect Spanish arrows on the ground and then fire them over the walls. Somehow, whether or not this actually happened, a store of gunpowder did catch flame within the walls, and suddenly a mighty explosion rocked the fortress. In several places, the walls started burning from the inside, but the Spanish had little time to put them out. You see, the wall in the explosion had fallen in a key position, and the pirates swarmed that hole. The history of buccaneers' raids in the West Indies are full of accounts of Spanish surrender, attempting to salvage what little they could, but not at San Lorenzo. These weren't the farmers and fishermen that usually made up the militia. These were Spanish regulars, soldiers prepared to defend their castle to the death. Now, at this point, ammunition was running low on both sides, so the battle at the breach turned into a true melee. There was a line of stout pikes waiting beyond the walls for the English, with ranks of bowmen behind. The first wave of pirates through the breach fell to a hail of arrows, and the second. The third was skewered on a foot of steel handled by Spanish pikemen. But more and more buccaneers followed through like a flood, and soon it fell to swords. English cutlasses met good Spanish steel, and men fought on doggedly, pushing back in between the houses. In the accounts that followed, the English talk time and time again of the bravery and the valor of these Spanish defenders, men who fought on despite bleeding from half a dozen or more cuts. But in time, it became clear that Fort San Lorenzo was lost. Despite that, though, the Spanish refused to compromise their honor. A small contingent of men was ordered to leave the fighting and carry word south to Venta de Cruces and then on to Panama, to let their superiors know that the fort was lost and that the pirates planned to use the river. To cover their going, the Spanish fought on. They refused quarter and would give ground only with an almost unbelievable loss of life. Even so, their battle soon became hopeless. Bowmen and musketeers on the Spanish side threw themselves from the palisade walls onto the rocks of the ravines some 50 or 60 feet below rather than surrender to the English. The buccaneers, after they had very clearly won, hunted down every enemy soldier they could find in the castle. They found them hiding in storehouses, barricaded in arms depots, and even, reportedly, hiding under their beds. These men had refused quarter when offered by the pirates, and they would receive none. When only the commander and a handful of troops remained, the English rolled 2 cannon up to the stout door that they had barricaded themselves behind. But before they could be employed, a sharp-eyed buccaneer caught sight of Don Pedro de Lizardo and shot him between the eyes. At last, San Lorenzo Castle was in the hands of the buccaneers. Now, in the battle itself, the English lost only 30 men dead, with 76 wounded, seriously enough to warrant a mention. Many of those lost limbs or eyes. More still died from their injuries in the following days, from infection or loss of blood. Captain Bradley, who was among the wounded, wound up dying in those following days. The Spanish, on the other hand, lost every soldier, save for a few who defected, who ran away, and those few that were sent with word of the defeat. Those few went to see the man who was now in charge of the defense of Panama. Francisco Gonzalez Salado was chosen personally by President Guzman to oversee the defense of the isthmus, and now that San Lorenzo had fallen, he sent orders to his men waiting all throughout the jungle. His trained soldiers, his best men, were all recalled to Panama to defend the city and her treasure, but Salado had made arrangements to secure the road to the city as well. He'd recruited all of those natives and African slaves wherever he could. He'd hired mercenaries and even offered pardon to every prisoner in a cell on the isthmus. This was not an army. This was a poorly trained and poorly armed ragtag group of who were really no more than guerrilla fighters all along the river. Their job was to wait on Captain Morgan and his men, to ambush them, and then to slip back into the jungle, make their way to the next ambush point, and attack again. These men moved to their appointed positions all along the river. They built some new defenses, reinforced those already in place, and set to wait for him and Morgan. As for Morgan himself, he sailed on San Lorenzo. His coming was somewhat less glorious than Bradley's had been. When he saw the English flag flying over the fort, he made right for the harbor and ran his ship aground on the reef that served as a natural defense for the harbor. The other ships, which were captained by more experienced seamen, sailed around the reef and sent boats out to ferry men and provisions from Morgan's ship to the castle. When they arrived, the men all set about feasting and drinking to their success. Then they set about preparing to move. 300 men more were to stay behind and defend San Lorenzo. Their ships were all anchored in the harbor and would be easily defended. They would need the safety of the guns to ensure that the Spanish didn't retake the castle and cut off their escape. When his business in Panama was done, he could trust that San Lorenzo would stand and his ships would be waiting to carry them back to Providence and then on to Jamaica. The rest of the buccaneers, some 1,200 men, prepared to leave. The plan was to take their canoes and small river craft down the Rio Chagres to Venta de Cruces, where they would disembark and take the road to Panama. Then they were to carry all of the arms and ammunition that they might need to take Panama itself. This was quite a load for the soldiers to carry, with no mules or pack horses, so Morgan ordered that they not carry any food with them. You see, the road to Panama, the river, and the road past Venta de Cruces was littered with villages and plantations, which Morgan planned to attack along the way. He knew that they would have enough cattle and maize and hopefully some wine to keep all of his men well fed. It would allow them to move as quickly and lightly as possible. So the fleet of canoes and small riverboats was packed full of hardened soldiers. Some of the vessels were so packed, in fact, that men actually had to hang off the sides to stay on the craft as they made their way down the river. Unfortunately, the river was shallow this time of year, so shallow that there were actually exposed roots from the riverside trees and an expanse of mud on either side of the river. That didn't mean, though, that the banks didn't still harbor dangers like the snakes and the caimans and, of course, the men who were waiting for them. Their first planned stop, the place that they planned to stop at the end of their first day, was a plantation called De los Bracos. Now, Morgan's plan was to rest his men after a hard day of rowing and then head inland to find some food. What he didn't know, again, knowledge is the problem here, was that the Spanish had a squad of men laying in wait. These men, these guerrillas, huddled in the brush, their eyes watching for the buccaneers and their fingers on their triggers. The first canoe passed, filled with hard-eyed, heavily armed men. Then another passed. Then more. Riverboats, too, filled with yet more dangerous men. As the Spanish defenders looked downriver, they couldn't see an end to the column of buccaneer vessels. The messengers that had come from San Lorenzo reported a force of 400 men taking the castle, with many still wounded or killed in the fighting, so, 350 men? But this force was much larger, hundreds and hundreds of men more, a seemingly endless line of the most deadly men in the West Indies. These guerrillas, lying in wait with their fingers on the trigger, held back. The pirates finally called a halt and rode for land. They climbed out of their canoes and they stretched their legs. Some men even sat down and lit pipes. Others lay back and closed their eyes. If there was a perfect time to attack, it was now. And yet, once they pulled the trigger, they might kill, 50 men? There had to be hundreds and hundreds of these Lutheran corsairs wide awake, waiting to fire back. The guerrillas had no chance of victory, or probably even of escape against such overwhelming odds. As the pirates snored, the guerrillas melted away into the mountains of Panama. The fear of death certainly held them back. These men were unwilling to die just to inconvenience the buccaneers, but there's something more here. If the buccaneers had come to conquer Panama, to enslave her people and to take their land, maybe these men would be willing to die in defense of their home. But conquest wasn't Morgan's goal. They would come in, they would kill soldiers, do some villainy in the city, then take all of the gold they could find and leave. All of the king's gold they could find. Why risk your own neck only to defend a pile of treasure that you'll never see a peso of yourself? Much better to let them pass, find a place to hide up in the mountains, and wait until all of this fighting is done.
This episode is brought to you by State Farm. You might say all kinds of stuff when things go wrong, but these are the words you really need to remember. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. They've got options to fit your unique insurance needs, meaning you can talk to your agent to choose the coverage you need, have coverage options to protect the things you value most, file a claim right on the State Farm mobile app, and even reach a real person when you need to talk to someone. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Did you know using your browser in incognito mode doesn't actually protect your privacy? Take back your privacy with IPVanish VPN. Just one tap and all your data, passwords, communications, browsing history, and more will be instantly protected. IPVanish makes you virtually invisible online. Use IPVanish on all your devices, anytime you go online at home and especially on public Wi-Fi. Get IPVanish now for 70% off a yearly plan with this exclusive offer at ipvanish.com/audio.
When Don Pedro Lizardo heard about this, and heard about the men who failed to even try taking back San Lorenzo on that same day, he was understandably furious. He needed Morgan's numbers to be culled if he had any hope of success of defending the city. But these men were just unwilling to sacrifice themselves to defend what? A bunch of the king's gold? Lizardo did have another tactic in hand, though, one that would, in the end, prove very successful. When Morgan roused his men, none the wiser to the musket fire they'd just escaped, they marched on to the Plantation de los Bracos, and they found it completely abandoned. The manor, the outbuildings, the slave quarters, all empty. Not a soul to be seen anywhere. This meant no soldiers, so it should have been good news, but the Spanish had taken every scrap of food with them. Not a jug of wine or crumb of bread remained. They searched every inch of the compound, to no avail. When the men returned to the boats and made their camp, they did so that night with empty bellies. The second day of the journey was no better. Soon after setting out, it became clear that the river was too low to easily navigate, even in their small river craft. So they rode to the village of Cruz de Juan Gallego, where Morgan had planned to spend the night. From there, he decided to take his army cross-country through the jungle. He ordered 160 men to stay behind and watch the boats left in the river while the rest of the party trekked into the village. Once again, though, they found the settlement deserted, with no food left behind. The men grumbled and made up their blankets and attempted to catch what sleep they could. Come morning, they set to cutting a path through the jungle with still empty bellies. The guides that they had recruited back at Providence Island assured the men that it would be less difficult cutting through the jungle than taking the river. It wasn't. After a few hours of hacking through the brush with very little progress made, the men returned to the boats, where they made camp, once again, without eating. On the morning of the fourth day, the men actually set out behind where they had started on the third, and the men began to grumble. They were tired of lifting the boats through the many shallows. They were tired of rowing all day with no food in their bellies. So Morgan decided to split the force in two, half hiking overland and half rowing the boats. After a few hours, the guides pointed out that there was an ambush in the jungle before them. The Spanish would be expecting them to come by river, so the men that were hiking could come upon this ambush unaware. The men pulled out their muskets, made sure their powder was dry, and prepared to attack. They stormed in, guns raised and screaming, only to find the place empty. So recently deserted, in fact, that they could smell the meat that had been roasted on the still smoldering cook fires. But they had left no food behind. There were only a few leather bags strewn around the camp. The men, though, with hunger gnawing at them now, cleaned the fur from the leather, proceeded to boil it, dry it, and then eat it in strips. And those were only a few bags to feed more than 1,000 men. Picture going hungry for days, and then eating no more than one small piece of nutritionless jerky made out of cow skin. Come the fifth day, the men came upon yet another abandoned village. No Indians, no Spanish, no food. Rather than march on, the men decided to search. They searched the entire property for hours, tearing apart every house, every outbuilding, tearing apart every structure they could find. They were repaid for their long search. In a small hollow recently carved into a rock, they found, quote, 2 sacks of meal, wheat, and like things, with 2 great jars of wine, and certain fruits called platanos, end quote. The food was parceled out almost immediately. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to feed all of the men, so Morgan ordered it given to the men who were growing too weak to even walk. The rest had to stay hungry. But then on the 6th day, finally, fortune struck. The men came across another abandoned farm, but this time they found a barn full of maize. The men swarmed over the barn, eating the grain just raw. That's raw kernels of corn. Uncooked, just chewed and eaten. But to the men, it was a feast. All that this food really did, though, was give the men an opportunity to consider mutiny and returning to the boats. Morgan, they said, some of them, had led them astray, potentially into disaster. But still, they decided against it, at least for the time being. The lure of plunder was just too great. Then, on the morning of day 7, they finally came upon Venta de Cruz, the crossroads of Panama. Sir Francis Drake had stood here in this fly-speck of a village just before taking the greatest prize in the history of piracy in the West Indies. Morgan, though, if he was successful, would match his forebear and perhaps even eclipse him. The import of this wasn't lost on Morgan, but his men weren't concerned with things like that. They'd found loaves of baked bread in one of the houses and jug after jug of good Peruvian wine. So the men gorged themselves, drinking and feasting as late as they could. Many wound up becoming sick due to drinking so much after days of want. Morgan, and Esquemelan as well, knew the real reason, but they told these men that it was some sort of Spanish treachery. After all, they would be marching in more or less open country now, south to Panama. The guerrillas that had been sent to ambush them had all fled, but the Spanish army was waiting. From Venta de Cruces, a road led straight through some mountains to Panama. It was a narrow path with steep, heavily forested mountains on either side, rising very close to the road. But the buccaneers set fire to Venta de Cruces and set to march south. Now here, they finally met the first real resistance force in San Lorenzo. Exquemelin tells us that from the trees, unseen archers sent 3,000 or 4,000 arrows sailing down to meet the buccaneers. Now, we know today that it was probably no more than 300, but these were the native Panamanians, and they shot well. The first few volleys fell quickly, in quick succession, and they hit the tightly packed, unarmored Englishmen. In a path that could hold no more than 6 or 7 men abreast, you didn't need to be a very good shot to hit someone, but the Indians were good shots. When Morgan managed to rally his men, they returned fire, and this ambush melted away. They'd never even seen one of the natives, but the arrows stopped falling. Only a few miles later, though, the arrows began to fall again. This time, the buccaneers were ready, and they returned fire more quickly, but that first volley still took its toll. The men marched now in a proper file, with guns at the ready and eyes watching the trees as closely as possible. They sent out scouts and a vanguard to keep watch for any movement from the trees, and there wasn't another ambush for a while. However, near the end of the mountain path, the buccaneers encountered not just an ambush, but a stout resistance. The arrows began to fall, but when the buccaneers returned fire, the ambush didn't melt away. The natives stood their ground and really fought. Morgan lost more than a few men, and the English remarked on the bravery and the nobility of what they called savages. They compared it to a battle of old, fighting to the last, never surrendering, asking no quarter. Near the end of the fighting, the leader of the native force fell to a musket shot, but he still pulled himself up, and he thrust his spear through the breast of one of the men who had shot him. Only then did a flurry of shot take him down, and these native defenders of Panama finally retreat. This had been bloody fighting on both sides, and Morgan's men didn't walk away from it unscathed, but they licked their wounds, and they made their way onto the plain of Panama. There is a report of a cry coming from the tree line as they make their way onto the plain. Quote, "Ha! To the plain, ye cuckolds, ye English dogs!" End quote. At least that's what Exquemelin and his English publishers recorded. I imagine that the native Panamanians didn't actually call the English ye cuckolds, but if they did say anything, what it was probably unprintable. But then, all of a sudden, the men were free, out of the mountains and overlooking the plain leading down to the city. What they saw there must have looked something like heaven. It was a gently sloping grassland with the Pacific Ocean in the far distance, and there, on the shoreline, Panama. Even more enticing than this pastoral picture were the herds of cattle idly grazing all across the plain. Imagine 1,200 men. Then, imagine them close to starving, and many of them fresh from a nasty, nasty battle. All they've had to eat for nearly 10 days is raw corn, boiled leather, and a few bites of bread. What do you imagine would happen when they came upon a plain of fat, slow cattle? The Spanish record seeing the fires dot the hillside like stars in the night sky. They talk about the trickles of blood coming down the hill, turning to rivers of blood from all of the hastily slaughtered cows. They talk about hearing villainous laughter, singing, and gunshots all throughout the night up on the hillside. That hill became a source of untold fear to the people of Panama, and it burned itself into their consciousness. Still today, it's called El Cerro de los Bucaneros. Exquemelin remembers the men gorging themselves, most unable to even wait for their meat to cook properly. They would bite into less than half-cooked beef with blood and juices filling their scraggly, dirty beards. Their camp had become one of fire and blood, with half-starved, cackling men feasting on raw flesh amid the piles of discarded bone and skin. In short, what had been a scene of heavenly peace only a few hours before had become hell. And the pirates hadn't even reached Panama yet. The Panamanians weren't sitting idly by, though. Don Juan was rousing every soldier, every man at arms, every slave, and every farmer that could hold a musket. They assembled some 3 miles outside of the city, an army made up of infantry, musketeers, artillery, and heavy horse. As the pirates feasted, the Spanish shot off their largest ordnance, though the balls did fall far short of Morgan's men. The infantry in the army sounded their trumpets, and a squadron of 50 horsemen rode forward, just out of musket range, to dance their horses flamboyantly and to jeer at the buccaneers. This was a taunt, but the Englishmen stayed in place and feasted, or let their eyes stuck closed, while the Spanish horses pranced. This was also an offer of battle, a show of force that harkened back to the Middle Ages. In response, the buccaneers snored. When the horsemen returned, the mood in the camp darkened. They reported 2,000 buccaneers on the hillside. Now, of course, there were far fewer than that. Even starting out, Morgan's force had been no more than 1,800. Taking into account the men he'd left at Providence, at Fort San Lorenzo, and back at the Rivercraft, his force was no larger than 1,200 men, but that's still much larger than the 400 men the San Lorenzo deserters had reported. But their general gave a rousing speech to his men. He spoke of the duty in serving their Catholic Majesty. He spoke of the honor of dying for God and the King. He told them heaven awaited any man that fell, and glory awaited every man that fought bravely. In the morning, 2/3 of his army had deserted. Don Juan was in a panic. He suffered from an old injury that had nearly crippled his left leg, and it pained him too greatly to ride, so he sent heralds back to the city. Now they pressed every man they could find into service, putting a musket in his hand and herding them to the battlefield. Most of the deserters had been infantry, so the cavalry and artillery were still strong units. To bolster their number, though, Don Juan ordered hundreds of heads of cattle herded out. Some 50 or so herdsmen drove them. Now, Don Juan chose the place of battle well. As the defender, he had that opportunity. A ravine and a large hill stood on his right flank, so he believed that Morgan would be forced to attack his center and the left. The mass of his infantry and artillery formed the center, while the flanks were guarded by cavalry and those herds of cattle. The plan was to send hundreds of steers out to meet Morgan's force, the infantry, as they advanced, discombobulating them, breaking up the ranks, letting the cavalry harry them all into the center and into Don Juan's waiting guns. Morgan had woken his men early. In fear of a surprise attack, he decided to rouse the men and get them into formation. When no attack came, and he saw firsthand that the Spanish numbers were greatly diminished, he allowed his men to lazily finish off their roasted meat. Still, Morgan had cause to be cautious here, and Don Juan had cause to feel confident. Despite all of those desertions, his force was still numerically superior. He alone possessed horses and cannon, and his plan seemed like a good one. However, it was on the 19th of January, when the sun was near its zenith, that Morgan roused his men, and they marched on the army of Panama. Morgan formed his army into 4 bodies, each numbering about 300 men. The vanguard out in front would be the first to come into contact with the enemy. Morgan placed it into the capable hands of Lieutenant Colonel Lawrence Prince and Major John Morris. The main body of their force of 600 was then split into 2 as they approached Panama. Colonel Edward Collier took command of the left flank, and Henry Morgan himself took the right flank. The rear guard, which was basically the reserves, was under the command of one Colonel Bledry Morgan, apparently of no relation to Henry Morgan. The army, marching towards Panama, topped a rise, and they could finally see the enemy's defenses well. On their left flank, well, first I'd like to point out, when we talk about these 2 flanks, you have to think of it like being on stage. On stage, you would call stage right what lies to your right. even though it will be to the audience's left. The same principle applies here. The defenders, in this case the Spanish, are on stage. The left flank is their left, at least to military historians. Morgan's right is still the left flank. So, upon topping the hill, Morgan saw the weakness in the Spanish plan almost immediately. Their left flank was strong, with plenty of men, with plenty of open space to make maneuvers, and easy access for any reinforcements to come in. The right flank looked very strong. That was the flank with the hill and the ravine beyond it, but Morgan saw two things here. First, Don Juan expected his attack on the left, due to the natural barriers on the right. Second, that ravine would be a barrier for any Spanish reinforcements to arrive. So he gave out his orders, and the English army advanced. The vanguard, under Prince, moved to engage the right flank, and the wing under Collier moved to take that hill. For the moment, the two units, each under a man named Morgan, held back. So Don Juan ordered a cavalry charge on the van, and several hundred horse stormed off, but Prince knew this was coming, and he was waiting. He'd ordered his men to break into two smaller units, into boxed formations. There would be pikes out front to hold off the horse, and then hundreds of sharpshooters within. When the Spanish horse fell upon them, they would be forced around the two boxes and either forced in between the two units or to the outside, where their charge would be basically fruitless. It was a solid move on Prince's part, and it brings to mind some of the more daring maneuvers at the Battle of Waterloo, but in the end, really, it proved unnecessary. Once again, the skill of the buccaneers, their marksmanship, proved itself. As the charge made its way towards them, it broke under a hail of iron musket balls. When more than half of their number fell through that first volley, the remaining horsemen just turned tail and ran for the city as hard as their horses could run. In the meantime, Collier was marching the hill. Now, he expected a barrage of cannon and musket fire to rain down on him. Taking a hill in any battle has always been a bloody business, but very little came. Maybe the defenders saw the dog's dinner playing itself out down below, or perhaps Don Juan hadn't expected anyone to actually try to take the hill, but it was more of a leisurely hike than a march. Below, though, two forces were on the move. The Spanish infantry was moving in. There were two things that this force didn't know of them. First, they'd been told that the cavalry would have broken the enemy force, which of course they hadn't. Second, they had no idea that Henry Morgan's wing was marching in as well to reinforce the van and to make a final push on the city. The two armies, rounding that hill, almost stumbled upon each other. Morgan and the Spanish infantry, they both opened fire and tried to maneuver for better position, but it wasn't a clean battle. Meanwhile, though, the vanguard under Prince was under another kind of charge. Several hundred head of cattle, led by a few dozen herdsmen, were moving on it. Can you imagine what that's like? I mean, an hour gone, these men had broken a cavalry charge, several hundred men with guns of their own riding galloping horses at them, and now the Spanish were attempting to whip a bunch of mooing, unhappy steers at them. I mean, really? How did the Spanish think this would turn out? And the herdsmen? Yeah, they were on horses, clearly visible, hollering and whipping away, so the buccaneers loaded their muskets and took aim. Now on the hill, Collier surveyed the battlefield. He'd taken the hilltop with almost no resistance, and he had a clear view of what was laying below him. I can only imagine what an army of cattle looks like, but Morgan was still maneuvering and trading fire with the Spanish infantry, so Collier ordered his men to fall on them. Now, it didn't take the Spanish long to realize what was happening. While Morgan held their attention, firing on them, another force was marching down the hill to trap them. So the Spanish began an orderly withdrawal. They would take their guns, they would turn and fire on the English to keep them back, but keep moving ever away from the battle. Then they felt it, like an earthquake. The retreating Spanish turned and they saw it. Several hundred head of cattle, harried now by English pirates, came flooding around the hill. Their former masters were dead, and the musket fire had roused them to stampede. The English herded them straight at the Spanish infantry. So the last vestige of courage and orderly retreat left them, and the Spanish threw down their guns and ran. The whole battle, up to this point, had taken only about 2 hours. In his reports back to Spain, Don Juan would decry the cowardice of his men, how they deserted him at every opportunity, how they had failed to properly defend the city, and, well, he wasn't wrong. But there's something here, though, that we can really only see looking back on the events, that the Spanish had no notion of, and that the English were only just starting to realize. The Spanish had been told that they were fighting for the church, for Spain, and for honor. The English, though, were fighting for none of that. The Buccaneers were fighting for a pile of gold. Now, that's not a pile of gold that's going to go into the coffers of men who are already wealthy. Rather, it was a pile of gold that they could use for whatever they wished. Now, most of them had dreams of buying some land, maybe starting a family. Now, let's be real here, most of them would actually spend their pile of gold on the cheapest rum and most expensive women they could find, but it was theirs to spend. These men, English, French, Dutch, well, they left the Middle Ages behind. They weren't beholden to a monolithic church or even the almighty power of an absolute monarch. At least in the West Indies, these men considered themselves free. On the other hand, the Spanish, well, they were still little more than peasants, or even, quite literally, slaves. Why would they put their lives on the line to defend their master's gold? They wouldn't, and it showed in the ease of taking Panama. So the battle was over, but the fighting wasn't entirely done. They still had the city to take, and that might prove as difficult as the battle outside the walls. As for Panama itself, well, the city in 1671 was a few miles away from where modern-day Panama City stands. It was, even in 1671, an old city, nearly as old as Havana or San Juan, and perhaps even wealthier. As the conduit through which all of that gold and silver flowed, well, a lot of it had a chance to stick in the Panamanians' pockets. The difference, though, is that Havana and San Juan were prepared for an attack. They had castles built of stone, they had armaments, they had storehouses filled to withstand a siege. The north coast of the isthmus had San Lorenzo and Portobello, to be sure, but the city of Panama itself was far less prepared. See, Panama had never experienced any real threats before. Their position on the Pacific Ocean had always been more than enough to defend them. The closest anyone had come was Drake's attack a century before, but even that hadn't reached the city itself. Henry Morgan was the first, be it pirate king, buccaneer, privateer, admiral, whatever he was the first English commander to lay eyes on this jewel of the New World. And it turns out he didn't like what he saw. For as rich as the city was, she didn't have much in the way of stone buildings. City Hall, the church, maybe a mansion or two, a few warehouses here and there, but nearly all of the city was built out of wood. Even the 2 hastily erected forts within her walls were made out of wood. The streets inside were narrow, sometimes winding. Any force properly motivated to defend their homes could make taking the city a truly dirty business. So he had plans to lay and he had orders to give, as did the Spanish commander, Don Juan. He'd sworn that Morgan would not take Panama, whatever the cost. So he posted snipers in key locations, crossroads and the like. He built barricades to stop any advancing forces, and he even laid traps. He set casks of gunpowder tactically around the city to explode if the invaders made it in that far. Then he rallied the last remnants of his army and set to defend Panama. Unfortunately, well, Henry Morgan had 600 men who had seen no combat so far. And Don Juan, all he had was a ragtag group of last-minute conscripts who had seen the battle lost so easily from atop their castle walls. Now, exactly what happened within the city next remains unclear. There are conflicting reports from both sides. There was fighting in the streets almost immediately, but no real hope of repelling Morgan. All the Spanish hoped to accomplish was buying time for the women and children and, well, the slaves, to escape, carrying as much of their wealth as possible. It was, though, a slow-going, bloody battle, but the Spanish gave up ground while Morgan continued to advance. Then, amidst all the roars of cannon and the smell of gunpowder, they smelled something else. They smelled a wood fire, and strong, not the smell of a chimney or even a small fire. It hung heavy in the air, and men coughed and they choked. Visibility, all of a sudden, was cut down to almost none. So the Spanish and the English both retreated from the streets, and they realized that Panama was going up in flames. Now, Esquemelan states that Morgan set the fires in an act of extreme violence, but we have to remember that Alexander Esquemelan despised Morgan by this point, and his book is riddled with inaccuracies. And then, when we look at the accounts of Morgan and Don Juan Perez de Guzman, they both disagree with Esquemelan. They agree that it was the Spanish that set the fire initially, but they don't agree exactly which Spanish it was. Morgan accuses Don Juan himself of starting the blaze, which he had threatened earlier to do. Don Juan himself blames the panicked citizens of Panama. He blames rebellious slaves and foolish soldiers. Now, we'll never know exactly who set the fires that were quickly engulfing the city, but if we need further evidence that it wasn't Morgan, take a look at these two facts. First, Morgan had threatened to burn cities before, but only ever as a tool to get a ransom for the city, and never before ransacking the town to loot every bit of treasure he could. Second, there's what Morgan actually did next. I'll quote a man who was actually there, who was a sailor and a soldier, and he's actually a man that we'll be looking at in some depth when Morgan's story begins to draw to a close. I'm going to quote Bartholomew Sharp. Quote, "And now we were forced to put all hands to work for the quenching of the fire of our enemies' houses, which they themselves had kindled to disappoint us of the plunder. But all our labor was in vain, for by 12 o'clock at night the whole city was burnt, except a part of the suburbs, which, with our great industry, we made a shift to save, being 2 churches and about 300 houses." End quote. So rather than burning and ransacking, the pirates actually made an effort to save Panama, mostly to save the jewels and plunder they would find inside, but why would they do that if they had set the fires in the first place? Now, anyone who had slept in Panama, and I imagine that night not many people got any sleep, but they would have woken to find most of Panama burned to ashes. That morning must have been a somber one for all of the citizens of the city, but also for the buccaneers. Not only had they fought a battle the day before, but they spent the entire night fighting fires all across the city. And now, well, most of the city's occupants had escaped with their valuables. What was left behind had mostly been lost in the fire. Still, the pirates began the long and probably thankless task of sifting through the rubble to find something of value. Still, more men were sent out in search parties to find anyone who had fled the city. They found a few and they interrogated them over the whereabouts of their valuables. Some held back, but most of them spoke about loading their gold and gems onto a ship. In the city, they were having some luck. A small bark had arrived in the Pacific harbor at Panama, despite the express orders of Don Juan that no ship may call in the city. It was immediately seized by the pirates and outfitted with more guns, as they are wont to do. Now, Morgan put her under the command of one Captain Searle. The ship, as soon as it was ready, sailed the shore around Panama. They explored every island they came across. They explored every inlet and every harbor they found. Now, they came upon a few ships, but carrying only people from the city who had no valuables on their person. They all talked, however, and they spoke, every one of them, about a ship that had been loaded with treasure. At one such harbor, the pirates found a store of wine and rum, and decided to take a little R&R on the shore and enjoy that rum and wine as thoroughly as they knew how. In the midst of their revelry, though, they were interrupted by what I imagine was a pretty surprised party of Spaniards. The men, the Englishmen, were all well and truly drunk, but they still got a little news out of these Spanish people who had walked up on them. They were from a ship called La Santísima Trinidad. That ship, out of Panama, loaded with all of the gold and silver and jewels of the city. Searle ordered all of them in boats, but every one of them was ashore with a belly full of wine. By the time they actually managed to row out to the ship and get her ready to sail, the Spanish galleon, full of all of Panama's treasure, was lost over the horizon. Now, they gave chase, of course, but the Spanish knew every hidden cove in the region. and the English didn't dare search all of them that they could find, just in case the Spanish had simply sailed as hard as they could to escape the pirates. They did, in their search, fall upon a few other ships carrying silk and dyes and logwood and the like, which was valuable cargo which they loaded onto their own bark, but it wasn't the windfall of gold and jewels that they were looking for. In the end, they were forced to sail back to Morgan and tell him of their failure. Now, they thought that once they had more ships in their possession, as they did now, maybe they might be manned to conduct a more thorough search. However, in the city they had had a bit better luck finding some treasure. A ship had sailed into harbor carrying, well, not much really. It had some soap and cotton, but it also had a chest of 20,000 pesos on board. Now that might be a decent haul on most pirate raids, but this was going to be divided between 1,800 men, and that amounts to only about 11 pesos each. Less, really, once the shares for the governor and the king and the admiralty and the captains and the surgeons and the carpenters and the wounded, once all of that was taken into account, for most of the men it was like getting a few bucks at best. However, those that had spent their time searching the city had found caches of gold and gems hidden about. They were hidden in wells and at the bottom of cisterns. There were hidden compartments built into some wine cellars, under the altars of one of the churches, and simply buried in some shallow holes. They found a little bit of treasure, so slowly it was beginning to trickle in. They searched for about 3 weeks or so, but finally, on February 14th, the Buccaneers decided to leave Panama. They wouldn't be going alone, though. There was an army of mules and pack horses that went with them, carrying all of their plunder, along with about 600 women and children. Now, they served two purposes. First, they would act as hostages against any enemy action on their march back to Las Cruces and then on San Lorenzo. Second, if the people of Panama had any more treasure hidden away, especially on this nearly legendary galleon, well, perhaps they could bleed a bit more out of the city if Morgan let it be known that they would stop at Las Cruces and wait. Every hostage taken had a ransom on their head, and any who could reach the outpost with the ransom could take their loved ones back to Panama in peace. Many did arrive with sacks of silver to buy back their relatives. So many actually brought silver that a lot of the Buccaneers argued for going back to the city to search further. But still not enough. By the 24th, when their boats were loaded with loot, Morgan was still saddled with far more prisoners than he'd expected. So he sent another message to Panama. He said that he would wait, again, at San Lorenzo, giving the city more time to raise the ransom. But when he left the coast, it would be with the rest of the women and children in tow, bound for Port Royal. You can imagine the kind of fears that must have been building in the minds of the Spanish with their wives and daughters in the hands of these villains. Exquemelin certainly could, and he actually wrote about an episode involving Morgan and the wife of a local merchant at some length. When they reached San Lorenzo Castle on the North Sea, the prisoners left with the Buccaneers were put into a church under guard. One woman, though, again, only according to Exquemelin, was housed in much more lavish accommodations. She was given a private room. She was given a slave to keep her company and to see to her needs. She was allowed visits from her friends, and Morgan himself brought her meals from his table, the finest food available in the castle. Then she received a letter from Morgan, and he encouraged her to, quote, consent to her own dishonor, end quote. The next day, Morgan arrived in person with a wealth of jewels in hand, a gift if she consented to his, quote, inflamed lust. She refused. She was a chaste and honorable woman, refusing to consent to Morgan's debaucheries. Morgan had her locked in a cell. He had all of her companions removed, along with all of her clothes, and he fed her, at this point, only bread and water, and small helpings of each. So she was cold, and she was hungry, and she was afraid. She was a helpless prisoner, but still, she refused to succumb, praying to God to give her strength and not to falter. And Exquemelin goes on and on about Morgan's villainy and this unnamed woman's chastity for pages. And all of it is just total nonsense. You mean to tell me that Henry Morgan, a man who, in, again, Exquemelin's narrative, ordered people's skin cut off on the rack for a sack of silver, waited on a woman giving her consent? You mean to tell me that Henry Morgan, a man who Exquemelin claims burned the city of Panama to the ground for some reason to the detriment of his own financial and military gain, let his inflamed lust wait on a woman agreeing to compromise her honor? Balderdash. Now, there are accounts given by other men that were on this voyage. They all claimed this episode with the merchant's wife never happened, but these are actually testimonies given in an admiralty court, and the men might have been protecting their captain or even their own reputations, so they're not much more reliable than Exquemelin. Now, certainly, there were rapes done in Panama. You don't take a city by force and escape that eventuality. No army ever in history has escaped that. But Morgan did try. Some men fled the ranks of soldiers as they were taking the city and found wine and women as soon as they entered, but Morgan ordered prisoners taken as soon as possible and executed or exiled any man who harmed any of his prisoners. So, no other accounts exist of Morgan tormenting any prisoner, especially a young woman. And in the end, when no ransom came, Morgan didn't follow through with his threats. He didn't take Panama's wives and daughters back to Jamaica. He released them with guides to actually return them home. Is that the action of a man trying to force a woman to consent? It seems very like Exquemelin was just building up resentment against Morgan for his next accusation, which might actually carry a little bit more weight. While they were at San Lorenzo, Morgan had all of the treasure taken in Panama collected, counted, and appraised. They would estimate the sale price of the silks and the dyes and such, and they would count that to each man's share. Then he brought each man on the voyage before him, made him swear an oath that no treasure had stuck itself in his pockets, and had each man searched. When all was finally accounted and all of the plunder was divided according to the code, each man walked away with only about 200 pieces of eight. For men who had been asked to endure months of hardship, to risk life and limb in heated battle, and who were denied some of the baser pleasures of conquest, this was a disappointment. Exquemelin asserts that Morgan and his cronies, landed Jamaican officers, all stole the bulk of the treasure and hid it on their ships. Now, naturally, Morgan would go on to deny this, and most historians agree with him. Graham A. Thomas, in his book, The Pirate King, argues that, well, Morgan was not exactly anonymous. He owned a plantation. He owned 2 plantations, and he had an estate in Spanish Town. He had a wife and a family that could be easily tracked down and killed in retribution. Why would he steal some gems and gold from men that would surely come to look for it when his estates, well, they grew enough sugar and made rum which could earn him more than a raid in any given year? He wouldn't. The reality here is that Morgan wasn't acting as a pirate, he was acting as an admiral for the interests of Jamaica and the British Empire. But Exquemelin and the rest of the men were certainly disappointed, and they were angry. Then, 2 ships arrived in San Lorenzo flying English colors. What news they brought isn't exactly known, but we can speculate with near certainty. With the departure of these 2 ships, Morgan, Prince, Collier, all the lieutenants of his army left on 4 ships in a great hurry. Exquemelin states that it was to escape the angry pirates who were bent on mutiny, but it's generally accepted today that Morgan had finally received the news of a treaty between England and Spain, the Treaty of Madrid, and the revocation of his letters of marque. And it occurred to him that he and his friends might just be in a great deal of trouble. And as Captain Morgan sails away from San Lorenzo Castle, here marks the end of Captain Morgan's last great raid on the Spanish New World. Originally, I'd intended to finish the tale of Captain Morgan on this episode, to mark the end of the era and move on, but I've come to realize that that's not possible. Morgan's story in Caribbean piracy is far from finished, although his role is about to change. You see, Morgan had been the last great admiral of the Brethren of the Coast, and with his departure from San Lorenzo Castle, the fleet that he had assembled dispersed. But that doesn't mean that these men went home. Men who had been at Panama would terrorize the coasts of Nicaragua and the Mosquito Coast for months to come. They would build new bases now that the treaty between England and Spain had made Port Royal and even Tortuga less than opportune places to be. They would dig in all across the Caribbean, and then they would spread out. But these weren't the privateers of Captain Morgan's navy. These were true pirates, and they were searching for a true pirate haven. These men would go on to harry Spanish galleons all across the Caribbean. They would attack English merchants in North America. They would sack Portuguese and Dutch slavers off the coast of Africa, and even, eventually, Mogul ships in the Indian Ocean. As Captain Morgan sailed away from San Lorenzo Castle to face whatever was waiting for him in Port Royal, the next generation of Caribbean pirates was preparing to sail farther than any ever had before. Thanks everybody so much for listening, and thanks for your patience in waiting for this episode. It took a long time. Well, I was trying to finish the story of Captain Morgan in one episode, and two problems occurred. First, combining the story of Panama and what came after doesn't really have a satisfying conclusion. It's not a good story as far as narrative is concerned. And second, I really became aware of just how important Captain Morgan is going to be to these men who we're going to get to know very well over the coming weeks. Men like Thomas Tew, Bartholomew Sharp, Pierre Le Picard, even on to men like Captain William Kidd and those who founded the pirate kingdom of Libertalia. So again, thank you for listening. I can't tell you all how much I appreciate it. And thanks everybody that's left us a review on iTunes or wherever you happen to listen to the show. Thanks to everybody who's left us a donation through the website. And thank you especially to everybody who has signed up for our Patreon. We really couldn't do this show without you guys. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the absolutely fantastic band Brillig. If you haven't checked them out by this point, you really should. Check them out over at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com, or you can check us out on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and SoundCloud. And once again, most importantly, thank you for listening.
We were all hypnotized by the sound. Thousands tales from the old country told for a fight and a pound. Stories of battles at sea, from a voice that could shake down the trees, and the face of an angel all battered by grand tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For at first light this morning, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Today's show is brought to you by our Patreon supporters, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores Emily, Bull, Rumgut, Lopez, Ward, Vertigon, Yelteep, Conte Allende, and Bootstraps Beta. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. For most of us, it's difficult to imagine living in a world where we aren't all connected, except for maybe the oldest among us and those living far, far removed from civilization. It's probably impossible to remember a time when we weren't connected to the outside world in some fashion. Today we have the internet and cell phones in our pockets. We could, if we so choose, call up someone in Egypt while looking up the latest Japanese fashions and emailing someone in Peru. The news and opinions, the pulse of the world are at our fingertips. But even before this technological wonderland in which we live, people across the world had access to cable TV and 24-hour news networks and long-distance phone plans, newspapers and radio. Now, my grandmother, she was born in a small town in the Ozark Mountains during the Great Depression. And that's not as far removed as you can get, but it's not tremendously far off. Still, she could turn on a radio and hear the latest news on what was happening in Germany or Japan or North Africa. We have to go fairly far back to find a time when people were truly removed. Even in the era that we concern ourselves with on this show, people correspond with some regularity, and they have a notion of what's happening in the outside world. But all the same, I'd like you to imagine what it was like to be on a small island, halfway around the globe from your home. There's a community there, to be sure, but all around that community is open water, which is controlled by enemy ships. The closest friendly settlement is still days away, and that's with favorable winds. The centers of power, the people who control your life, are at best a month away. And that would leave them unable to give any sort of aid to you or your family or your friends should the worst befall your community. If you found yourself in that situation, isolated and feeling threatened, wouldn't you do whatever it took to defend your home? If you imagine that, you begin to understand what it was like to live in Port Royal in the 17th century. Now, when the people of Jamaica were attacked by those Cuban ships, they felt a need to strike back, to arm themselves, and to provide a show of strength to those who were seeking to destroy them. Of course, at the time, they didn't know that their king had just signed a treaty ensuring their safety from those supposed enemies, so they called once again on Admiral Morgan and the Brethren of the Coast to do what they felt needed to be done. That was the situation the citizens of Port Royal and Spanish Town found themselves in. That was their perspective. This is episode 32, The Royal Perspective. We've talked at some length these past few weeks and months about Henry Morgan and the people of Jamaica, about the circumstances that drove them to do what they did and be who they were, but we've somewhat passed by or overlooked what was happening back in Europe, and more specifically back in England. So I'd like to take a step back today and look at what was happening in Europe right before Morgan sacked Panama. In early 1669, King Charles II called his brother James and his most trusted advisors into his private chambers. He had deeply important news to impart to them. He told them, with tears in his eyes, of his desire to convert to Catholicism. This was a big deal. Charles was the King of England and Scotland, and England was one of the bulwarks of the Protestant world. Much of England's national identity, even perhaps most of England's national identity, was caught up in their Protestant Anglican Church. For their king, who served as the head of their church, well, he just couldn't up and decide one day to become a Catholic. He had duties to his people and to their church. I mean, okay, look. So after Queen Elizabeth's death, under the first two Stuart monarchs, England rolled back some of their anti-Catholic policies. Now, this upset some people so much that they decided to have a civil war to depose the king and nearly abolished the entire institution of monarchy altogether. Now, in King Charles II's day, with the monarchy restored, the son of the very man who was deposed for being lenient on Catholicism had confessed that he wanted to adopt it for himself. That's almost like the king of Saudi Arabia deciding to convert to Shia Islam. It would disrupt the entire fabric of the society. Is that, I mean, can they even do that? Is that allowed? Well, King Charles and his advisors weren't sure, but they did know that if he were to do so abruptly, it very well might tear the country apart. You see, the year before, on Easter Sunday, England saw the beginning of what were called the Bawdy House riots. That's when a few zealous Protestants in the town of Poplar decided to ransack some of the local brothels. They busted up the place, they dragged out some of the patrons, and they gave them a stern talking to. The patrons that they chose to drag out were all church officials, or at least powerful known Catholics. Usually that talking to seems to be parading them around nude and whipping them while reading relevant passages of the Bible. If you're a Game of Thrones fan, that probably sounds pretty familiar, and that's no accident. George R.R. Martin is a fan of history, and pious militant zealots dragging church officials out of brothels is, well, it's powerful imagery. So the Bawdy House riots spread from there, and they grew into well-armed bands, marching down city streets, carrying whips and weapons and even flags toward the seedy side of town. These bands did the same thing they had done in Poplar, and the movement grew both in size and in its ferocity. Now, it didn't last long. It was broken up pretty quickly by the king, but the king did ask, quote, why? Why did they go to them then? End quote. You see, he failed to understand just how his people, or at least how some of his people, felt about Catholics in the Catholic Church. Now, that might not match how we in the modern world view Catholicism, but in the late 17th century, a Protestant would see Catholicism as, well, they would see it as lustful, lascivious, sensual, and clearly directly motivated by Lucifer's hand to tempt men back into a false faith. See, well, Charles had a large number of lovers, both men and women reportedly, but his most prized lovers were given wealth and influence, and even sometimes real power. His favorite mistress was one Lady Castlemaine, and back in 1663, she openly converted to Catholicism. His favorite male lover was openly working in turn in the royal court in favor of Spain and in favor of France. See, this was the English Restoration, and it was, well, almost an answer to the repressed days of Cromwell and the Puritans. Restoration England was fun and fancy and full of sex. And all of that sinful behavior, all that lust and greed and gluttony was, at least in the minds of the Protestants, Catholic behavior. So what do you, a godly English Puritan, do? Clearly, you attack brothels and whip the Catholic men you find them just to show how vile they truly are, naturally. In the end of the Bawdy House riots, 15 ringleaders were tried for treason and 4 of them were executed. But they weren't wrong, exactly. I mean, rioting and whipping people and even occasionally committing murder, that's not okay. But in the time, Catholicism was very much in vogue in the upper echelons of Restoration England. It was a growing and powerful force. You see, in the past couple of decades, France had made a huge comeback. With the ascension of Louis XIV, they'd left the tumultuous days of religious strife and civil war behind them. Not entirely, not 100%. People were still being terribly persecuted, but things were much more stable under the absolute monarchy of the Sun King. The days in France were awash in sunshine and luncheons in the garden and gossip of court. Their nights were even better. They were filled with parties and elegant balls overflowing with expensive liquor and exotic foods and busty maidens and lusty lads sneaking out into the warm night air to steal a kiss or maybe something more if they were up for it. In the reign of the Sun King, it was great to be French, as long as you were rich. It was pretty terrible for the peasants, but who cares about the peasants? Surely they're not going to turn around and bite us, right? But it was fun to be French. It was fun to be European, finally. It was fun. Ever since Martin Luther had published that damnable document in Europe, his 95 Theses, Europe had been racked by the storms of religious discord and revolution and war. And finally, things were settling down, and the upper crust of Europe could enjoy the wealth and opulence that their systems of slavery and colonialism had brought them. And their cousins across the Channel and England wanted some of that as well. The streets of London saw women sporting the newest French fashions from the boutiques. More and more nobles were speaking French, probably more than in any time since King William had conquered the island. They ate French food, and they saw French plays, and they read French poets. But as for the king, his connections to France, and more specifically the Catholic Church, went much deeper than the fashions of the day. If you were to think way back to our early episodes on Queen Elizabeth, you might remember a rival claimant to her throne, Mary, Queen of Scots. Well, Mary's full name was Mary Stuart, and she was actually raised in France as a devout Catholic. Most of the Catholics in England considered her to be the rightful queen and Elizabeth usurper. Now, her first marriage was to the King of France, which made her the queen consort of the nation, but that husband would die, and after his death she would go on to take up the Scottish throne and marry a Scottish nobleman. King Charles II of England and Scotland was her great-grandson through that marriage. Charles' own mother, Henrietta Maria, was actually French and Catholic. The entire family went into exile in France when it was clear that they were losing their civil war. King Louis took them in and gave them honored places as his court, as he would be expected to do since Henrietta Maria was his aunt and the young king in exile was his cousin. Charles' sister, also named Henrietta like her mother, was baptized originally in the Anglican Church as per her father's wishes, but was converted to Catholicism by her mother as an infant and raised as a Catholic in France. She would go on to marry into the court of King Louis and become the Duchess of Orleans. Upon the restoration of the Stuart monarchy in England, Charles took a bride in 1662. He chose none other than the Infanta Catherine of Portugal. She was the daughter of the Portuguese king and, you guessed it, a Catholic. This upset no small number of English Protestants, but it didn't end there. Catherine, his wife, was forced to take on Charles' favorite lover into service as one of her ladies of the bedchamber, that same Lady Castlemaine that converted to Catholicism in 1663. Now, Lady Castlemaine was married, as was proper for a young English noblewoman, and she had a number of children. The first of her children was reportedly conceived on the very night that Charles was restored to the throne. Her husband was not the father. She would go on to bear 5 more illegitimate children of the kings: Charles Fitzroy, Henry Fitzroy, Lady Charlotte Fitzroy, George Fitzroy, and the Lady Barbara Fitzroy. Fitzroy means child of the king. Of course, those weren't the only children of King Charles. He had at least 4 others that we know of. There was James Fitzroy, whom he had with Lucy Walter, his first known mistress. There was Charles Fitzcharles, whom he had with Catherine Peg. There was Charles Beauclerk with Nell Gwynn, and then there was Charles Lennox, whom he had with Louise Renee de Penang, with the Duchess of Portsmouth. Now, that's at least 10 children, and not a single one of them was with his own wife. Oh, and then that eldest daughter of Lady Castlemaine and King Charles, conceived on the night of his coronation. Well, shortly after being married off, at age 13, to a 20-year-old lord, she almost immediately entered into a lesbian relationship with one of her father's own favored mistresses, the then 30-year-old renowned French beauty whom Charles had actually proposed to as a young man in exile in France. Her husband, to break up that relationship, sent her away to his country estates, where she was promptly seduced by another lordling. All of this happened by the age of 17. Maybe, just maybe, those tight-knit English Protestants were on to something when they accused these aristocrats of sinful debauchery. Now, none of those names that I just listed off are important to our story, except perhaps James Fitzroy, his eldest son, but that will come later on. I just wanted to illustrate how connected King Charles was to the Catholic faith. His great-grandmother was a Catholic. His mother was a Catholic. His sister, Catholic. His wife, Catholic. The woman who he proposed to as a young man and decided to keep on as a lover, and the father of one of his children, was a Catholic. And his preferred favorite mistress, mother of 6 of his children, and presumably the woman that he genuinely loved, was a Catholic.
She stole $6 million from the award-winning podcast.
I'm Lacey Mosley.
A new true crime series.
They call me Scam Goddess. I'm going on a journey across America to dive into small-town swindles.
How can you not trust this local farm girl?
And big city cons.
He was in the congregation.
People say that would never happen to me.
Never say never.
Scam Goddess. New episodes Thursdays. Stream on Hulu. You know what's smart? Enjoying a fresh gourmet meal at home that you didn't have to cook. Meet Factor, your loophole in the laws of mealtime. Chef-crafted meals delivered with a tap, ready in just 2 minutes. You know what's even smarter? Treating yourself without cheating your goals. Factor is dietitian approved, chef prepared, and you plated. Pretty smart, huh? Refresh your routine and eat smart with Factor. Learn more at factormeals.com.
Is it any surprise that he would call his brother and closest advisors into his bedchambers to tearfully confess his desire to convert to Catholicism? Well, not to his brother. That year, James, the Duke of York, had taken the Eucharist in France and secretly converted to Catholicism. Now, King Charles knew of his brother's conversion, but they both agreed it would be best, for the time being at least, to keep it a secret. In truth, it was unlikely to be a surprise to either of the other counselors there. Both were confidants of the king, and if they weren't openly sympathetic to the Roman Catholic Church, they were at least aware of the king's sentiment, and they were busy negotiating treaties with France and Spain. You see, that whole story about the bedchamber is likely just a bunch of malarkey anyway. Charles might have already been a Catholic. He was rumored to have attended Catholic services while in exile, and then taken communion while away in France after being crowned King of England. But it was a necessary piece of propaganda to attempt to sell the English people on their king's honest and godly conversion, while his ministers and close family members were busy negotiating deals to see that England's return to Catholicism went as smoothly as possible. In France, the king's sister, the Duchess d'Orléans, Henrietta of England, was busy building bridges between the two monarchs, Louis XIV and Charles II. She would whisper into the Sun King's ear of his cousin's earnest desire to return England to Catholicism, of his love of France and of Louis himself, and his desire to see the rift between the two nations repaired. More and more, King Louis began to see what a favorable turn of events that could be. His rule was still young, and he was having trouble, as usual, with the Dutch Republic on his eastern border. They were growing bold and perhaps even a bit dangerous. There was potential, though, for an alliance between England and France, so he stayed out of war as best as possible, but let Henrietta Maria know of his interest in growing closer with England. So Charles sent 2 emissaries to France, one Henry Bennet and Sir Thomas Clifford. Now these might have been the 2 men called into the bedchamber with James and Charles. At the very least, both were Catholic and both were powerful. These were 2 members of the king's inner council, known as the Cabal, comprised of Baron Clifford, the Earl of Arlington, the Duke of Buckingham, Baron Ashley, and the Duke of Lauderdale, Cabal. Now these 2 sent to France were among those on the Cabal that believed in absolute monarchy in the style of Louis XIV and in a return to the Catholic Church. Now the treaty that they were there to discuss had already been mostly worked out beforehand between the 2 monarchs, with Henrietta hammering out some of the details and facilitating the talks, but the 2 lords had to fine-tune a few things and assign their names. The main points of the treaty, described by the French historian François-Auguste Marin-Meunier, are as follows. Quote, the King of England will make a public profession of the Catholic faith and will receive the sum of 2 millions of crowns to aim in his project from the Most Christian King in the course of the next 6 months. The date of this declaration is left absolutely to his own pleasure. The King of France will faithfully observe the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle as regards Spain, and the King of England will maintain the Treaty of the Triple Alliance in a similar manner. If new rights to the Spanish monarchy revert to the King of France, the King of England will aid him in maintaining these rights. The 2 kings will declare war against the United Provinces. The King of France will attack them by land and will receive the help of 6,000 men from England. The King of England will send 50 men of war to sea, and the King of France 30. The combined fleets will be under the Duke of York's command. Separate articles will provide for the interests of the Prince of Orange. The Treaty of Commerce, which has already begun, shall be concluded as promptly as possible. End quote. Now this treaty was called the Treaty of Meudon, a nod to Henrietta's key role in brokering it. It was ratified in June 1670, though, naturally, it was kept a secret. On August 8th of that same year, negotiations surrounding the Treaty of Madrid concluded as well, bringing peace between Spain and England. Then, another diplomat was sent to France, George Villiers, Duke of Buckingham. He was another member of that cabal, but he was not a Catholic, nor did he approve of absolute monarchy. But he was there to negotiate a treaty with King Louis, outlining an alliance between the 2 nations in an upcoming potential war with the Dutch Republic. When the Duke began the talks, he was amazed at just how smoothly the negotiations went for him. The French king was open to every suggestion that Villiers put forth, those at least that the king had sent him to acquire. He got Louis to agree to send 30 men of war to sea, and even to observe the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle. He hardly had to do any work at all. He said of his time in France that he had, quote, more honors done him than ever were given to any subject, end quote. It was almost like the French king had already agreed to every provision Buckingham put forth, shaken hands on it, and signed his name. King Charles was going to be so happy with Villiers' performance. Now this treaty that the Duke of Buckingham worked out was called the Treaty of Dover, and it was a sham. In almost every way, it was identical to the Treaty of Meudon, only without that bit at the beginning about the king announcing his conversion to Catholicism and returning England to the Church. Now this Treaty of Dover, it was signed by all 5 members of the Cabal in December of 1670, including those who opposed England becoming more and more Catholic, and including those 2 whose signatures already graced the first treaty. Charles II, along with his brother James, along with Louis XIV of France, Henrietta, and a host of diplomats on the continent, were maneuvering England into a position to renounce the false faith of the Tudors and return to the Catholic fold. It was into this world of wealth and power, of courtly intrigues and of alliances with Spain and France and the Church, with a major war against the Dutch looming, the news came from the other side of the globe. A group of scruffy English and French soldiers, all of them Protestants, had sailed under an English flag and an English admiral. They'd sacked the Catholic cities on Providence and San Lorenzo. They'd attacked the city of Panama, defiled her churches, and burned it to the ground. And worst of all, they'd done this with the official backing of the English governor in Jamaica, who was a representative of the king himself. You see, the structure of power in the early days of the British Empire was pretty straightforward. The king ruled England and all of her colonies. The Lord High Admiral, who was sometimes the king, but it was a shifting position, commanded all of England's navies, and therefore all of her overseas possessions. If he were not the king, he served at the behest of the king. And in 1671, when Morgan attacked Panama, that position was held by James Stuart, the king's brother. Now, under the Lord High Admiral served a council known as the Lords of Trade. They served as a sort of oversight committee over the colonies and the growing East India Company. They were appointed by the Lord High Admiral and also served at the behest of the king. One of their duties, one of their most profitable enterprises, was the appointment of local governors. Now, they chose these governors carefully. They chose men with the right blend of military, commercial, and administrative experience and capability to lead an English colony to success. Or, more typically, they just took huge bribes and promises of a share in the island's profits and named the highest bidder as the governor. Now, these governors were appointed by the Lords of Trade, but they served directly under the Lord High Admiral, and the signature of the king himself appeared on their commissions. These governors had a huge amount of power entrusted to them by the king. Most notable to our story is the power to sign letters of marque as though that were in the king's name. It was a straight line of responsibility from King Charles II of England down to Governor Modiford and his decision to give Henry Morgan permission to attack the Spanish wherever he chose to do so. This was a huge problem for King Charles. He was, in a sense, directly responsible for all of the people killed and treasure stolen in Panama. He'd spent years courting the Spanish and only just signed a treaty with them just less than a year ago, and that treaty was already on shaky legs. Now, while he was preparing for a major war with the Netherlands, one of his personal representatives had burned Panama itself to the ground and committed untold atrocities there. Worst of all, Charles had learned of this from the Spanish ambassador. The ambassador was, as you might imagine, quite furious. He told Charles that the Queen had fallen to her knees, where she lay in prayer for hours after hearing the news of what had happened to Panama. Now, that was bad, but even worse, learning of it from the ambassador made him look weak. It made him look like he was uninformed and didn't have control of his own lands. It made it look like maybe that treaty that they had just signed was a mistake. If Charles couldn't control his own citizens, then what good was this treaty? The Spanish were very unhappy. It meant nothing if English pirates could still pillage undisturbed. Now, if the Treaty of Madrid fell apart while this war with the Dutch was starting, it would open up his rear to an attack from Spain, who had considerable interest in the Netherlands. Moreover, it might endanger his alliance with France, which was so dear to his heart and so necessary to his plans. So the king took action. First, he immediately sent the architect of the Treaty of Madrid to the Queen Regent herself. William Godolphin had developed a rapport with the Queen and with her counselors, with her court, and he was well known there. Then, the king ordered Thomas Modiford, the governor's son, who was in London, arrested and threw him in the Tower of London. This was partly to appease the Spanish as fast as possible, but it was also collateral against the governor of Jamaica, who was a powerful man that had at his beck and call an armada of pirates, led by a very talented admiral, and this governor had a history of going his own way. Then The king had a commission written up, waiting for his signature. He named one Sir Thomas Lynch Lieutenant Governor of Jamaica, with the full authority of the crown backing him. If that name, Thomas Lynch, sounds familiar, well, he'd actually been the governor of Jamaica once before. He was among that force that initially took the island from the Spanish in 1655, and he climbed the ranks up to lieutenant governor. For a time, while the colony was without an appointed governor, he'd filled that office. Now, what wasn't written into that commission that the king ordered that was given to Thomas Lynch was a personal order given to him by James, the Lord High Admiral. He was to assess the situation with the pirates there in Port Royal. He was to assess the political climate as well. Then, if the situation allowed, he was to arrest the governor and send him back to England in chains. Lynch was put on board a ship as soon as possible, and they set sail for Jamaica. Now, it was with this news, with these tidings, that William Godolphin arrived in Madrid to speak to the Spanish queen. When he was brought before her, he fell to his knees. He kissed at her feet, and he begged her forgiveness. He told of praying for the souls of Panama in company with the king himself, and he told of the sorrow that both he and the king felt for her people. Then he promised her retribution. He told her of the king's swift action to see the offending governor arrested, imprisoned, tried, and perhaps even executed. He promised that he would see justice done in the name of the king. The queen looked at him and brushed that aside. A disobedient governor was a problem, and one which had caused her some trouble, but his removal was necessary housekeeping for anyone. She wanted something more. Her nation had been scarred by an attack so violent and so evil, and they wouldn't soon recover. It was a black mark upon the reputation of Spain, and the Queen Regent knew just at whose feet to lay the blame. She looked at William Godolphin and told him she wanted the head of Henry Morgan. Next time, we'll return to Port Royal with the arrival of Thomas Lynch and the arrival of Captain Morgan. I'd like to thank everybody for listening, and thank you for your support. Everybody who has been kind enough to leave us a review on iTunes or wherever you listen to the show, everybody who has donated to the show through the website, and everybody who has joined up to support us on Patreon. I really couldn't do this show without you, and I appreciate it. I love doing this, and I'm so glad that you guys find value. I've had a boom of support over at Patreon, so I decided it might be good to thank all of our new Patreon supporters, including Alex, Mitch, Grand Adventure, Emily, Eric, Kelly, another Mitch, Patrick, Paul, and Karen Roman. Karen is going to be our ship's linguist and help me with some of my pronunciation. I'd like to thank her and apologize to any of our listeners who are native speakers of Spanish, French, Dutch, any of the Caribbean dialects, or any other language that I managed to butcher on this show. Even our friends across the pond who speak a purer form of English, hopefully we'll get better at that in the near future. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. Brillig is a band out of Australia, and very soon we're going to be venturing to Australia as well with a very peculiar pirate. You can always check them out if you haven't already over at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com, or you can check us out on Facebook, SoundCloud, Twitter, or YouTube. Once again, most importantly, and as always, thank you for listening.
We were all hypnotized by the sound of his tales from the old country told for a fight and a pound. Stories of battles and scenes from a voice like a shake down the trees, and the face of an angel all puckered by grand tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with the tear in your eye. Diamonds come down to bring goodbye. For his first life is won, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Today's show is brought to you by our Patreon supporters, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores Bull, Rumgut, Jennings, Lopez, Ward, Vertigon, Yelteek, Contefaliende, and Bootstraps Bailey. And I'd like to welcome our newest Commodores. That's Commodores Matthew and Paul. Thank you so much. And if you'd like to help support the show, go to patreon.com/Private History Podcast. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. In our super-connected modern world, we tend to take for granted our almost instantaneous access to information. When a celebrity dies, or when a politician says something stupid, or when, God forbid, a group of poor, bearded religious radicals attacks somewhere in the world, Twitter might let us know even before the news has done a write-up about it. Now, I think most of us are actually aware of the marvel that is modern communications. We realize that this access is unprecedented, but more and more it's becoming an expected part of everyday life. I know that personally, I tend to expect fresh news every morning as part of my daily ritual. Well, back in the late 17th century, the world was undergoing a similar revolution. It was nowhere near as instantaneous as what we have today, but news was moving faster than ever before. Largely, this was due to improvements in their ships. The nations of Europe, primarily, were immersed in something of an arms race, unlike any that the world had really seen before. Now, the English Navy was modernizing as fast as possible, as were the French. The Spanish and the Portuguese navies were beginning to fall behind, but they still had shipyards that were second to none, and more than anyone else, and they could outproduce any other nation. However, all of these nations, basically every nation in Europe, was left behind in the wake of the Dutch. The Dutch were busy taking over the Asian spice trade from Portugal, and generally they were building a worldwide trade empire. Now, later in the future, we'll be looking much more at the Dutch, but what's important to us today is the ships they had and their speed. They were designing vessels that could tackle the voyage from northern Europe to Southeast Asia with ease, and the other nations of Europe were trying to copy those ship designs. We're talking about vessels that could round the Cape of Africa and survive the monsoons of the South Pacific. For vessels that were designed to survive these long and hazardous voyages, A jaunt across the Atlantic was nothing. Now, there were hurricanes, to be sure, and unruly trade winds all around the world, but what they called the triangle trade was booming. That's ships from Europe sailing to Africa to pick up slaves, sailing west to the Caribbean to drop off slaves and pick up the fruits of their labor: sugar, tobacco, cotton, ambergris, and basically a whole host of other exotic fruits and vegetables. Then they would take those goods and travel back to Europe. By the late 17th century, the triangle trade routes were an international superhighway. Hundreds and hundreds of ships a year made this voyage, and they were becoming exceedingly good at it. With the right ship, the voyage from Cuba to Spain could reliably be made with the right ship and favorable winds in a month, and certainly no more than 2. In addition to the produce of the plantation system, these ships were carrying another equally valuable commodity. They were carrying news. Now, that news typically came in the form of correspondence, letters from your friends or family members or associates. Something like, "Dear Father, I hope this letter finds you well. Mary has fully recovered from the childbirth. Oh, by the way, England and Spain have signed a treaty, so whatever you do, don't send 2,000 men to attack one of their cities. Give mother my love. Regards, Thomas." However, when the news was dire, they would send the fastest ships they had available. For example, when 400 poor, bearded, religious radicals appeared on Providence Island and sacked the castle there, a ship sailed immediately for Havana, and then on to Spain with news of the attack. If we assume that the ship sailed under optimal conditions, it's possible that it could have reached Spain before even Captain Morgan made his move on San Lorenzo Castle. I'd like you to imagine your nation, wherever that may be, signs a treaty with your most antagonistic enemy. Then word comes that that same nation attacked one of your military bases. Then only a couple of weeks later, they've occupied that base and moved on to attack another. And later, that they're planning to attack one of your richest cosmopolitan cities. Not to worry, though, the city is defended by the best and the bravest your nation has to offer. Then, in 2 more weeks, another messenger ship. These heathens defeated your army. They pillaged the city. They tortured, raped, murdered, defiled churches, threw babies from rooftops, and finally burned the city to the ground. All this in the wake of signing a peace treaty with you, with the formal legal backing of the governor there. How would you feel? How would your government react? Someone would have to pay for this. This is episode 33, Payment. After the attack on Panama, Henry Morgan arrived home to Port Royal in what had become the usual fashion. He was hailed as a conquering hero by everyone from beggars and prostitutes to merchants and planters. But the celebrations quickly died. There were only 4 ships: the Mayflower, the Pearl, the Dolphin, and the Mary, and there should have been a dozen and more. The captains were Morgan's most trusted confidants, but not swaggering captains typical of the Brethren of the Coast that the people of Port Royal had come to expect. Now, these men on board these ships should have been unloading unruly pirates with pockets full of gold ready to be spent, but the men disembarking were the closest thing to respectable that Morgan had under his command. These were soldiers rather than buccaneers. Now, their plunder would spend as well at the local rum sinks and brothels as any other man's, but it would be a little bit less free with it. And then there was the Admiral himself. He wasn't the jovial, laughing captain clapping his men on the back and barking out orders that they had come to know and love. Today he was gaunt, hollow-cheeked. He was clearly suffering from some disease picked up in the jungles on the Spanish Main. So the throng there on the docks of Port Royal opened up for him as he passed on his way to Spanish Town and to his home. Now, the remaining captains, the other 4 men, were tight-lipped about exactly what had transpired on the voyage. They told their men to be careful with what they said as well. So they unloaded the cargo, what there was of it, and then those men set off for home as well. In the following days, more and more ships did begin to arrive in harbor. Now, these were the single-masted barks, the sloops, and the war canoes typical of the Brethren. They carried the real pirates, the men eagerly awaited by those rum mongers and doxies and card sharks, but even they were a disappointment. Upon returning from a raid, they were known to shower every business in sight with custom, be free with whatever money they had, but now they were less than free with their coin. Now, to be sure, every bed and every brothel was filled that night, and every man was drunk, but they weren't the raucous, rambunctious crowd that was expected. Instead of buying rounds for everyone in sight and making foolhardy bets, they were huddled around tables in every tavern. They were grumbling into their rum and sinking into dark, sullen silences. Now, naturally, everybody with an interest in trading with the Buccaneers wanted to know what was going on, but it was probably the prostitutes that learned what was happening first. Any man who knew what he was about would have gone to them. They would trade their secrets as quickly as their charms. Eventually, though, one way or another, it came out that the raid had been a disappointment, and that the men hadn't received the great rewards that had been promised to them. Now, most of the men would need to find new voyages, or even new crews, or perhaps a voyage to cut logwood, and many did do just that, but still, Port Royal was filled to bursting with dissatisfied men who were rapidly drinking through the last of their coin. After a few weeks, a French buccaneer vessel sailed into town, carrying the surgeon Alexander Exquemelin. That crew in particular had a tale of woe and hardship after Panama, and they told it freely. But Exquemelin himself had a lot more to say. He was, after all, a learned man, and he knew how to read and write, something relatively rare among the buccaneers. Back in Panama, he'd begun to write an account of what had happened there and on the isthmus, and he planned to write an account of Captain Morgan and all of his exploits. So he began to speak to all the old buccaneers in Port Royal, all of the prostitutes and the merchants there. He asked all of them what they knew about Captain Morgan and about his time as admiral of the Jamaica station. He asked them about the history of Port Royal and Tortuga and about the Brethren of the Coast. He began to outline his narrative and really build a case against Henry Morgan. Now, all of the men, seemingly, grumbled that they'd been cheated, but none louder than Exquemelin himself. They believed that Morgan and his associates, those 4 most trusted captains and their crews, had kept the largest shares of Panama's plunder to themselves and buried it, either on Captain Morgan's estate or back on Providence Island or on Cuba or basically anywhere they could imagine. Now, another surgeon on the voyage, the man who was actually the head surgeon directly under Morgan, wrote, quote, "There have been very great complaints by the wronged seamen against Admiral Morgan, Collier, and other commanders, but nothing could be done." Then he goes on, "They gave what they pleased, for which we must be content, or else be clapped in irons." End quote. He complained in a public letter that the men on board the voyage had been injured, killed, some of them lost at sea, and everybody who was left only received 10 pounds silver. He continued in his letter, quote, "Cannot tell what infatuated our grandees to send forth such a fleet on so slender an account. Can find no other cause but a pitiful small Spanish man-of-war of 8 guns, which came vaporing upon these coasts with a commission from the Queen of Spain, took 1 small vessel, burnt 4 or 5 houses, and took away about 30 live hogs, and he himself was taken with the ship. We do the Spaniards more mischief in 1 hour than they can do us in 7 years. It is incredible what loss they received by us at Panama." End quote. Now, he makes a decent point there, a point that actually a large part of our story today is going to hinge on, but most of the men complained about their lack of pay, never mind the fact that Morgan's orders had been disobeyed. His men let the treasure ship carrying all of Panama's riches slip away from them while they were busy drinking themselves into a stupor, but no, it was all Captain Morgan's fault. Regardless, Morgan had other worries, a lot more troublesome than being surrounded by hundreds of drunken, violent, revenge-minded buccaneers. he was likely in a great deal of trouble. While away in Panama, official word of the peace between England and Spain had come. Now, both he and Governor Modyford had a solid argument in their defense. Though Modyford actually knew of the peace when signing Morgan's letters of marque, there had been no official notification. They learned about the treaty from friends and family, but not from the Lords of Trade or the Lord First Admiral or the Crown. So, officially speaking, they'd not been informed of the treaty. They weren't responsible for breaking it, and therefore they could pass the buck on up the chain of command. So Morgan put pen to paper and wrote an official report of what had happened in Panama, a report that would actually more closely match the Spanish reports than the records of Extremadura. Then, Governor Modyford wrote to Lord Arlington back in London, arguing his reasons for allowing Morgan to go back to sea. To summarize those arguments, they look something like this. The Queen of Spain planned and intended to attack Jamaica. Then they carried it out, attacking villages, burning homes, killing and frightening women and children. Remember, Lord Arlington, that letter when you told me to keep the privateers in the, quote, posture that letter should find them, end quote? Well, I, Governor Modyford, did, and when we were attacked, with no ships or soldiers from England to help, we turned again to those privateers. But you know how these men are. They're unruly. They're uncivilized. They could hardly be kept in check. Really, little better than pirates, and not to be trusted. In truth, it's kind of your fault, Lord Arlington, for not sending me the men and the ships that I requested. But, of course, Governor Modyford said all that very politely and very properly. But he went ahead and sent off those letters, as well as Morgan's report, and everyone hunkered down in Jamaica to await a response. Some believed at the time that Morgan's fever was merely a ruse, an excuse to stay far from Port Royal and holed up in his manor house. Now, it wasn't. He was really sick, but if it had been a ruse, he would have had very good reason to stay holed up. On the 25th of June, 1671, 2 frigates flying English colors were spotted, heading directly for Port Royal. Now, this was a rare occurrence, something that really hadn't been seen since the Oxford's arrival more than a year prior. The 2 ships turned out to be the Assistance and the Welcome, and they were carrying distinguished passengers. On board were Sir Thomas Lynch and his family. Now, many in Jamaica remembered Lynch and his family, but it's doubtful that any were really truly happy to see him again. You see, Lynch was a serious man. He was austere and he was grim. He was still a young man. He was only 38, but already he was afflicted with gout. Now, he had been a capable enough acting governor in his last stint on the island, and a respectable and even respected lieutenant governor, but it wasn't much fun at parties. Still, though, parties were planned in his honor. It appeared that he was in Jamaica to serve once again as lieutenant governor, a position that really hadn't been filled in several years. He had, of course, been given his secret orders after his commission. His primary goal there in Jamaica was actually to arrest Governor Modyford, to take his seat as governor, and to either civilize, arrest, or execute any of the pirates in Port Royal. First, though, he would have to secure his position in secret and assess exactly how best to deal with the pirates. After all, it wouldn't do to have hundreds of heavily armed locals kill the new governor and take over the island, wreaking havoc all across the Caribbean. But Lynch was just the man to avoid that. He was careful and calculating. Now, Governor Modyford certainly had reason to be worried, but those worries were likely put at ease when he saw that Lynch's commission was actually dated prior to the raid on Panama. It appeared, if you took a look at that dating, that, well, Lynch wasn't actually there to replace him. And it's here that we actually encounter something of a mystery. Lynch's commission was actually several months old. It was written and signed well before Morgan even set sail for the Maine. This was back when Port Royal was relatively at peace. A little bit after the Spanish would have attacked, but before anybody knew what Morgan was going to go do. So, even despite all of Modi Ford and Morgan's best efforts to curb the Buccaneers before Panama, well, it appears that Lynch was going to take over anyway. Now, nobody knows exactly why. This has been often debated, and there's a number of ideas here. First of all, it should be noted that his voyage was definitely expedited by the events that occurred at Panama, and there's a possibility that his orders to actually arrest Modi Ford were added after the fact, but this question does remain. Was Lynch merely meant to take over anyway, and circumstances on the ground changed the timing of his takeover, or was there something more sinister at work here? A few historians have floated the idea that there was something of a conspiracy happening in the highest rungs of the English government. Perhaps some of the lords of trade, or perhaps even some of the anti-Spanish members of the cabal. Lord Arlington comes to mind here. Perhaps they actually planned to get one last strike in against Spain before the Treaty of Madrid officially took effect. Now, the commands coming down to Modi Ford regarding the Buccaneers, well, they gave them a lot of leeway, a lot of rope. And, the old saying goes, enough rope to hang yourself with. But then, when those Buccaneers burned one of Spain's greatest New World possessions to the ground, well, they could still use Modi Ford as the fall guy for that attack. After all, he's a rogue governor, and look, here on his commission, he was actually already scheduled to be replaced. It was signed well before the attack happened on your people, so certainly that can't be laid at the king's feet. However, don't forget that if you ever think to threaten Jamaica again, English pirates can march with impunity to your greatest cities, kill, torture, and turn the city to ash. So, Lieutenant Governor Lynch's first few weeks in Jamaica weren't terribly eventful. He was stricken with gout in the first days after arriving, so he was bedridden for some time. Now, the Lieutenant Governor at the time didn't have an appointed home in Jamaica, so Lynch actually stayed at Modi Ford's manor until proper accommodations could be either bought or built for him. But when he was finally well enough to move about, he started going to all those dinners thrown in his honor. At Modi Ford's manor was the first, to be sure, but they were also thrown in the homes of all of Jamaica's more notable families. Now, many of those were actually members of the Jamaican Council. Usually these were wealthy planters or merchants, or even sometimes ranking soldiers in the militia. So at these dinners, Lynch was able to make contact with many of his old associates from his time as lieutenant governor previously, and even some new. He probed the situation. He liked to ask his hosts how they thought Governor Modi Ford had handled the crisis when Spain attacked. He asked how they felt about the seedier element of Jamaica down Port Royal. How did they feel about the rum sinks and the prostitutes and the pirates? How would they feel about a new governor that swept all of that less tasteful element off the island, that bolstered Jamaica's defenses and legitimized Jamaica as a real English colony? More than a few of these notable Jamaicans were receptive. The very few that weren't terribly receptive to his suggestions were noted by Lynch.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island. Next on Nada Yada Island.
I knew I deserved so much more, so I left. I finally switched to Metro and got what I was looking for.
Get one line for only $25 a month with AutoPay. Just bring your phone to Metro and experience all the data you want on the largest 5G network. That's Nada Yada Yada, only at Metro by T-Mobile.
First month is $30. Bring your number and ID. Offer not available if with T-Mobile or with Metro in the past 180 days.
This episode is brought to you by State Farm. You might say all kinds of stuff when things go wrong, but these are the words you really need to remember. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. They've got options to fit your unique insurance needs, meaning you can talk to your agent to choose the coverage you need, have coverage options to protect the things you value most, file a claim right on the State Farm mobile app, and even reach a real person when you need to talk to someone. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
A few weeks of this, and a ship out of Bristol brought news to Jamaica that nearly brought his entire plan crashing down. The captain of that Bristol ship carried news that the governor's own son, Charles Moody Ford, was actually imprisoned in the Tower of London, awaiting his father's arrest. Now, we mentioned this last week. Charles was something of a hostage to appease the Spanish and also ensure his father, the governor's, good faith. So Lynch moved on this immediately as soon as he found out about it. He had the captain of that Bristol ship and his men detained on board their vessel, and he set some guards on the docks to watch them. Then he wrote a number of letters to be carried in secret under cover of darkness to some of Jamaica's finest families. First, a letter went to Captain Prince. That was one of Morgan's most trusted commanders, who had been there at Panama, and he told Captain Prince to ready his men and any men he could rally to defend the harbor against any threat that might come, either from the seaward side or the landward. Now, the captain of the local militia was told to arm his men to prepare to put down a potential uprising. Morgan was still bedridden, and he received no letter at all. But all across the islands, guns were loaded and men were ready. Now, to Moody Ford, Lynch sent, well, not a letter, but an invitation. He sent a runner to go invite the governor to join him as Lynch went to go survey the ships that he had brought to Jamaica. The runner told Moody Ford that, while Lynch had top secret directives from the Crown to impart to Moody Ford regarding the defense of Jamaica. Now, once Lynch and Moody Ford were all on board the Assistance, the larger of the two vessels, along with a number of men, all of whom were loyal to Lynch, well, the governor was told of his subordinate's true purpose on the island. He was told of his son, who was imprisoned in the Tower of London, and of his own impending arrest. Everything was revealed, but to his credit, Moody Ford didn't resist. He went to his fate with the proper English gentlemanly grace. He was told that his family could remain on the island and be unharmed, or, if they chose, return to England as they wished. And then Lynch softened the blow. He explained to Moody Ford that this was really all politics, that Moody Ford's life and his fortune were not at risk, and that his son would be released from the tower upon the governor's reaching London. Now, what Lynch said was true as far as he knew, but Moody Ford was no doubt aware that kings could be impetuous creatures, and, if it was politically expedient, he himself could very soon find the end of his days at the end of a gallows. So it was on the 25th of August, 1671, that Thomas Moody Ford was transferred to the Jamaica Merchant and began his voyage to England in chains. So that very day, the new governor, Lynch, called the Council of Jamaica to session. There he gave a report of his actions in arresting Moody Ford and showed everyone assembled a copy of his commission signed by King Charles II of England. Now, there were some recriminations on how he carried out his plans, the secrecy of it, but really only a few. These came mainly from the very same men that had been noted as possible malcontents. It was all legal, though, and then they all accepted him as the new governor. Now, Morgan rightfully had a place at that Jamaica Council, but he remained abed. His fever was still bothering him. So Lynch was left free to go to work, corralling the buccaneers as best he could, but he soon found out that it was going to be a difficult task. You see, these buccaneers knew the island much better than Lynch did, and they had grown quite skilled at evading the authorities. Lynch had, of course, been on the island before, but never in such an intimate fashion. He did manage to capture a few and coerce some others into taking up a more respectable trade, but today we're not really concerned with what the rank-and-file buccaneers were doing. We're going to look a lot more at them next time. However, with Morgan laid up, the pirates were laying low. But the governor didn't have long before more pressing news came from London. You see, Spain, after the attack on Panama, was making threatening moves, and apparently the Queen had called a council of war. They'd mustered a total of 36 sail and 5,000 men, with the apparent plan of attacking Jamaica in retribution. Now, this was about half of what their original force was supposed to be, so it was better than it could have been, but still not good. The Queen Regent chose to keep half of those men back in Europe. This was a tool, the better with which to threaten France and England while they were busy fighting in the Netherlands. So the ambassador to Spain, that one who had been a broker for the Treaty of Madrid, well, he had returned to England with the Queen's demands, and those demands were then sent on to Lynch. She had a number of demands, but her primary condition to stay her hand was the arrest, imprisonment, and trial of Admiral Henry Morgan. So here, Governor Lynch found himself in something of a quandary. His masters had ordered Henry Morgan arrested and the buccaneers dispersed. At that same moment, though, the Queen of Spain, who had every reason to attack Jamaica, had marshaled a fleet for that very purpose. He had a mere 2 ships of any fighting capacity and only a few hundred men. Spain's force completely eclipsed his. England was busy mired in the Third Anglo-Dutch War, so he couldn't expect any aid from home. And once again, as had been so many times in the past, Captain Morgan was the only man capable of defending Jamaica. So Governor Lynch had a choice. He could gamble on Morgan and let him rouse a force. Of course, Morgan was still sick and, at that moment, not to the best standing with the buccaneers. Or, conversely, he could bet on Spain. He could arrest Morgan, send him back to England, and pray that Spanish honor held and that they would be sated with Henry Morgan in chains. It appears that the governor actually did deliberate on exactly what to do here, but in the end he made what was probably the wise decision, and he ordered the arrest of Henry Morgan. Now, Morgan was still quite sick, so instead of being immediately shipped off to England, he was put under house arrest for 6 weeks until he would be well enough to travel. Now, Morgan was actually sick. It wasn't a ruse, but this may have been a brilliant tactical move on Lynch's part. You see, he announced Morgan's arrest publicly, as was the proper thing to do. Then he named Major James Bannister to command the militia. The major was well known to the buccaneers and apparently well enough respected. Even better, the governor named Captain Prince his ranking lieutenant, and he made it abundantly clear that though Morgan was under arrest, the other buccaneers weren't to be treated the same. So Governor Lynch, Major Bannister, and Lieutenant Prince convinced many of the buccaneers to stay in Port Royal, just in case their services wound up being needed. Now, when those 6 weeks were up, the governor put Morgan on board the Welcome, and on the 6th of April, he sent the vessel on her voyage to England. Now, Lynch did offer Morgan one kindness. He sent with him a letter that was to be delivered to the king and the council that read, quote, "To speak the truth of him, he's an honest and brave fellow, and had both Sir T.M. and the council's commission and instructions, which they thought he obeyed and followed so well that they gave him public thanks." End quote. Major Bannister, the commander of the militia, had similar words of praise. He wrote, quote, "Admiral Henry Morgan is sent home confined in the Welcome frigate to appear, as is suspected, on account of his proceedings against the Spaniard. Knows not what approbation he may find there, but he received here a very high and honorable applause for his noble service therein, both from Sir Thomas Moody Ford and the council that commissioned him. Hopes without offense he may say he is a very well-deserving person, and one of great courage and conduct, who may, with his Majesty's pleasure, perform good public service at home, or be very advantageous to this island, if war should again break forth with the Spaniard." End quote. However, none of this was probably all that soothing for Morgan, considering his situation. He was still sick. He was clapped in irons. He was imprisoned in the cold, wet depths of a leaky little cog making her way across the Atlantic, and every day the weather was getting colder and colder. And to rub salt in the wound, he was accompanied by another man, an English pirate who had been on the voyage to Panama, a man named Captain Francis Witherbourne. Now, of course, there's no record of their conversations, but can you imagine what they were like? Imagine there you are, in chains, being transported back to England to face your almost certain death at the end of a hangman's noose. And right next to you is your former admiral, A man who promised to make you rich, but then instead of wealth, he gave you nothing but hunger and disease, pain, fire, and death. I mean, what would you say to him? But regardless of their conversations, Morgan arrived safely in England on the 4th of July, 1671. And in a sense, you could see it as his own sort of Independence Day. You see, instead of being marched under guard to the nearest cell, as he probably expected, he was received by the local dignitaries and given a place to rest and recover from his voyage. These dignitaries fed him and had his needs looked after. Likely, they called the local doctor to examine the admiral. Now, this might not be too far out of the ordinary. He was, after all, an admiral. He was a landed man, not just some common criminal off the street, but he was under arrest, wasn't he? Well, technically, yes, he was under arrest, but his hosts had news to impart to Morgan. You see, the war with the Dutch was going pretty poorly. England had lost engagement after engagement. Now, France fared a little bit better in the war, but all in all, the Netherlands was winning. England was at a low point in the war. Of particular interest to Morgan was the state of affairs in Jamaica. You see, Spain had actually cooled her heels in the months that Morgan had been at sea, but the Dutch were amassing a fleet in the Caribbean, perilously close to the shores of Jamaica. So it appeared that things had changed while he was at sea. Perhaps things had changed to Captain Morgan's advantage. When he finally arrived in London town, well, the city must have seemed alien to the buccaneer, but in some ways it was more like Port Royal than he would have expected, than the England that he had left years ago. Now, first off, he was told not to leave the city without giving notice, but otherwise he was basically left free to roam. But London was at the height of Restoration magnificence and debauchery. The streets were filled with drunken revelry, loose women, and opulence. It was wealthier, to be sure, than the streets of Port Royal, and the revelers were dressed better, but it probably felt something like home. So Morgan took rooms in the city and bought new clothes that would be more suitable for the climate and the culture. After he spent a little bit of time recovering his health, he found himself to be a desirable commodity. Only a couple of weeks prior, he had thought himself bound for the Tower of London and potentially for the headsman. But now? Well, now, Modiport had actually been released from the tower, and Morgan found himself at a different house every night, being feasted and toasted by the occupants. He was the guest of honor everywhere that he went, and his schedule was full for the foreseeable future. And in addition to food and the drink that he was given, he was expected to entertain. You see, he was an oddity to the London elite. Now, the buccaneers of the Caribbean had been built up back in Europe as a scourge. They were a gang of monsters, reaving and raping their way across the Spanish Main. These weren't the kind of men that you could exactly invite to dinner to regale you with stories of their exploits, but Morgan? He was a gentleman, a man of letters and estates, and the king of that band of ragged pirates. So, regale them he did. Night after night, Morgan told them stories of his adventures, while his narrow escapes and glorious triumphs. But there was something deeper going on here as well, and Morgan knew it. He used this situation to his advantage. You see, these evenings weren't just chest-thumping stories to make the women gasp. He was telling his tales to people of real means and real influence. Some held actual positions of power in the government, some at the highest levels, even a few in the king's cabal. You see, Morgan hadn't even seen the inside of a cell. He hadn't been sent to a trial, but every night he testified in his defense in front of the court of public opinion. And every night, his peers, they laughed and they cheered for him. You see, the court of King Charles was split on a very divisive issue. In public, that issue was the royal position on Spain, but more honestly, it was the growing Catholic tide there in England. Now, most of those that invited Morgan to dine were on the side of Anglicanism and against closer relations with Spain, and their numbers in England were growing. As the war with the Netherlands, the Third Anglo-Dutch War, went worse and worse, more people all across the country were asking themselves, why were they fighting against their Protestant cousins across the Channel and busy cozying up to their ancient and Catholic enemies in Spain and France? So Morgan found himself a tool of a political faction now. He was a cog in a much bigger machine. You see, his victory on the field of battle outside Panama was the last notable English victory in years. And what a victory it was! I mean, while English troops were busy dying in the war with the Netherlands, all one had to do was turn to Morgan to tell of him marching his band of intrepid English rovers against a mounted and organized Spanish army and then defeating them in open combat. See, more and more, the highest halls of power, all the way from King Charles down, were ringing with the name of Captain Morgan. However, Morgan began to grow tired of the capital and more than a little bit annoyed. So for a time, he left London to go visit his relatives over in Wales. All in all, this journey had lasted about 2 years, and he was frustrated with the pace of things there, as well as the money that he was losing while he was away from his plantations and busy spending money on all sorts of new clothes and all of the expenses of living in London. And his eventual release still wasn't exactly certain. You see, his fate rested with the anti-Spain faction in London and their triumph in the heart and mind of King Charles. And really, considering the king's love of all things French and even his rumored religious inclinations, well, Morgan was still far from safe. But he had found in London something of an ally, a man who was part patron and part worshipful acolyte. His name was Christopher Monk. Now, do you remember George Monk, the royalist general that was largely responsible for restoring King Charles to the throne? The man that Henry Morgan's uncle had actually served directly under as his second in command during the Civil War? Yeah, well, this Christopher Monk was his son. So this was son of the man that King Charles had personally thanked for winning his throne, and now he was firmly in the camp of Henry Morgan. You see, Christopher was merely 19 years old. He was rich, he was quick-tempered, he was a little bit dashing, a little bit dangerous. He liked to drink, and he liked to swagger around with a sword on his hip, looking for anybody that would be willing to fight him. In short, he was a rogue, growing bored with betting barmaids and fighting in the streets. Then, into this world of boredom walks a man with long hair and impeccable facial hair. A man who was wearing a sword, but was wearing it like it was born with him. A man that held himself with an air of menace and command. And, I mean, he'd been there. You know, this man had sailed against savages and Spaniards. He'd cut traders' throats and plundered the greatest cities in the New World. He marched the jungles of Panama, just like Francis Drake had done, and he ravaged noble ladies while their husbands played politics and smoked with savage witch doctors. I mean, he'd really done it, man. So it was a natural match. Clearly, Christopher attached himself to Morgan as fast as possible, but as for Morgan's side of the bargain, well, the boy was influential, and there was a familial connection there, so he made a smart ally. Beyond that, Christopher Monk was young, and he liked to drink, and he liked to fight, and, well, in short, it was the very kind of person that Morgan had fought with, the very kind of boy that Morgan had commanded, and ultimately the kind of boy that Morgan had become an expert at manipulating. And then, quite possibly with the aid of young Christopher, Henry Morgan received a missive from the king himself. It asked him to draw up a plan for the future defense of Jamaica, an outline of the necessary materials and the strategies that Morgan would employ were he, hypothetically, returned to Jamaica in a position of real power. You see, the war continued to go badly. and the Dutch had been harassing English shipping all across the Caribbean, really all across the world. But in the Caribbean, it was making Lynch look bad, and by extension, it was making England and all of her possessions look weak. You see, that had never been a problem when Morgan was in Jamaica. Naturally, first thing, Morgan wrote and sent the memo immediately. He asked for the materials you might imagine, the guns, the ships, the men, the money. But his plan was bold. His plan was to bolster the defenses of Port Royal, but then to bring the fight out to the Dutch. They were only winning, argued Morgan, because Lynch was on the defensive. This was a classic tactic of Morgan. Then, in July 1673, King Charles called Morgan to meet with him personally to discuss his plans. So Morgan dressed as well as he could. He had his shoes shined, he had his hair done. He'd passed well enough in the upper echelons of London society, but still, meeting the king, there was no way for him to appear anything but what he was. He was a rough, seasoned sailor and a soldier of fortune. So King Charles and Captain Morgan met publicly. Then they retired to a private meeting room for the better part of an afternoon. Now, what they said wasn't recorded officially, but it's reported that the king was charmed by Morgan's rough colonial manner, of his royalist history, and of the tales of his dashing English victories. That was just the sort of thing that the king loved. But then he came to it, the point. He asked Morgan about the sack of Panama. You see, Governor Modi Ford's excuses and his defense had been pretty paltry, not really worth the king's time. But you see, that was on his head, not on Morgan's. The king needed to know, to quote Douglas R. Burgess Jr. in the Pirates Pact, quote, Morgan stoutly maintained that he believed the governor of Panama was assembling a fleet to invade Jamaica. But surely the governor must have told you that England and Spain were at peace, Charles asked disbelievingly. If anyone had, Morgan answered, it had escaped his memory. He had, he confessed, a poor memory for political matters. The king's eyebrows rose, and anyway, Morgan went on. Even if the governor or any of the Spanish officers had told him that, he would never have believed them. The Spanish were nothing but liars. Everyone knew that. King and pirate gazed at one another for a long moment. Then, without warning, Charles cried out, "Odd fish!" and burst into laughter. The interrogation was adjourned. End quote. In the months that followed meeting the king, well, Henry Morgan's fortunes changed in ways that I doubt he ever could have foreseen. You see, as a young man, he'd been a royalist in Cromwell's anti-royal England. He was bundled on a vessel bound for the New World to escape a headsman, really, on what was almost a suicidal mission to attack the Spanish halfway around the world. It was his own ambition and his intrepid skill that helped him to climb as high as he likely thought possible. He had raided the Spanish Main more than any other man alive. He had gathered men of all colors and creeds to his banner, and finally, he unified the Brethren of the Coast, commanded almost every buccaneer in the Caribbean, and been admiral of the greatest pirate fleet the world had ever known. He raised himself to the highest level of society available to him there in Jamaica. But then, once again, he'd fallen low. He'd gone home, once again facing that same headsman he'd outrun 20 years ago. And then, he was welcomed by the King of England. He was greeted warmly at court. He was finally granted a knighthood to become officially Admiral Sir Henry Morgan. King Charles even gifted him a snuff box with the king's own likeness outlined in diamonds. And finally, when all was said and done, he was given, in November of 1673, a commission signed by King Charles as the Lieutenant Governor of Jamaica. He sailed home. Now, the story of Captain Morgan doesn't end here. He goes on to live for many more years. But the story of Captain Morgan, the pirate, ended in that meeting with the king. From here on out, Captain Morgan isn't going to be a pirate anymore. Now, sure, he will, in his later years, occasionally be found drinking with some of the rougher sort there at the rum sinks in Port Royal, but he won't be a pirate anymore. He's going to be a man who's working for the state, actively persecuting any pirates he comes across. We'll look in on him a few more times before the end of Captain Morgan's days, but next time we're going to leave Captain Morgan behind and take a look at what happened to some of the other men who were there at Panama. We're going to rewind to the immediate aftermath of the attack on Panama and follow some of the men that were there, men like Francis Witherbone, Alexander Exquemelin, and Captain Bartholomew Sharp. I hope you enjoyed today's episode, and I'd like to thank you for listening. As always, I'd like to thank everybody who has helped to support the show. Anybody who has left us a review on iTunes or wherever it is you happen to listen to the show, everybody who has donated or signed up to be one of our patrons on Patreon, well, I appreciate all of you, and I couldn't do the show without you guys. As always, our theme music was The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you haven't checked them out yet, go on over and do so at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com, or you can check us out on Facebook, SoundCloud, Twitter, or YouTube. As always, most importantly, thank you for listening.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Today's show is brought to you by our Patreon supporters. I'd like to thank everybody that has recently signed up to become a patron, as well as our Commodore class. That's Commodores Bull, Rumgut, Matthew, Lopez, Ward, Hall, Vertigon, Yelteek, Contefal Yende, and Bootstrap Spade. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. At the very least, there are dozens of works written about the life of Admiral Sir Henry Morgan. Everything from hard, factual academic history to wildly inaccurate romance novels. He's been an influence on pop culture characters like Captain Blood and become the face of many Caribbean resorts and attractions, and even become the mascot for a brand of rum familiar to college students the world over. He's probably, or at least his name, is probably the second most well-known real-world pirate after Blackbeard. All of this because of a surgeon who was able to read and wrote what happened on 2 of his voyages, and a man who held a grudge against his old boss. But Alexander Exquemelin, as biased and inaccurate as he was, wrote a compelling narrative about the admiral, and it sold. It sold well. You see, every other admiral in the Jamaica station, even those who successfully raided up and down the Spanish Main, aren't really remembered. The governors of Jamaica, whose correspondence and records about whom we still have in many cases, still really aren't that well known. Now, Morgan was more successful than any of those others. He sailed farther, he commanded a larger fleet, he raided bigger cities, but more than anything, I think, we remember him because we love a good story. And the story of Captain Morgan delivers, but really we only know it because of a Dutch ship's surgeon. Now, there are dozens, even hundreds, of fascinating tales of Caribbean piracy out there, maybe even more than that, which we will never get to know. See, we won't know them because there was no one there to write them down. What got me thinking about this topic was the captain named Francis Witherbourne. In nearly every biography written about Henry Morgan, Witherbourne is mentioned. His name is in dozens of books at the least, but it's only in there as a footnote, as a brief aside. He was Morgan's shipmate on the voyage to London. That's about it. Last time I talked about the conversations that they must have had, which we'll never get to know about. I'd still love to hear them as it happens, but upon reaching England, Witherbourne's story just fades away. Morgan, who was a landowner and a pillar of the community, was given a mattress in a wealthy manner. Witherbourne, well, we don't know. Not exactly, anyway. See, he was just a nobody. He was just a scoundrel from far away with no family and no friends, and he didn't have anyone out there writing books about him. You know that old saying, history is written by the victors? This is episode 34, by The Vanquished. So today I'd like to talk about the real people that fought at Panama. I'd love to tell the stories of the men on the ground, the men that were marching and fighting and dying. I'd love to tell tales from the women and children trapped inside the walls of Panama or else on the run outside the walls. I'd love to tell the tales of the Amerindian guerrillas and their ambushes against the Buccaneer army. But unfortunately, those tales are difficult to come by, really sort of impossible. They were all, at the time, quite a bit busy. Nobody had time while they were fighting or running to jot down exactly how they were feeling. Now, thankfully, Exquemelin wrote his account, or we know far less about the raid on Panama than we actually do today. But what I wouldn't give to have just one journal from a man that was actually on the voyage. We'll never even know the names of most of those that sailed with Morgan. You see, a few years after Panama, when the dust had finally settled, a new crop of pirates will emerge from those ashes. We'll know their commanders' names, their captains, and even a fair bit about some of them, but what we don't know is what they were up to before their names became infamous. They didn't just pop up one day on the docks at Tortuga all, "Hello, I'm a poor lad from Bristol, here to seek my fortune. Mind if I take command of your ship?" No, they were working their way up through the ranks of the Brethren of the Coast for years, sailing and fighting and navigating. Some of them were smart enough to steer clear of Morgan and his crazy schemes, but at least 2,000 men were there marching on Panama. That's the majority of the buccaneers in the Caribbean at the time. But what we actually know about most of the men in that march is, well, nothing. not their names or their nationalities, not where they were born or how they died. For the few that we actually do know something about, well, unless they're Admiral Morgan, there isn't much. For example, that man, Captain Francis Witherbourne, he was probably at Panama, but we can't be certain. He wasn't mentioned by ex-Merlin, nor was he listed as a captain on the list of ships and captains in the official English report about Panama. But still, he was probably there. However, despite being mentioned in all those books about Captain Morgan, all that's said of him in any actual official record goes as follows. This is from the Calendar of State Papers, Colonial, America and the West Indies, Volume 7. Quote, March 20th, Jamaica. Minutes of a council of war held aboard HMS Assistance for the trial of Captain Francis Witherbourne for piracy. That, having notice of the peace, he took command of the bark Charity to continue privateering, that he consorted with Yalas and fled when chased by the Assistance. That he took a Spanish canoa, and his mate, Thomas Wright, took another canoa, which is still out privateering. That there were articles of consortship between Witherbourne and one Captain de Mangle, a Frenchman, obliging each other to continue privateering, and that he would not have surrendered if not forced. To which Witherbourne only made this defense, that his men governed him, that his mate Wright had greater influence over them than he had, and that the articles were only to blind the Frenchmen. Upon consideration of the whole matter, we were of the opinion that having committed piracy and broken the articles of peace, Captain Witherbourne ought to suffer death according to the law. 4th of April, 1672, Jamaica. Orders and instructions from Sir Thomas Lynch to Captain John Keane of HMS Welcome to receive on board Colonel Henry Morgan as His Majesty's prisoner, to receive from the captain of the Assistance, Captain Francis Witherbourne, and to keep him prisoner until he receive His Majesty's orders. 20th August, 1672, Whitehall. In response to the taking of a Spanish ship. His Majesty has great reason to believe that this violence has not been done by any of his subjects of Jamaica, but by some of those privateers who have refused to submit themselves, and take not only Spanish vessels, but English also, and that her Catholic Majesty may be assured of the King's resolution to cause the peace to be observed with all strictness in America. And in pursuance of His Majesty's commands, the Governor of Jamaica has taken one Captain Witherbourne, condemned him as a pirate, and sent him here, where he remains a close prisoner. End quote. And that's it. He was tried, condemned as a pirate, transferred to the Assistance alongside Sir Henry, and kept as a prisoner. That's the entirety of the history of this man. That's all we can know about him. But can you imagine what his life must have been like? Can you imagine what a book or a movie based on him would be like? I mean, imagine that he was born a poor child. Maybe he was an orphan, or no, maybe he was born to a violent, drunken father. Of course, his mother was kind and loving, but she died when he was very young. So, to escape his father's drunken rages, he ran away from home at 10. He made his way to the docks, where he begged for food and stole what he needed. He lived that way for years, sleeping rough and eating what he could scrounge, until, when he'd grown big for his age, a captain noticed him on the docks and made him the ship's boy on his vessel. Now the ship would have been a merchantman, probably a slaver bound for the Americas, which, of course, young Francis had always dreamed of seeing. But the journey across the Atlantic was a nightmare. He'd never seen slavery up close, and he felt bad for them. And beyond that, the ship's captain was a cruel master who beat him frequently. Now, when they finally reached Barbados, Francis decided to jump ship and run for town, and there he went back to his old ways, stealing and scraping. But before long, he fell in with the rough crowd there in town. They drank at the local taverns, and they would rob men that were sleeping off their own drink, until, one night, a group of hard-looking men came in with swords and muskets and ordered a round of drinks. They drank and they laughed and they sang and they fondled the barmaids, but no one dared say a word to them. They stepped wary around these men. One man in the group, who was drinking and carousing just a shade less than the others, approached Francis and his mates. He brought them a round of drinks and he sat down to chat with them. He told them that he was the quartermaster of a ship in the harbor and that he was looking for men. He said that they were a privateer vessel, and that, though it was hard work, paid better than working on a merchant vessel or scrounging for what you could on the docks. So Francis found himself on board their ship, scrubbing the decks and training under a gunner. He was, after all, a big lad. When they finally made their way to Tortuga, it became clear that they weren't really privateers at all, just a buccaneer crew with a French commission. Of course, Francis didn't mind that. He earned good pay and even had a say in his fate on board the vessel. So Francis rowed. For years he sailed, and he attacked ships and raided villages, even once venturing into the Gulf of Mexico to attack Campeche alongside the famous captains Diego and the Brazilian. When his pockets were full, he'd spend them on drink and women, and when they emptied, he'd go out again. Then, when he was in port at Tortuga, word came of a raid, but not just any raid. This was to be the biggest raid the West Indies had ever seen. Captain Morgan himself had called the ships in, and word was they were going to take Havana, or maybe even Cartagena. Francis was, by this time, a quartermaster with 24 men under him. He'd fought across the Spanish Main and seen both hard times and fortunes. But Morgan, that man was a legend. His raids were the biggest and the richest in the world, even bigger than the old French captain L'Olonnais. So his ship sailed with Morgan to attack Panama. In the end, though, it wasn't exactly glorious. It was hard marching and hungry work. Men were getting sick and starving even before they attacked. They did take the city, though, and expected to become rich and retire, but in the end, they received a mere 10 pounds silver. It was insulting. Then Morgan and his cronies sailed back to Port Royal ahead of an angry mob of buccaneers. So his ship held an election there at San Lorenzo Castle, and they decided to make him, Francis, captain. He'd always done well by them, they said, even when their captain, and Morgan, had led them to disaster. But his boys, the men on his vessel, they were greedy. They felt robbed by Morgan, and they wanted to take every ship they encountered without returning to Tortuga for a commission. It was a dangerous and foolhardy move, but everyone had a vote, and the men refused to return home empty-handed. Mostly, it went well, at least at first. They took canoes and 2 barks. They took logwood and dye and silver. But then, one day, sails. They were large sails, and they looked to be English. Francis warned his men of danger. He didn't think it was a good idea to attack, but his quartermaster overruled him. All of the men on board only saw gold. It was a frigate out of Port Royal, as it turned out, and carrying soldiers and navy men. So Francis and everybody else on board was captured. They were put in chains, and they were tried in the harbor there at Port Royal. Then, being held prisoner in the hold of the ship that was going to take him back to England to face his fate, well, in walked Admiral Henry Morgan.
This episode is brought to you by State Farm. From your morning podcast to your afternoon playlist, State Farm knows you personalize your entire day, and that's why State Farm helps you personalize your insurance with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It offers coverage options that help protect what you care about most at an affordable price just for you. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Prices vary by state. Options selected by customer. Availability and eligibility may vary.
At every local McDonald's, serving a great first bite starts with putting care into everything. First, McDonald's suppliers make sure they meet our high standards at every step. Next, daily food quality checks happen at every McDonald's restaurant, over 13 million a year. From plants to plates, we're investing along our supply chain. It's about more than just meals. We serve integrity, care, and quality in each McDonald's, so you can feel good about every first bite.
Of course, none of that actually happened. I just made all that up. Or then again, maybe it did happen. We don't know. And we can't know at all conclusively. But the aftermath of Panama saw hundreds and hundreds of men with stories that sounded something like that. I can't tell those stories, though. The only stories I can tell belong to the few who we do know about. For example, do you remember ages ago when we talked about Diego the Mulatto, also called Diego Lucifer? He was the young man that sailed the Bay of Campeche seeking revenge for his ill treatment at the hands of the Spanish. Well, if not, he was a young man that sailed the Bay of Campeche seeking revenge for his ill treatment at the hands of the Spanish. Now, all that happened back in 1633, but it's very possible that he actually was at Panama and sailed under Captain Morgan. Now, that would be 1671, which would be 38 years after he originally went on the account. If we say generously that Diego was 15 years old when he ran away from home to go buccaneering, well, that would have been back in 1630. And that gives him 3 years to get a ship and a crew together and then attack Campeche. If that's the case, if he were 15 when he started, he would have been at least 56 years old when Morgan attacked Panama, and almost certainly actually a few years older than that. But there was a Captain Diego with Morgan on his voyage to Portobello that also captained a ship called the San Juan at Panama. Now, Esquemelan called him the Pirate of Campeche, which was our Diego Lucifer's hunting ground, and, well, he was referred to only by his first name. You see, this isn't typical even of pirate captains, but it's the norm for bastards who were born to a slave that had no last name. You see, it's that last name problem that confuses the issue here. There was our Diego el Mulato, active in the 1630s, and then there was another one active in the 1640s who some think may have been the same Diego the Mulatto, but finally there was that Diego that sailed with Lolone and with Morgan. Now, they could have been three separate men, but I choose to believe that they were all one very talented, very lucky, and long-lived pirate. And some historians agree with me, or at least they accept the possibility that it's true. It's either were there three Diego the Mulattoes that were pirate captains within a 40-year period, or was there one who had a very long career? Regardless, though, we do know the fate of the Captain Diego who sailed on Panama with Captain Morgan. Probably. Now, he called himself Diego Grillo, and by then he wasn't sailing from Campeche but out of Tortuga. I'll quote a man named Bennerson Little, who was a U.S. Navy SEAL, who writes about the military tactics that pirates used. Quote, in June 1673, he captured a Spanish merchant ship sailing from Havana to Campeche. 3 Spanish ships, crewed with 150 men, sailed from Havana in pursuit and soon found Diego. The old pirate engaged them with his 15-gun frigate. The details of the fight are lacking, but almost certainly Diego attacked at close range, 100 yards or less, using his great guns to shatter timbers, shred rigging, and slaughter men, while his musketeers blazed away, forcing Spanish gunners and arquebuceros to keep their heads down. Diego captured at least one of the vessels, and some say all 3, and hanged the 20 Spaniards aboard who were born in Spain. The rest he set free. End quote. See that last bit there about killing only the Spaniards aboard? Well, that's what most strongly suggests to me that that's the very same man that sacked Campeche in a quest for vengeance against Spain exactly 40 years earlier. But that was the last of Diego's exploits. Now, there aren't any verifiable accounts, as with most of Diego's life, but 2 months after taking that last Spanish prize, he was captured and he ended his life at the end of a Spanish gibbet. Now, Diego was actually captured alongside another buccaneer, one that I've actually never mentioned, despite his being neck-deep in many of the raids we've talked about over the last few months. His name was Jan Lugosz, and his story, well, honestly, it's better than the story I made up earlier. He was born in Amsterdam in 1644, and as a teenager, he took a job on a Zeeland flute headed for St. Kitts. When he arrived, he took work on different merchantmen that were crisscrossing the Leeward Islands for years. In 1666, he was at Barbados with a convoy. The convoy was fairly large, and it was actually bound for St. Kitts. It had a bunch of relief supplies. They were in the middle of a war between England and France at the time, but before they were able to leave, the fleet was struck by a hurricane. Now, his flute
Kevin. Hello, kitties. What's in you? I was just in the middle of my deadly dozen. First, I do a few pull-ups, then a few jumping hacks, and then I like to finish with a little die impact aerobics. Hey, I'm getting in shape for tonight's tale. It's about an ambitious young actress who's looking for her big break. Will she make it? Only her hairdresser knows for sure. I call this dismal drama beauty rest.
What's your favorite part of a woman? The nape of her neck? The line of her back? Or the shape of her breasts? Or just maybe it's her mind. It may be a man's world. That doesn't mean I have to take it lying down. Because I want to compete. Whether I'm a CEO or an MD or an MRS, I want to be taken seriously. Very seriously. That's why I never feel fully dressed until I've put on ball buster. It's not for just any woman. It's for the woman who means business.
Did you get it? Did you get it? Gentlemen, Ellen Perkins. Ellen, you were fabulous, fabulous. Yes.
She's out of town.
Amelia, I'm sorry, did you really mean that?
I have been directing commercials for 20 years, and I've never had an actor take direction like you. Ever. In a screentest, no less, right? I asked you to show me break.
You gave me the whole goddamn love. You are brilliant. Brilliant.
Excuse me, Amelia? Does that mean I got the part?
As I'm concerned, you it.
You are the ball buster girl. You it. Done deal.
What do you mean I didn't get the job?
Yeah, Rhonda, yeah. You tell him I'd rather eat Drano and jump into a bowl of puffs, okay? Yeah. And he went to look again.
But the director said I had the part. He said it was a done deal.
Well, they undid it. Look, you got real close. I thought you gave up smoking.
I did. Archie, I'm tired of being the bridesmaid. I was perfect for that part. I am that woman.
I know. You are the ball buster. If you know what I mean.
I've been bashing my head against a wall for 10 years. Aren't I entitled to a break?
I know.
So who did get the part?
Is it really important? I mean, why does it matter who got it?
Because I want to know.
Honey, I mean, you know what I say? I say, look to the future.
Archie, who got the part? Tell me.
Who knows why these things get cast the way they do? I've been in this business 25 years, and I don't understand it, huh? Your roommate Joyce got the part, okay? Now, don't go blowing this thing out of proportion. I mean, what can I tell you? I mean, she impressed the director.
Oh, what happened? Did her orgasm show some acting ability? You know how she got this part, don't you? She screwed the guy.
No, that's not fair.
You're absolutely right. I shouldn't say she's sleeping her way to the top. At that rate, he's sleep.
No, Rhonda. You tell him I will turn the deal into dog food. You got it? Good. what your problem is? You've got a rotten attitude.
Why? Why? Because I won't put out? Because I happen to think it's what's inside that counts?
Helen, have you thought that maybe your roommate gets these parts because she wants them?
Oh, spare me, Archie. I want these parts, but there are some things I am not willing to do to get them.
Fine! What are you willing to do?
Fire your ass.
Is that you? Oh my God, I have the best news. You're never gonna guess what happened to me today.
Nail polish and dye, you little bitch.
Gosh, are you in such a bad mood?
Because you're in such a good mood. What do you got against me having a career? How do I eat this shit? Might as well be fat and miserable. What you Why is it that every time somebody gets really close to casting me, you suddenly show up with your legs spread?
I have never done that. And that's my ice cream.
So
that's okay. I don't like that flavor very much anyway. Oh,
I want you out of this apartment.
but it's my apartment. Calm down. Let's talk about this. I thought that we were friends.
If you weren't friends or relationship cuts, you got me. No friend would ever do to me what you did.
I haven't done anything. I swear it.
Really? Good, no. What about Rubini's comrade? What about Bon Voyage business? What about Ballbuster? For Christ, it's like competing with a fucking sperm bank.
Ballbuster. You mean I got Ballbuster? Yes.
Didn't even know? What the hell are you so goddamn happy about?
But you know this guy I've been seeing for the past couple of weeks, Tom? Well, he's in charge of this beauty pageant. It's for some trade show or something. And, well, he's gonna make me the winner. See, he gave me this note, and
make me sick. Make me so sick.
Helen, it's not what you're thinking. I really like this guy.
Isn't that what it says in the note?
No, the note's for the guy who's emceeing the pageant. Some guy named George.
Don't talk to me. Joyce, don't talk to me. Just don't talk to me. Joyce. Brought a little peace out for you.
Really? That's so sweet of you.
I'm sorry. I guess I just got frustrated. You know, I've been plugging away at it for so long, and I've got so little to show for it. And you waltzed in here with not just one job, but two.
It's okay.
Life is full of changes, some big and some small.
I know how you feel. Thanks. Would you mind getting me a necklace?
Oh, sure. Boy, this is it's really beautiful.
Thank you.
You know, the truth is, I really admire your ability to get what you want. Do you get any money for winning this contest?
I think the winner gets they get to be like the spokesperson for the company. Something like that, you know?
Really? That's interesting. What's it for?
Yeah. I think I forgot to ask.
You.
It's silly of me.
Yeah. I'll make sure she gets it, George. Sweet dreams, you little tramp. By the time you wake up, your little spokeswoman job will be mine. Now, I want you to take it easy, hon. By the time I get back. Joyce? Joyce?
Please don't be Dad. This is not my fault.
I'm not going to jail for you. You don't deserve it. I'm going to kill myself.
The direction my life has been going in has been downhill for so long. I can't take it, and so I'm too depressed to go on living anymore.
The end. Why wouldn't you be depressed? You talk all the time about killing yourself. That's what I'll tell the police. When they hear what a sleazy reputation you had, they'll probably wonder why you didn't lock yourself sooner. Hi, I'm looking for George. Great, thanks.
I have an hour.
That's right, Miss Palmer. At 7, the pageant begins with a review of the contestants. And then we do the ball gowns, and then swimsuits, and then interviews, and then the judging.
Well, who exactly is judging this?
A panel of experts, of course.
I'm sorry. Are you George?
That's right. And you are?
Actually, if I could talk to you privately for just a moment.
Of course. Did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you, George. You're sweet. I think I should show you this first.
Tom gave you this? That's what Tom wants.
Really?
I can work with it.
Okay.
You know, knowing who the winner is going to be means that the crew can set up for the grand finale that much quicker. You known Tom a long time?
No, just that once.
That Tom. I like a girl with your qualities. Let's put you in dressing room 7. It's the first door on the right.
George, thank you.
Hi. You must be my next door neighbor. I want you to know that I know what you're doing. And I think it's disgusting. What? Not that this contest is a big deal to me. Even if it was, I wouldn't stoop to your level. I wouldn't fuck some stranger just to get a break.
Of yours. I don't know what you're talking about.
I know you slept with Tom so you could win this thing.
Look. It's not what you think.
I bet it's worse than what I think. It's probably unsafe sex.
Who the hell are you to come in here and give me this shit?
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'm just leaving. You know, honey, to play this game.
You two girls got a problem?
No, we're old friends.
We need to see you in your costume checkered against the lights. The grand finale.
Oh, George, I don't want to sound stupid, but I was wondering, when I become the company spokesmodel, what exactly will I be selling?
More than anything else, you'll be selling yourself. Who you are inside.
That's really poetic. Thanks.
Was your last day on Earth?
Well, I've always been a natural kind of girl, so I suppose I'd go to the country. And I'd look at the flowers and the trees and the mountains and the fresh air. Of course, I couldn't see the fresh air because it's invisible. But I'd breathe as much of it as I could. And that's what I did if today were my last day on Earth.
Thank you, Sheila. Let's hear it for contestant number 8, Sheila. Thank you, Sheila. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our last contestant of the evening, won't you please give a warm round of applause for Helen. How are you tonight, Helen?
I'm fine. Very happy to be here.
I know you are. Are you ready for your question?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Tell us then, Helen, in your life, what is the one thing you feel most guilty about doing, and why did you do it?
What makes you think I'm guilty? I mean, after all, we've all done bad things in our lives, haven't we, George? But I have no regrets because no matter what, I've been true to myself. And after all, it's what's inside that counts. Right?
Good answer, Helen. Let's hear it for Helen. Let's hear it for all our 5 young contestants. now, ladies and gentlemen, the judges will make their decision, and in a few minutes, the winner of our pageant will appear in the grand finale.
George, what the hell kind of question was that?
We have to talk. This note, it doesn't exist. It never existed. I'm sorry.
Wait a minute. Does this mean I don't win? It's like a pitch Drusilla, isn't it?
It's out of my hands, honey.
Out of your pants, you mean? How does it feel to be a whore? And a hypocrite?
I'm impressed. That's a big word. For a little slut like
I'm a
you.
slut? Nothing hot calling the kettle black, don't you think? You fucked him to win the contest, didn't you?
Yeah, you could say that. You should have seen the look on George's face when I told him I was going to sue his ass off
Sue him?
for sexual harassment. I told him I'd call the police, call the newspapers. Now this business of sleeping with someone to win a contest is bullshit. Though I bet girls like you love the casting couch. Degrading sex with some sweaty stranger is probably easier for you than memorizing lines.
But
Spare me. I know all about the note.
Look, there's something you don't understand. That note, it wasn't mine. I'm not that kind of girl.
Oh, yeah. So what kind of girl are you?
I'm this kind of girl. Nice look, babe. It suits you.
Have you seen Drusilla?
Drusilla, no. She left.
She left. What do you mean she left?
Well, I was talking to her and she changed her mind. You know about that threat she made? She decided it wasn't worth getting choked up about. So she left.
That works for me. You still interested in winning this thing?
You bet I am.
I like your attitude. Oh, come on. Work fast, Rudy.
Don't I always?
Open your room.
bone structure.
Thanks.
I wasn't talking to you. I thought we were going to go for the natural look, or doesn't my opinion mean anything?
Of course, your opinion counts. Rudy, you're part of the team.
Wait, this is heavy. It's not going to look right.
Put your hands away.
Listen, I'm really fine with doing my own makeup.
I swear to God, George, this is the last year I'm doing this. This whole beauty pageant thing's enough to make me throw up. We should just take them off the streets like the old days.
Rudy.
George, would you make him stop? How the hell am I supposed to model anything looking like this?
I wouldn't worry about that.
No!
You're going to look just fine. There's something almost magical about a pretty girl. Her smile can melt the hardest heart and set the thing. Oh, whoa! But pretty eyes and lovely hair are things that will not keep. So I agree with those who say that beauty's just skin deep. Here she is, a picture of grace. Two vacant blue eyes in an ashen white face. Though she seems kinda stiff as an ex-human being, how far she will go remains to be seen. She's charming. She couldn't be nicer. What a pleasure it was to slice her. She's magnificent, every ounce. 'Cause it's what's inside that counts. How exciting it is to suture a beauty without any future. She's magnificent, every ounce, 'cause it's what inside that counts.
Good old Helen. Talk about an opening night. Now that's what I call a hard body. Well, I gotta get back to my workout, kiddies. Ooh, I love that burn. playgoers. I was just rehearsing with my little theater group. I just love the sly life. For tonight's dreary drama, I thought we'd try an experimental piece about a retired drag racer who's afraid of getting to the finish line. A little fall in! Did you hear me, maggot? I said fall in! I swear you must be the sorriest bunch of sad sacks I ever did see. You're a disgrace to the uniform, all of you, and you call yourself a scare force? What? What's your problem, soldier? You some kind of mummy's boy? That it? I guess you think you're like the man in tonight's tale. He's not much of a soldier either. It's a nasty little shriek and destroy mission I call escape.
That way. Put that conch behind. The channel is that way, Schloss. Me. Look up at the sky! See where the moon is? Why don't you shut up? We're heading back towards the camp. We're going in the wrong direction. Lugar, what are you doing? Oh! What took you so long? You son of a bitch! Not you, Lugar, it's weird! Come on, hide! I'd like to talk about my arrangements.
Your arrangement?
We had an agreement. And Major Norris and I.
Oh, yes, I know about that.
Good. Then there shouldn't be any problem giving me what I want.
And what would that be? Let's have a card or disposal. Rule of service.
Maybe you don't understand. But when I warned Major Norris that there would be an escape attempt, he told me that he was going to...
I don't care what he told you. I don't approve of making deals with the enemy.
But Major Norris assured me.
Have you no shame? 3 of your own men are dead because you betrayed them.
They shouldn't have. They were stupid. Stupid people deserve to die. You should be thanking me.
I'm curious, Lieutenant.
The interruptions are Unit 207, being Saxon.
What makes a man betray his comrades?
They were the traitor. This, as far as I'm concerned. The war will be over soon. I'd like to spend the rest of it as comfortably as I can. If the had escaped, there would have been sanctions for the rest of us. So, you see, Major. I did all of us a favor.
Sergeant.
I did all of us a favor.
Sergeant. Get this pathetic excuse for a soldier out of my sight. 3 good men. Are dead because of you. I'd shoot you myself. But you're not worth a bullet.
Don't do this. Come on. This way. You wait here, all right? Get in there, break it up before I break you!
You, Luger. What's it for you?
You escaped from Nikko 2 days ago. No one. Done that before.
Maybe no one ever wanted to.
We'd like you to help us get out of this place.
Oh, so you want to escape?
The fatherland needs us. Now more than ever.
Here comes the Cossack Nava.
Out the way then.
So you met the welcoming committee? How nice. Come on, movies.
I don't have to work. I'm an officer. Express engineering conventions. Get in there.
Problem is that nobody really cares. You can protest to that son of a bitch Nicholson until you're blue in the face. They won't get you anywhere. Mind you, there is a little satisfaction to the work. These coffins are used to bury the British war dead. And so long as we all keep quiet about it, we get to keep up. Privileges. And if you come down to privileges or a bunch of stupid rules. I know. I feel the same way about 4 years. And you. I feel the same way about escaping too.
What do you mean by that?
Just what I said. But my English is quite good. At least I understand it. Better than I speak. But I was very clear what the guards were saying about
What do you want? What?
makes you think I want anything. Hell, I'm happy to have found a kindred spirit. Someone who, like me, is perfectly happy. Thankful. Someone who, like me, understands the value of information and how it can be used.
Nah, real
Already have a small store of veterans. Jerry-rigged knives mostly. And we have a dummy keys that open some of the inner doors. And Heinrich here started putting together a few uniforms.
Good. Very good.
And of course, Albert's trying to figure out where all the tunnels under the castle lead to.
Tunnels?
Yeah, well, there's miles of them. They're everywhere. And that's not. The air shafts run through the walls. Matter of fact, one of the biggest runs direct. Under this building. When you tunneled out of Leecroft, how far beyond the main gate did you have to dig?
Well, you see. That was the beauty of our plan. The tunnels were just a diversion. While the British were looking for us, and there we snuck through the fence and got away.
You see, that is the kind of cunning we need. Lieutenant Luger to lead us. I know we will find a way out here.
Cool. Check this out. An ambulance just pulled into the courtyard. A friend of yours.
The hell are you? Not your detail. Come on, you! Get the bloody hell out of here! Move it! Move it!
They already have weapons and uniforms and detailed maps of the tunnels around this place. And keys. They have keys too. And well, now that I've told you, you have to do something about it. And
Did you hear that crowd? Gladiator is one of the most entertaining films of the year. I put you in the ring, you fight, and you die. Watch that. Now. Roads are against you. The odds are always against me. I'm here too. I digital now.
One of those crowns I have here fell. I put some like kind of a cement myself to put it back in. And now I'm stuck in using the glue every day. I was looking at different dental centers and they take you forever. With Novia, I take 24 hours. It's affordable, first of all. Second time, it's quick, fast.
Holy Jesus. And because I helped you, I think it is.
Let's lay our cards on the table, shall we? I know exactly why you came here. You're scared to death on your arrival. But I'm going to let you into a little secret. I arranged for Lieutenant Schloss to be brought here. And once he begins to speak again, which the doctors assure me should be within a few days, I'm sure your fellow inmates will be very impressed with what he has to tell them about the man they've chosen to lead their escape.
Thank you very much.
It's him. In the hospital. The man you escaped with.
Don't you ever get sick of knowing everything?
Hasn't happened yet. Nicholson. He set you up, didn't he? What a son of a bitch.
Can you believe it? The first time in this stinking war, I've wanted to kill the enemy.
You're just like two peas in a pod, huh? Then they conscripted me. I told them, I'm a lover, not a fighter.
Yes, I just about had it with you.
What are you looking at?
I think I see a way to get even with Nicholson.
Do it.
You're very lucky. This is the last one.
Fräulein, yes, can I talk to you?
Well, we're not really meant to speak
You're a
with...
good person, I can see that. And you're the only person who can help. There's something going on in the camp. Something illegal.
Illegal?
It's Major Nicholson. He's violating the Geneva Conventions.
You're kidding. Well, if that's true, then someone has to stop it.
The best we can tell, the tunnels only go as far as the outer wall, which doesn't really do us much good.
We could climb the wall if we got there.
The walls are 50 feet high, with guard posts along the whole length.
Yeah, I see the problem. Let me think about this.
The talk is his bandages come off tomorrow. After that, he'll be transferred down here.
Shit.
Look, I don't know what your little Red Cross friend can do. I mean, even if she could find someone to listen to her, it would be weeks before anyone could do anything about it. And by then,
Why don't you shut up for 2 seconds?
I'm only trying to be helpful.
Well, don't. Okay. Listen up, everyone. Here's what we have to do. The problem is, we don't know if our tunnel will get us to the other side of the outer wall. Somebody has to go through the tunnel to find out.
What if you get caught?
It won't be the first time. And the fatherland is counting on us. Right? We need the dummy key and a knife. And a lookout. I wouldn't want to put another of our lives in danger.
I know those tunnels better than anybody.
Albert's right. He should go with you.
After you.
No, after you.
help, Fry. I don't want it.
And what are you going to do, huh? Just waltz into the hospital ward?
I don't need your help. Which way?
To the left.
The hospital ward is that way.
Exactly. That air shaft should lead right up to it.
It's been fun. Nice knowing you, friends.
You miss me? Come on, admit it. I'm growing on you. Someone's coming. Let's get out of here. Come on, hurry. Hurry. Come on. Come on, come on. This way. Come on.
Boxers! Get everyone at the front! Get them out now! You know I want to take them! Swear! Get out! My God, look! Blue cards.
If we're here, then that airshot probably means...
You idiot. There's no point in going back to the barracks now.
I know that. I'm trying to get us to the outer wall.
You think?
It's worth a try. Come on.
Why did you help me? I mean, after I hit you.
It's like I told you, Luger. We are kindred spirits. Fact is, I respect what you did to me.
You're crazy.
No. I'm a survivor. Like you. Shh.
Yes, sir. Yes, I understand. Splendid. Well, I'll await your arrival, sir. In trouble, sir. Two of the prisoners have escaped, sir. Liver and Fry. And another one's been murdered in the hospital. Okay, I've gone. And there's another problem, I'm afraid. That was General Christopher. Sir? We'll be here in a few hours, and I don't want you to see those coffins. There's a truck filled with them at the outer wall. Get it out there. What am I going to do with the coffins, sir?
Just get rid of the bloody things.
Yes, sir. Let's go. This way.
just here for the game.
Why are girls wearing like freaking grandma underwear right now? What the hell was that?
Thanks, Luca.
Despite the myself.
I think we've made it.
You set me up!
Well, it's quite simple. I'm giving you a dose of your own. Mind you, I was hoping that putting you in the same row as Schloss would have ended differently. Great shame. He was a good soldier.
Yes, Major. At least I got him to your office in time.
Yes, good job. Turn the foresight.
You English bastards!
Oh, that phone call you overheard. That was my official notification. The war ended today. In a few hours, we shall be releasing the other prisoners.
It was fun, wasn't it? Sure.
Oh, by the way, I have changed my mind about you, Lumen. You are definitely worth a bullet.
Well, Luger wanted a discharge from the army, and that's exactly what he got. Talk about a bleeder among men. I guess now he'd rather fright than snitch. Now then, let's see what you maggots are made of. About face! Parade march! Hut, 2, 3, 4. Hut, 2, 3, 4. Present arms! Now that's what I call active service.
I just like helping those who may not have the same opportunities I had, having three.
Yeah! Greetings, hack and field fans. I hope you're in the mood for a little fiendly competition. It's that time of year again. The annual All Crypt Die Cathlon. I've been working up like crazy to get ready. This year, I'm really going for the cold, kind of like the woman in tonight's tale. It's a putrid portrait of an up-and-coming young artist that's sure to leave a nasty taste on your palate. I call it... Yeah! 99 and 44/100%. Pure. Get out.
What?
Get out.
I wasn't finished.
That's me right here.
How can you say that? You told me I was special.
I little home.
Go on.
I love it when you're big. Okay, I tell you what. I'll give you a couple minutes to do what you gotta do in the bathroom, and then you're out of here. It's mine.
Honey, precient acid.
They're in the kitchen. You're gonna. OD on those things.
Hereditary. You mind not throwing your soiled clothes on the floor? It's going to stay in the carpet.
Wonderful. And you come to criticize me in the shower?
No, I'm sorry. We'll start over. Mind if I join you?
Yeah. Do mind.
Greetings, shareholders. I'm Louis Hamilton. Now, soap making has come a long way since my grandfather started Dermasmooth back in 1927. Back then, it took 2.5 days to make a single bar of soap. But today, with a single flip or a switch, the patented Dermasmooth soap. $5,000 can heat, blend, cool, and package an entire case of soap in less than 8 minutes. Also, in the old days, most companies rendered animal products. But not Dermasmooth. There are over 4 dozen kinds of acids in animal parts. Including hydrochloric acid. Think about it. Including hydrochloric acid. Think about it.
Again, all these interruptions is because Unit 207 is hacked into my shit. I'm not pressing pause. Oh, little stoppers, are you not going to allow it to play now? Oh, okay, there we go. For a couple seconds.
Doing the same kind of thing to your face. That's why for the past 70 years, Dermasmooth has been.
The unit of stalkers. Oh, tell me, you guys, are you going to King County Jail today? Are you going to King County Jail today, guys? It's Thursday now. There's a little lady upstairs that was thinking maybe she should go to King County Jail today. I think maybe you should too. Why don't you guys come and hand me your metaphorical deposit slip today, eh?
Showing it at the shareholders luncheon next week.
So, where's the future?
I haven't shot it yet. Good problems. Sales are low.
You're the president, better fire someone.
Yeah, well, we've been doing a lot of work at getting ready for the luncheon, and market research indicates that your designs aren't scoring the kind of points that they used to.
This design made Dermasmooth the #1 shampoo.
Well, nobody's saying that your work isn't good. It's just it's not very fresh.
So this is why you're so excited to see me doing my own stuff.
Well, don't take. Personally, I mean, the board of directors wants to scrap all of the existing artwork. They want an entirely new look for Dermasmooth.
I think it's a great idea.
You do?
Absolutely. I mean, my designs have been copied so much they are old news. So when is this shareholders meeting?
Thursday. I'm really happy that you understand.
Thursday. That gives me just enough time to give you your future.
What?
They want a fresh new look. Let me give it to them. Oh well, I'm leaving. You'll see.
Welcome back. Hottest artist on the scene today, Ronaldo Escarita. Ronaldo, when did you first make the transition from doing graffiti to more serious artwork?
I don't use the G word. Just like fan of dig. I'm an urban guerrilla artist. It's like the city is my canvas, man. I'm just working on stuff. I'm all on scale. Bam! I call it buffalo cheese. Right about now.
You know my next guest from her provocative and controversial designs for Dermasmooth beauty. Products. Say hi to Willa Sandleton. Willa, thanks so much for joining us. So, now that Dermasmooth beauty products are no longer the flavor of the month, do you think you're 15 minutes of fame?
No. Actually, I am in the middle of redesigning the entire Dermasmooth line.
Really?
Yes. What I'm really excited about is my new work. I feel like I've really grown as an artist, and I'd like to take this opportunity to debut my new art to the world, if you don't mind. This first painting
Actually, we're out of time, Willa. I'm so sorry. When we come back, we're going to be meeting some very special children.
We're clear.
Brian, we got tape on those retarded kids that drove their feet.
They're physically impaired, not retarded.
Whatever. Excuse me. I thought you mentioned the book on the show is the reason I agreed to come on this program.
Are you not? I'm never going to let us show that gory goop on here. Besides, we're going to look at that person anymore. Ronaldo, thanks for coming on the show. Can't wait to see yours.
show.
I don't want to talk about it. What are you feeling home when you're home today?
I need to talk to you about the shareholders luncheon tomorrow.
Oh, great. Because I have just finished with the last set of designs and they
Great, well, I'm not going to be able to use your stuff.
Why not? You don't want to come.
No, it's not that.
Damn it, Logan. I created an image for your stupid company. You know, I turned it around. I think you owe me.
It's just business.
Then treat it like a business. Test the damn thing. I worked on the phone for 5 days straight. I think you could do a regional test. Something?
No, I'm sorry. We've just closed the deal on an up-and-coming new artist who's very hot now. And we want you to have him.
Really?
His name is Ronaldo Esquarita.
What?
Ronaldo Esquarita.
He's a graffiti artist! Roosevelt has studied. Do you understand? He studied my whole life for this!
Now, Willa, I'm not doing anything to you. It's not the end of the world. You can do your own work full time now.
Oh, yeah. Who's gonna buy my painting, please? No!
Well, here's a silver lining.
Are you kidding?
Well, I'm concerned about us, about our marriage. Now, I figure between taking the pressure off of you and getting past the board of directors meeting, we'll have a chance to spend a little time together. You know, take that trip.
Don't.
I'll go to him. Counselor, I'll do whatever you want. That's not going to happen.
Fine. I want out.
What are you saying?
Divorce, you idiot. I don't care about this relationship. I never have. Sorry. That's just the way it is. And if I can't put my drawings on your stupid soapboxes, well, then I'm just going to take your money. Half. That sounds good to me.
Let's go to this.
You son of a...
Well, that's good. You let your anger out. No, I do. I realize that I'm probably as much to blame for this. Just you know, now, Willa, listen, let's start over again. We're already 17. Let's give me another chance. Please.
You are such a...
I'm not going to let you go. Well, we used to have some fire in the past. Let's bring it back.
Hugging.
Or is she gonna kill him with the soap on the road? Damn.
Sorry, buddy.
Murder
Bad
with soap on the
day.
road.
Hey! Drop me the key!
What are you doing here?
What do you mean? I'm right on time for our afternoon delight.
Come back later.
Oh, come on. Don't go tease me like this. I'm begging on my hands and knees.
Go away.
Bark like a dog if you want.
Not now, Tom. I need it.
Forget about the kid. I think someone's coming out. Okay, open up. I know you need a strong, hungry man like me there. Come on, Dave, open up. Come on. Willa, open the door. Open.
You've been paying for the store, huh?
Oh, yeah. Listen, I need you to do me
Sure, I'll do you. Favor, that is.
a favor. I need you to come over here. Help me get this carpet into the car.
Well, it's so hot for you. Still on the carpet right now.
No, Ow! Tom. Okay. Could you go get me some aspirin from the bathroom?
You got a headache now?
I'm sorry. I'll make it up to you later. I promise.
Okay. What's this?
That's for later.
Right.
Now help me get this in the car.
You get your husband to do it. I ain't your slave.
Luton is out of town, and you are my slave.
Okay. Man, yourself's looking realer every day.
It's a mix me. Get for Luton. Happy to.
Hey, wait a second. Promise me. Willa.
Said scram.
Wow, cute little kitty, look at you. You're so cute.
Acid, acid, dust, dust. There. Let's have some fun. You just sit right there and don't move a muscle. You always wanted to shower with me, man. Here's your chance.
There are over a dozen kinds of acids in animal parts, including hydrochloric acid. Think about it. Would you want the stuff that digests food in your stomach doing the same kind of thing to your face?
That was music from upstairs in unit 207. Someone fucked up. It's 3:21 a.m. Someone that's going to prison for the rest of their life, or is it someone that blew the whistle? Statistically, it's 50-50. Actually, it's more than that as far as whistleblowers go, but the FBI said that I can't say the actual percentage anymore. But it's more than 50% upstairs. Including one that I affectionately said was Abu, codename Abu. The little monkey from Aladdin. Little secret Jewish monkey there. Isn't that right? I'm doing TV and I got a real monkey upstairs. She did a fur baby. It's so soft. So cute.
Looks like it's curtains for me, please. And again, maybe the Venetian blind would look better. I don't know. When I started this little makeover, I was pretty excited. I thought the little straight text thing, some new school. even some skates. I could turn my little humor style into a regular paid affair. But I tell you, kiddies, between the dust and the ghost over us. Your pal the crypt keeper's going out of his mind. Fine. It's about a comic book artist who's about to experience a terrible. I call it whirlpool.
Too cute. I think the baby only goes 3 times. I think the baby will change it. I think they're easily over 8 times now. I think if you're maybe 9 times, I feel like a fat baby. I like to think it's a baby.
Well, you get in the tub with you now.
Sure thing, dog.
Quit. Stop playing around with the dog.
Well, where'd you go?
That's right, get him. Oh, yeah.
Put some clothes on. You had him in the kit, didn't you?
You told me to do whatever it took. And that's what it took. Actually, I feel kind of bad about Cherry. He's pretty good. What the hell? I'll always have my memories.
Man, he's dead.
He's dead.
What, are you kidding me?
I'm not. You don't like it?
What's the like? What kind of ending is that?
It's a twist.
It's predictable. Even the artwork sucks. There is no edge to it.
What are you talking about? You don't expect the guy who you hugged to be alive.
Alive? Jeez, I thought he was a fool or something.
He's not. Okay. He's a goober.
I gotta get this issue to the printers in 2 hours, except now I'm story short. Thank you. Nikki, got anything in your file? I got that he's a werewolf, she's a vampire, and neither of them knows it story. I'll save it.
You know that guy who wants to head the company, so they cut off this head thing I've been working on? They have on your desk in a half hour.
Just do it. Rhonda, I want you in my office right now. Trust me. It's worse. How dare you walk in here and try to pass off that garbage to me? I wouldn't mind a bird cage with that story. Sorry, don't cut it. I need stories. I need them on time. I need breaks. I can't remember the last time you...
And the Purina Complete you already ate.
Living even. Crying even. Crying out loud when I'm eating. The thoroughbred in the stable. What happened to you? Are you drinking again?
Honest to God, for another drop.
And maybe you should start. It's gone. I don't know what to tell you except clean out your desk.
Please, please, Vern, we gotta get started doing this. Call me to bed.
I've seen you on your knees before. And it ain't a pretty picture. Security! That poor kid.
Can't say you didn't see it.
Well, that's a rule.
You're a little later than I expected. I wasn't gonna wait much past midnight.
I took your advice and I stopped in that cozy little bar around the corner. Do you remember it?
Why not? They've been in mourning since the day you climbed on the wagon.
That's what they say.
Can you speed this up? I gotta get to work in the morning.
I got a great idea for a story, but it's about a gal who loses her job. She has a bust with the brains of the chimp and the hands of an octopus. Something inside of her snaps, and she finds things. It takes her.
Sounds a little thin.
The visual is going to sell it.
Wanda, what are you doing?
I ain't begging for my job anymore, that's for sure.
You gotta understand, I did what I did for a reason.
Garbage! On your knees! You're the one who's going to beg, and I've seen you on your knees, and it's not a pretty picture. Oh, didn't fly me down, did you? I didn't hear you thinking.
Wanda, please. Don't do this. You got a history, you and me.
Had a history. Hey, how about some fire in your belly? Actually, I feel kind of bad about Jerry. He was pretty good. What the hell?
I'll always have my memories.
I'm glad. I'd feel that way, though. Oh. Choked up. That.
Now wait a minute. Maybe I'm stupid or something, but I don't get it.
Oh, it's simple. This guy is dead.
What, he's dead?
No, he's dead.
What, are you kidding me?
What's the matter? You don't like it? What's the matter? You don't like it?
What kind of ending is that?
Nice.
Even the artwork sucks. There's no edge to it. It's predictable. I didn't expect the guy that's up to still be alive. Alive? Jeez, I thought he was in a duel or something. I gotta get this issue to the printers in 2 hours. Except now I'm a story short. Thank you. Hey, you got anything on the file? I got that he's a werewolf, she's a vampire, but neither of them knows it's the truth. Great. Now, save me. And none of that. You know that guy who wants to hit the, you know that guy who wants to hit the company.
C is for cookie. That's good enough for me. O, C is for corruption. That's what some of you will see on your personal indictments. Also, friendly reminder, it's 100 grand a day, Dollface. Happy Thursday. C is also for chunky, which is the perfect weight for my cat. Look at Hunter, guys. My cat is extra cute now that he's like 9 pounds. Look at you. Get a pup.
I can have it on your desk in a half hour. Do it.
He's just the perfect amount of chunk. There's enough chunk to grab, but there's not too much chunk. Just right.
Just do it.
Hey, if it makes you guys feel any better, I'm probably going to open my door at some point before you're handcuffed, right? Or am I? Or am I, huh?
Strange going on here.
Or am
How
I?
dare you walk in here and try to pass off that
It's
garbage
rhetorical.
to me?
Federal felons of the North Everett precinct of stalkers, child abusers, kidnappers, hostage holders, thieves, and fraudsters.
Bert came with that story.
It's for me to know
Listen to
and
me.
for you to
I
find
had
out.
this dream last night.
I need stories. I need them on time and I need them great. I can't even remember the last time you
I will say
delivered
this
either.
though, the
Why,
FBI is
now
real
that used to
funny.
be the thoroughbred in this
Anybody else notice that in the YouTube script it says ramifications of your actions?
Maybe you should start.
Wink, wink. Even if that recording isn't playing before you try and break and enter, you're all going to be thought should be breaking and enter. I wonder if that deposit slip's going to be coming today. Or will be Saturday or Friday. No, you guys can't stay away on Fridays. C is for convicted. That's what you're going to be. Asterisk, whistleblowers excluded. Hunter, you are so cute.
Before you fire me,
Somebody call security!
You're like a little stress cat. You're a stress cat. You're a stress cat. Look at you.
That poor kid.
That's what you feel like.
Can't say you didn't see it coming.
You're a stress cat. Look at your happy tail. Loving your tail. C is for classified. You already really owe me. Oh, C is for classified. You already really owe me. That's where we're at, guys.
You're a little later than I expected.
Hey, look at you. You look like you're still inside.
I wasn't gonna wait much
You
past
haven't even
midnight.
decided. You haven't even done anything. All you did today was sleep in your big bedroom. That's all you did.
Survive a gal who misses a job. You know the bus with the brains with the chin and hands of an octopus. And something inside of her snaps. And she finds that big. No,
Just remember, guys,
I really think I have something.
because you guys know and I know that it's unlikely anybody's going to be watching this video for this specific time other than people that are already transcribing it in real time.
What do you do?
But if you care about anyone,
Wait.
you'll make sure they're not at my door again or for the first time.
No, no.
Remember, the recording is retroactive and it applies to anyone outside of my door, even when it's not played.
What are you doing?
Just like it has for the 11 months prior to when you began coming to my house over and over and over and over again.
Better run for security.
You know, whilst illegally detaining me and then proceeding ahead with
I
your
had to shoot you in self-defense.
litany of non-immune felonies. As an aside, I've been thinking that while one of you is in prison for the rest of their lives, they could write a book called From Cop to Convict. Could be a bestseller. Others could have a book called Child Advocate to Child Abuser to Child Kidnapper to Convict. You could do a whole series like that, you know. C is for cookie. That's what the feds love about me. Oh, C is for cookie. That's what the feds love about me. Cookie, cookie, cookie starts with C. Mhm.
Oh, Hunter, is it hard being the handsomest kitty in the building? Sometimes cats come to your closed window and hiss at you and thud on the window. We experienced that just a couple days ago, huh? Yes, we did. It's because you're the cutest kitty in the building. Mm-hmm.
I was kind of hoping Unit 207 would have the guy on duty that has a bit of OCD so he'd stop doing this shit, because I know it would drive him berserk. He must not be upstairs right now. Also, shout out to the whistleblowers that have driven to the Seattle FBI field office. You're smart. I wouldn't have done that. I would assume that my vehicle would be easily tracked.
That's hold on just a second.
What are you doing here? What do you think? Where's the story?
I was just calling to I was just calling to tell you. Something came up. I don't know.
You idiot.
Something came up. I don't know.
You idiot. That position should have finished in 2 hours. Except now, story short.
I called Hal and I told him to finish that guy who wants to be head of the company thing.
I hate that story. Oh. Oh. You drinking again?
Mr. Valgren, no, not it.
Drop! You're fired. You hear me?
too tempting to pet. And then in like 6 hours, my whole head is in there. It's too tempting. It's too tempting.
Can't say it is.
I'm just taking it. You don't even care now that you're getting the resistance.
I know what's going on.
You just turn them in.
They'll shoot me and I'll
You
wake up
turn them in every time I speak
and
you
we'll
up and
start
you
all over again.
Ready.
And on that note, remember everybody, what's the FBI said for I'm bad at math? What's the date? Okay, like 5 weeks. No, what am I talking about? 2 months. For 2 months. What has the FBI said for like 2 months, guys? That's right. Next week is not good for those of you going to prison. Well, that's what they've said for like 2
Are you
months.
kidding me?
No, they left.
I do wonder what some of the things the FBI said, how they're going to play out.
What kind of
Like, for
ending is that?
instance, why was the December 14th, 8:07 p.m. the final declaration, even though there were 2 addendums/amendments on the 29th? And I can't remember the other day if it was the 18th or the 19th.
Father,
And why did it go from me not being paid in full until June 20th to being paid sooner than that because of whatever you guys did last week?
To the printer in 2 hours. Grant something from your files, will you?
Yep.
You. In my office.
Unit 207 is still the one stopping all the tails from the crypts over and over and over again. Sometimes with a couple of second delays, sometimes with one delay.
All she wanted was another shot, and that's exactly what they gave her. Talk about character assassination. So what do you think, Kitty? Steve? Am I ready for architectural stuff? I guess so. What? It took a while.
Oh, I did it.
Looking so hot. Finally, together. Nice shutters over there.
You have to go hang out in my house and tell me Is this fluffy winter coat of yours?
A lovely bright picture over here.
And extra cute.
As a
And
matter
loving
of fact,
little face.
I've even started thinking of
It's like twice the amount of fur.
some new improvements I want to make. And I'm going to use the same contractor. I'm already taking bits.
Well, that's the end of that episode, and I'm going to X out because Unit 207, you guys suck balls. Also, remember that the recording says it all. The recording says it all. It's because of your and their looming incarceration and soon to be unsealed indictments. The FBI is really happy about multiple things that I'm not authorized to state. But I'll tell you this much. They're even more excited than me about next month, after the 10 days being given to those of you that have a shit week next week, to once again think you're going to evade justice. So that is when I am expecting that I'll be the most happy as well.
And Filipinos learned how to play pool in very tough conditions because it's very humid over there. So humidity.
Also,
affects
Andy
the
walked past
tablecloth,
the front of my
and
window and my
the
front
moisture
door,
in the
something he
tablecloth
usually only
slows
does
down
when
the
there's
roll of the ball.
some exciting
And so
crime that
you
he's been a
approach
part of, thanks
You
to
can either,
everybody upstairs that he's
hit
been
the balls
stalking me with
hard,
for over
which
a
is like,
year,
the American way to do
planning to
it, but the
kidnap my
Filipinos
kids
learn
and
to
commit
use
a
the
series
entire
of
weight of the
crimes.
cue and have an
And you
elegant,
walked past it
almost
this
like
morning.
artistic way of playing. They have
I
the
didn't
most
play the
beautiful strokes.
recording.
Yes, they have the most beautiful
But the
strokes,
pattern of
especially at the time.
criminality is
So there's a
very,
guy who
very,
came
very
over in the
predictable at this point, you
1970s,
stupid
and his name's
fucks.
Efren Reyes.
Remember,
And he came over
you're
under
going to
the
prison for the rest of your life. All that you've won is a rock solid series of convictions.
Yeah, well, he went from
Whistleblowers
Filipino to
excluded.
Mexican, yeah, because everybody would have known him, right, if they had ever gone to the Philippines. Because in the Philippines, he was already robbing everybody. You know, like a legitimate wizard, a chess genius, and unbelievable, widely considered, if not the greatest of all time, one of the, you know, it's like MMA, like is it Khabib, is it Mighty Mouse, is it John Jones? It's one of those deals. One of the absolute greatest pool players of all time. And then from Efren Reyes came all these other, this Filipino invasion where they were just dominating pool, like, and big money, like giant money games, $500,000 matches. Yeah, a ton of them.
And when you have a match, how many games do you play?
Depends. Yeah. Some of these guys will play like a race to 120. Whoever wins 120 games, and they'll play it over 3 days. They'll do it for $100,000.
Wait, a race 120 games.
120 games of 9-ball.
That's a lot.
It's a lot, but that's really gonna find out who's the better player. So like, if you and I play 10 games, and maybe I'm a little better than you, you could win those 10 games. Yeah. You could get on a roll. You could get a lot of rolls of the balls where I get safe a few times, where I scratch on the break a couple of times, and so that's 2 more games that you maybe wouldn't have won if we were playing even, and you could win a race to 10. Like the odds of me winning a race to 10 if we were both, if I was just slightly better than you, it'd be like, maybe 60-40 or 55-45, something like that.
Yeah.
But when you get to a race to 120, then your odds dwindle.
Well, that's
the better player always
that
wins.
becomes a physical game too.
Yes.
Now you're actually an athlete.
Yes. Well, sort of. It's
I mean, you gotta be-
concentration for sure.
Yeah, but your body can't break down.
No, your body can't break down. The best guys are all fit. You never get really big fatzos that can handle. There used to be a guy.
What I love about The Hustler, one of the greatest movies ever with Paul Newman, is when Jackie, Jackie Gleason said, it really came down to character. He washed his hands, washed his face, and drew a blank. And came.
Did you guys catch that? Ramifications. Wink, wink. R is for recording. The FBI says that says it all. It's also for retribution. That's what I'll be receiving from all of you idiots who didn't blow the whistle.
And came back. And beat him. That was a really interesting lesson for me as a young man.
Guys really do that too. They clear their mind. They go in the bathroom, they throw cold water on their face, they wash their hands, they change their clothes. They just need something to break themselves out of it. It's a mental game. Like, Jeremy Jones, who's another all-time great, won the U.S. Open, good friend of mine. We were talking about it. He's like, I think it's the most mental game in the world because it's not just about thinking about what happens. It's about execution under pressure. And then it's also about you're controlling the rotation of the ball. Like if you hit it this hard, it goes that far. But if you hit it this hard, it goes that far. And that's what you want. You want the difference between an inch and an inch and a half.
R is for
everything at the highest level.
That's what would be ordered to pay.
There's a reason why Magnus Carlsen
R
wins
is for
all those
restitution.
When they say
That's what you'll
when
be
Rafael
ordered to
Nadal was one
pay.
of the greatest tennis players ever, when he won Wimbledon, they're all clapping. He comes in, and the legend goes, I don't know if it's true, but I heard it makes sense. He's coming in, he's going like this. He goes, I think my grip, I think I want to. He's not even paying attention. He's talking to his coach. I feel like my grip should be just a little bit like that, or still making micro adjustments. You just won't move.
You have to.
Yeah.
That's what makes them so good in the first place. I know guys who change their grip all the time in their cue. Like sometimes they'll grab it like this with two fingers, and then they change it, and then they turn their wrist forward, and they'll play for a year with their wrist forward. Oh, guys do weird shit.
Isn't stand-up like, so I'm going to shoot the special, and I'm going to throw it away, and I got to start again.
Yeah.
And just because I've done 5 specials doesn't mean it's going to be easier. It's going to be a motherfucker because I've got to come up with. I got to make sure I don't repeat myself. I got to make sure I'm not.
You got to have something to say.
You got something to say.
I took
you can't get
a
calcified.
month off of stand-up after I did my special because I didn't have anything to say.
You have to.
I'm like, I got drained doing that thing, especially doing it live.
Yes.
I was like, this is so draining. And then I was like, let me think about what I want to talk about afterwards. And then,
do you have any ideas now?
Yeah, yeah, I've got 25 minutes now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good stuff. It's fun.
Do you ever get tired of talking to? Do you ever get tired of doing this podcast, even though you have very interesting people?
No, I don't. No, oddly enough, at all the things in my life, this is the one thing that I kind of net. Well, first of all, I choose who goes on it, right? So I'm always looking forward to talking to those people.
Yeah.
But I love talking to people, man. I like it. The whole moody loner thing. I don't get it. People to me are awesome. They're interesting. I like being in.
Hey, since everything's on a need-to-know basis, especially since my big fucking mouth is a big fucking mouth, why do you think it is that the FBI told me that in the event that you came to my house and knocked on the door on January 10th, I wasn't to open my door for X amount of days? Why, guys? Do you think it had something to do with something you planned on doing? That's just speculation.
Being inspired. I like being intrigued. I like trying to.
Because you have a lot of problem solvers on this podcast.
Oh
too,
yeah.
You know.
Oh yeah. Well, I've definitely gotten an unexpected education.
Yeah.
You know, if you go back and listen to me in 2009 when I started this thing, I was a retard.
We all were.
Yeah.
I think what was interesting is I'd have these opinions, I'd state these truths, and then like somebody would Google it and be like, hey, dude, no.
Yeah.
It's like I had this hilarious, the fucking typical Brian Kelly. I'm talking about cows, grass-fed, all this shit. And I got, hey, man, never been on the farm, okay? Never raised cows. The farmer goes, hey, I love your podcast. Brian's wrong about everything he said, but it's cool. I fucking emailed the guy back, I'm talking to him. And he gave me an education. He's like, I mean, what you're saying is just not true when it comes to how you raise cows. And there was 1,000 things, of course, I had no idea. That's the biggest liability, I think, in a lot of ways.
You know who you should talk to? You should have Will Harris on your show.
Who's that?
Will Harris runs this amazing farm in Georgia where it started out as an industrial farm that his family owned, and he converted it to regenerative agriculture over 20 years. And it took him forever to do it. What's the name of the farm again, Jim? White Oak Pastures. And then there's Joel Salatin, who's a similar guy, who I think they were talking about him having something to do with farming in the Trump administration. I don't know if that's coming past, but if it does, I really do hope that he'll be involved, because he's another brilliant guy who runs a regenerative farm. And
farming's no joke.
And what they do is essentially their type of farming is recreating nature. So they just contain nature. Instead of like having people, shuttle all these cows into these stalls and put a fucking trough in front of them, and like, no, these animals graze out of the field. They just
so you know,
where they go.
federal felons,
And they
in the
eat
event that
what
I
they normally
die
eat,
before you,
and
I'm
they
going to
make
come
sure
back
that
and
they
haunt
get plenty
you,
of new ground.
and I'm going to show up in your room, and guess what I'm
use
going
up
to
all the
say?
grass. They
I'm
push
going
over
to
there, and
say,
the chickens do the same thing.
why
They
are
have a
you
chicken coop
such
that's
a
mobile chicken coop.
nerd?
They push it
And then
out.
I'm going to
They open it up. They run around.
Maybe leave some
and then he's dealing with like
ectoplasm
hawks killing
on
his
your
chickens. You
redact.
got to come up with ways to
That's like
mitigate
this
the
is,
hawks.
yeah, this is like Mike Catherwood. You know Mike? Great guy. You know Mike Catherwood? He was on Loveline.
It's 4:14 in the morning.
Yes, yeah, I know.
He lives in Austin, so
PST,
he
January
What's
16th,
his name
2025. The federal
It's like
felons
Mike
upstairs, as
So
usual,
Mike
have
gets-
lots of
Mike
plans
comes
and
down
their
with
sad
his
little
wife,
pathetic
who's an
lives.
actress.
Whistleblowers
They're like, I'm
excluded.
gonna be an awesome
Involving once again attempting to
So
illegally
he's
enter my
he's a kid
domicile,
from LA.
which the FBI says
I
will give
get
me
here,
another $1
and
million.
we got guinea fowl. We got little
make a
sheep.
lovely
we
live
got
stream.
rabbits. We got and fucking the
In that event,
snakes
my
are eating
instructions
all
are the
my
same
eggs.
as they've been
The
since
guinea fowl
October,
get decimated
to aim
by
the cameras
coyotes,
at
foxes,
them and
whatever
stay
the fuck
seated
everyone's
in
out
this
there.
chair.
I mean, everything's dying. Coyotes. We're just getting decimated by hawks coming in. I'll take your bunnies. That's adorable. You think you can raise bunnies? So
Remember,
they're
guys,
just getting decimated.
C
Guess what
is
they
for
did? What's the one change they
convicted. That's what you're going
got
to
two
be.
Anatolian shepherds.
Asterisk whistleblowers
And bro,
excluded.
he said, even the fucking snakes are on those. He's like, those fucking dogs are just like coyotes. Excuse me, sir.
That's what
Fuck
they.
outta
That's
here.
what they were bred for.
Oh my god! And they're not
Shepherds
pets,
are awesome.
not indoor pets.
No.
Those fucking things will just patrol your grounds, and anything on four legs is going to pay a very dear price.
Good.
Yeah.
I want 4 of them.
Yeah, they don't fuck around.
I'm gonna buy a ranch.
Are you?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Also, you guys should bet on when I'll be opening my front door, assuming you guys don't elect for the ramifications. I'll give you a clue. The FBI told me that they expect that my coolest basement neighbor is going to be crawling through my boy's bedroom window a couple of times. Cookie, cookie, cookie starts with C. The federal felons upstairs believe that they've secured a win, and they still don't understand, aside from the whistleblowers, that not only have they won nothing, but that they are indeed going to prison for the rest of their lives. And that trip is going to begin at King County Jail, which is where they will be in less than 60 days.
I've been talking about it for a while.
You
I'm
live
just
on it?
waiting for the maybe, but at the very least, we're going to put the podcast on the ranch.
Really?
Yeah.
Because I want to have
Big
a ranch.
I also
wanna
want
do
to
the
have
work.
a big piece of land in case things go sideways where I can have like a whole community on the ranch. This is where I start my cult. I'm gonna have just let people build on the ranch, like give them a few acres.
I got some kids.
That's what I'm saying. Like imagine if you have like a 2,000 acre property, and on that 2,000 acre property, there's like a literal community of you and your friends. And you can go hunt on the land.
Yeah.
And then there's water. There's a
Also,
lake
heads
there.
up, I'm playing Joe Rogan's latest episode from yesterday. 257
Boy, there's no need for that.
Go and take care of the kids.
I think it's a crazy dream, like it's a crazy idea to do, but isn't everything a crazy idea? Like coming here is a crazy idea. Yeah. Building a mothership is a crazy idea.
But what if you had like a big pond with fish?
Yeah.
So you can fish. You had land, you can shoot your own.
Let me tell you about freshwater fish.
Yeah.
Can't eat a lot of them.
Why?
Because of poison.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's a lot of mercury in freshwater fish.
Really?
Yeah. There was a dude who, what did he win? He won some big fishing derby. He was a big time fisherman. He started getting some weird neurological condition. And it turned out it was because he was just eating freshwater fish all the time. And some lakes. So you got to think about rainfall. Like, remember when we were younger, acid rain? Everybody's worried about, I have the rain. I have the rain. I don't know, it went away. But the thing about it is, like, pollutants in the air, when the rain comes down, it does bring all that shit into the water. And then it stays in that water. You know, so if you've got a lake and that lake gets drowned on with pollution rain, you're going to have a certain amount of toxic elements that are going to be in that water.
Mercury's not good for
Okay, why don't you Google how much of eating one freshwater fish equals a month of drinking Forever Chemicals water.
No more trout for me.
See, that's the problem. These Forever Chemicals. PFAS found at high levels in freshwater fish with most concern for vulnerable communities. So, like, this is a good point about the vulnerable communities because I was filming a TV show once in Detroit, and we were on the banks of this river that was fucking clearly polluted. And there was all these really poor people who were on the banks of that river that were fishing for food.
Yeah.
And not just a few, like quite a bunch of people that were trying to get their dinner on that river. And, you know, people that really, they needed that for food. They looked real poor, and, you know, there was white, black, all kinds of different nationalities, Asians, and a lot of people. And I was like, whoa, like Detroit is, at least was in 2012 when I was filming this thing, was fucking scary. Like,
yeah,
when you realize how a city, which was one of the richest cities in the country, thereby one of the richest cities in the world.
Also, I'll let you know ahead of time. Not only is the stick positioned as it is to make breaking and entering convictions easy in the event that it occurs, but also the decision as to certain charges and what to give you guys appears to depend largely on what you do or don't do this month and who chooses to be liable. This will matter for all of the felony charges that are occurring this month.
In the 1950s during the peak of
So
the automotive
remember,
industry. And
the
then to see it
recording.
just decimated.
Greetings.
And these people were just, and I was
That
like,
recording.
I'm going to eat these fish. And then I
It
thought, oh my
says
God,
it all.
Well, it was the Great Migration, right? So from the South, the huge number of black people went up to Detroit looking for jobs.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem was when they got to there, first of all, the auto industry started to get decimated because it started to move toward Japan and different countries. But
In the
also
50s?
in I can't remember. See when the Great Migration was. It was before that.
I feel like everything started fucking up in the 70s.
Well, they had jobs and there was a whole thriving community. But what happened also is that the auto workers union, I'm sorry, but it kept black people out of it. There's a lot of racism that went on. So a lot of people couldn't find jobs.
The Great Migration refers to a large-scale movement of approximately 6 million African Americans from the rural South to urban areas of North and West between roughly 1916 and 1970, driven primarily with the desire to escape racial violence, pursue better economic opportunities, and access improved education in the North.
Escaping Jim Crow laws.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Didn't work out.
Well, it did.
For a while.
And maybe in a way it did because they thrived in those areas where they probably wouldn't have.
Well, it was like the Puerto Rican exodus from Puerto Rico to New York. They went up there looking for manufacturing jobs. Then the manufacturing jobs coincided with moving south So you had this massive number of people who didn't have anywhere to go.
In the early 1900s, many African Americans migrated north to work in Detroit's booming industries, yet they rarely saw the benefits. Many white neighbors actively denied African Americans access to decent living conditions and job opportunities.
There it is.
Yeah.
So
there's a lot of darkness and all that stuff.
there is.
But
Yeah, but the
the
history-
city that's left over now, you've seen Roger and Me, right?
Yeah.
The Michael Morrison film, which is like I think his best one. It's like when he was pure.
Yeah.
You know, it wasn't like ideologically captured and editing things for effect. It was pure.
That was a bummer. I saw that he started doing that.
Yeah, it is a problem because then it makes you question everything else.
Well, the biggest thing that every mainstream publication is in crisis, and I think they've earned it, they've deserved it. The New York Times still makes money, but primarily not because of their articles that people read. It's primarily because they're crosswords, they're puzzles. But but when you take things out of context and you have journalists that are 26 years old and have an ideological bent, people just, the rest of us are going, the news doesn't reflect the world I live in. Whatever the fuck you're saying, I don't know who this is.
So remember, a really important question is, will I or won't I be opening my front door that hasn't been open since January 2nd? Before or after you're detained? That's the only question that should be on any of your minds, federal felons upstairs. From the North Everett Precinct of Stalkers. And associates.
I've never seen this. I live in a very different world. And it's going to be interesting to see. I think there's a liability, though, where podcasts take the place of mainstream media in some ways, because then you have somebody who's very good at talking for 3 hours, and they can really sway a lot of people, but that's one side of their story. So now you have just that. So you have to be careful, because sometimes it can just move things over here where, again, the truth is somewhere in the middle a lot of times, or it's more nuanced, or there's just more to know.
It's definitely more nuanced. I think there's always going to be a real problem with people that don't really know what's going on, say they know what's going on.
Yes.
When they say they know what's going on, it confuses everybody. It fucks everything up. And it's another version of gaslighting. So CNN and, MSNBC, they gaslight you. They gaslight you, and they actively promote propaganda and narratives that are not objectively true. And the problem on the other side is if you are in opposition of that and you say you know this and you know that, but you really don't. Like, you got to be real clear with what you say. People have to really be able to try. Like, if you don't know, you have to say, ooh, I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
You have to say that.
Yes.
If you do not say that, no one is going to listen to you anymore. And they shouldn't.
Right.
Because the difference between someone who's completely independent and a podcaster and someone who's on CNN should be that no one is telling you what to do. So what is your ethical compass?
What's the evidence, too?
Right. What's the evidence, but also what's your ethical compass? Are you trying to win and be correct, or are you trying to find out what's going on?
Well, it's also about ratings, right? So
It
with
is, but
CNN,
it's
you
not.
gotta.
Yeah, but it's not, because I don't think about ratings.
No, you don't. I'm saying.
But that's why I have them.
That's right.
See what I'm saying? Like, it's not about ratings.
Right.
Like, ratings come if people believe you.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you sit around thinking about the ratings, do you think you would be on?
No. What do you mean?
You be on this show right now.
I suppose like saying things. Yeah, how'd that come across? Let me do that again. Let me do that again.
You didn't even get it.
Go ahead.
You didn't even catch it.
Oh, you fucker. Oh, wait a minute. Hey, you motherfucker. You saying that Mark Zuckerberg and Mel Gibson get better ratings than me?
Occasionally.
Yeah.
Occasionally they do.
Fuck.
Like, I like talking to everybody. I genuinely don't give a fuck like how the show's going to do. I don't think you can. I think if you do that, it'll distort what you do. And I think we've all seen people who fall victim to what they call audience capture. They start getting a crowd. Like, you see with a lot of guys, like, online, they start saying, like, a lot of wacky right-wing things. And they're like, yeah, finally someone tell the truth. And then they become just like a fucking
my compass for that is this. Whenever I hear somebody say on a podcast or whatever, when they say, you guys, all those people over there are wrong, I'm the one whistleblower. I figured out I'm the one. Now you do have Mavericks, but I always am weary of when I hear somebody go, all that the entire medical establishment is wrong, and I'm right. And I go, I don't think so. I think it's way. I just don't think you know enough. I don't think you as one person. I'm not going to just put all my bags. There is something called a scientific consensus. Sometimes that can be a bullshit consensus. We can be told that climate scientists all agree. It's not true. It's just how you get funding. So sometimes the incentive structures are there.
And the same with medical establishment.
Correct. Let's just be a little bit. Yeah. Let's be a little bit more.
Yeah, you can't say you know things, because I've heard people who are those kind of people say they know things about me.
Yeah.
Like, oh, that you can't use your phone on his show. I've heard people say that, like, confidently.
Yeah.
I've heard people confidently say that he's handled by the CIA. Listen, Mike Baker is my friend, and I'm pretty sure he's still in the CIA. I like him. I have him on because, like, here's a guy who was a CIA operative. Like, let me ask this guy how, and I really do believe he's a patriot, and I really do think he's a great guy. And I think there's a lot of them. And I don't believe cops are bad, and I don't believe any of that bullshit. I think there's bad people in every fucking business. There's a lot of comedians that I think are rotten cunts. Yeah. I don't like them.
Yep.
But it doesn't mean I hate comedians. I love comedians. Right. But there's some comedians that fucking suck. And if you encounter those comedians, and that's your only exposure to comedians, you're gonna think, oh my God, these guys are all selfish assholes and narcissists, and they rob people, and it's not just a few. There's just a few of those.
I also know some CIA people, like real CIA people, and you talk to them, and it's like they're always like this. They're always like, dude, I wish we were as competent as people say. I mean, if you were involved,
talk to Evan Hafer. Like, I
had breakfast with him today.
Love that guy.
I love him
to death, and he's flying out here to see your
coming to my show. Yeah.
I love him.
Yeah.
I just said that was his business for a while.
Correct.
I know a bunch of those guys.
Correct.
And you need you want to know how the real world works? The real world works. Talk to Evan. Have a conversation with Evan.
Andy stopped said same thing. I said to him, I went to his wedding, and I loved everybody there because they were all his closest friends. Evan was there and stuff, and that was the first time I met Evan. And I'm just talking to these tier 1 guys, and they just seemed so intelligent, and they were. And John Dudley was there, and a lot of like great guys. But I'm talking to some pretty cool people, right? Who have done a lot with their life, and they were well-rounded and everything else. And I said, man, I just think it'd be so fun to be in a tier 1 unit because they're just all so smart, and they just have such a wide breadth of knowledge. And he goes, God,
you don't retire from the CIA, ladies and gentlemen.
That's Andy.
Andy's the best.
Andy had one of the quickest paths to black belts I think I've ever seen.
Oh, is he a black belt?
Yep.
So Joe Rogan's right. Mike Baker.
That's the thing.
Okay.
When you wipe
Mike
this black belt,
Baker.
you gotta get your fucking P's and Q's in order.
I would also say
I think he's probably a quick study. That dude is so fucking smart. He's another guy who's very smart.
Genius, but also obsessive. Like he got obsessive with bow hunting, became very proficient at bow hunting very quickly. Yeah. And then, living with a black belt goes what a
and on that note,
you just drill with your wife.
He's also SEAL Team 6 guy, so he's got
the recording says it all.
Your wife's trying that's good. And she could probably kick his ass in the beginning.
It was so easy because it was so criminal.
Oh yeah,
you cannot be light.
Super smart too.
Yeah.
Super smart. Well, I think most black belts are.
Period.
I think it's just there's too many things you have to consider to get that good at jiu-jitsu. It's
infinite.
Yeah, you can be a brute and just brute strength your way through a lot of it, and be kind of halfway dumb and get to black belt. Maybe
my only regret is not going down that rabbit hole. I train now.
I wake up every morning going,
you don't train much anymore, right?
No, I want to though. This is the thing. I'm trying to rehab my fucking knee. My knee is the thing that's keeping me from doing it right now. I twisted it when I was hunting this year.
Yeah.
Pretty bad.
My joke is
swole up.
That happened to me the other day. I trained at this in Nono's MMA, who I love it down in Hermosa, and I love doing it. But of course, I'm rolling with a 26-year-old, and I'm like, let's go. And of course, I'm 57. I see his ankle. Don't give me your ankle, bro. I'm an ankle guy. I pick his ankle, drive him to the ground, and build that ankle up. I'm back, bro. I'm a wrestler. High school. High school, dude.
Quick, right?
Had trouble looking left for 11 days. All right? Fucking worth it.
Yeah. Well, you gotta, when you're old, you gotta roll in a different way. You gotta roll with Jean-Jacques Machado. Okay, Jean-Jacques Machado, who was my instructor since 1998. Jean-Jacques is still rolling and still dominating black belts on the mat. Yeah. When Jean-Jacques rolls, he never moves fast. There's no fast. Yeah. His knowledge is so wide. His understanding of he's talking to you, Joe Hogan, I'm about to pass your guard. Like he's talking shit to you.
Does whatever he wants.
But it's smooth and slow, and because of that, he does not get hurt. Yeah. You know, he's had a few injuries over the year, but when you deal with like high level black belts who roll on a consistent basis, and Jean-Jacques in his 50s now, he is not hurt. He's still like looks fantastic. He's like filled with energy, trains all the time.
Yeah, sometimes I'll train.
You can't do that ape shit that you did when you were 23. Like, fucking wrestler.
I don't get hurt when I'm rolling with somebody who's really good. Yeah, fuck that.
Yeah, you can't be that guy. You gotta, like, you gotta move slow. Yeah, slow and strong.
I like to talk shit to guys who are way better.
Then you gotta be flexible. That's the other thing. You gotta really work on your stretching and your flexibility. You have to maintain your mobility. I was watching Arman Tsarukyan, who's fighting Islam Makhachev for the lightweight title next weekend. And he was doing this mobility and flexibility routine. Like, this is insane. He's so jacked and so mobile, like more than I think anybody I've ever seen.
Well, part of that also, I think that one of the, people don't talk about this, I think the Dagestani, the Russians, like Marab, and those, oh, Jesus Christ.
That's the dude who's fighting for the lightweight title. And by the way, they fought a few years back, and it was, God damn,
dude,
son.
I thought I was straight this whole time.
God damn,
Holy
son.
shit.
That dude isn't even flexing right there.
That's a good-looking man. I mean, that's a strong man is what I meant.
Good-looking and strong. You're correct on both. Jesus.
What a monster.
Yeah, homeboys.
Well, by the way, his coach is a gold medalist. I think his coach is a gold medalist, Olympic wrestler. Here's the thing about those guys. I think one of their advantages that nobody talks about is that when you get a guy like Khabib, you get these Dagestanis, you get these Russians, these Armenians and stuff. They've been training probably since they were 6. Yep. And so what happens is your tendons and everything gets really, really strong. And also, if you ever watch like Alexander Karelin, the way they would warm up, those guys like Karelin could do a backflip, go splits and all that. Those guys, the way they warm up was scientific.
Yes.
And so because they knew that the micro damage that happens, and so they would strengthen all the connective tissue first. Mm-hmm. And I think a lot of times, like guys like Marab, guys like Umar, since they've been training so long, their bodies are different. They feel different. They are different. They're more rugged, so they don't get injured. They don't deal with injuries. And one of the biggest things that is hard for a lot of guys.
They all get injured.
They might get injured. I think they get injured less.
They probably
do.
train
Differently.
You're definitely right that their bodies are stronger because they've been doing it since they were younger, and then they get developed in that way. Yeah. But they're all the opposite is true with striking. Like, not the opposite, but it's also true with striking that if you start striking when you're in your 30s, you're never going to catch Floyd Mayweather.
Never.
You
need that radar.
Well, you need that. Your body needs to be sort of like developed to strike.
Yeah, but you also have to be like, if you look at the boxers, like if you look at Floyd Mayweather, his father and his uncle said to him, like they knew, they were like, boxing is just as much about not getting hit. Like, you can be great and everything else. If your emphasis isn't on every time you throw, you got to be in a position where you're not going to get hit. Every time you step, Casamano was that way too. Every time you throw, you step.
Right.
And that a huge part of that is it was all a foot game. And all of that is, if you haven't been trained properly, as you're learning how to box, you're going to take a lot of damage. Mm-hmm. And you're fucked. You're fucked after a while. And you look at those really good coaches, those old guys, Eddie Butch, who would teach the jab, your hand was here. Because instead of here, you were taking shots, you would be here. So if you watch him fight with Ken Norton, when he fought Ali, he said, when you fight Ali, Ali's here when he jabs. He's doing this. I want your hand here. So you can see Norton catching Ali's jab and then boom, answering back and catching Ali in the face. Those little details make like literally all the difference in whether you box 5 more years or if you're done 5 years earlier.
Well, the best example is Floyd, right? Because he got hit less than anybody ever.
I can count him on my hand.
Yeah, if you want to say like who's the best boxer of all time, I always say Floyd because 100%. He got hit less than anybody, and that's the whole thing. And by the way, didn't have the kind of power that any of these other guys had. Didn't have that like that Roy Jones.
When he was younger, he was a power puncher, but
he broke his hands a bunch of times. That was part of the problem. Yeah. But even then, like, he wasn't a robust guy.
Right.
You know, so he
Wasn't
just
Jermaine? What's his name? Javante Davis, right?
Right. Well, that's a great example of a guy with just preposterous power. You know, just preposterous power. Did you see Arthur Betterbeev, who is fighting Dmitry Bivol?
Yes.
He did a hammer workout on a tire where he hit a tire for an hour.
He did? For
an hour.
What?
He hit a tire for an hour with a sledgehammer.
Dagestanis are made of different fucking.
He's Chechnyan.
Is he Chechen?
But same shit.
Mountain people.
Hamzat Chimaev, savage people. And he's one of the scariest boxers of all time. The only fight that he had as a professional that went the distance is Bivol.
I know.
The only fight.
And did you see when Bivol would have
He
his
was
hands
19
up?
with 19 knockouts.
Yeah.
That's fucking insane.
When you have your hands up with him, he'll still concuss you.
Yeah.
He hits that hard.
Oh, yeah.
Just basic too, like ones and twos, maybe a hook once in a while.
There's a great video where this boxer who was, a world-class boxer, was a professional, got brought in to box Bitterbeef, and his coach said to him, just do your best. He's like, do my best. Do my best. What the fuck are you talking? Do my best. I'm going to fuck this dude up. And he goes, he hit me. The first time he hit me, it was like nothing I'd ever experienced in my life. Like, it was almost like my body left me, and I was like standing over.
That's your job, dude.
Betterbeef is hitting people too, like this. Yeah. It's all short. Everything is short, and it's just.
But he'll hit your arms.
Power.
But they'll hit your arms.
Oh yeah.
He'll break your arms down, and then by
100%.
round 5, enjoy that shit.
Canelo does a lot of that. He does a lot of that. He smashes guys' arms.
I think
When
the best
guys
boxer.
shell up with him.
Yeah.
You don't want that guy punching your arms. Well, I've always said that about look at his workouts with his wrists and fists. This is his warm up. Betterbeef is one of the craziest specimens because he's almost 40 years old too.
Yeah.
So he had this endurance fight with Bivol. So it's 12 rounds of super high pace, very endurance heavy, and he was the one that was dominating at the last round.
Correct.
That's February 22nd. I'm fucking pumped for that fight.
You're gonna fight again?
Oh yeah, this is the rematch. I'm very pumped for that fight because Bivol is so goddamn good too. What he did to Canelo, like no one's ever done that Canelo.
I think the best fighter. I think you can make an argument for certainly top 3 fighters of all time.
I'm ready to argue.
Is Usyk.
Yes,
I think he's incredible.
Incredible.
I mean, I've watched every one of his fights. That dude is on such a different level.
He's smaller than everybody.
He's fighting giants.
He's fighting giants.
When you're fighting a guy who's 60 pounds heavier with 10 ounce, 12 ounce gloves, it makes such a world of difference.
Especially when the guy is fucking Anthony Joshua, you know.
But please understand, Usyk fought at I think 75 when he started out. He's not a big frame guy.
He's like 225, 230 as a heavyweight.
220.
Yeah, not big. Not big.
And that's
man.
a lot of.
By the way, that was
on.
Tyson's weight when he was in his prime too. There's something to be said for that because a 220-pound man like Mike Tyson can knock out any human being that's ever lived.
Yeah,
the amount of power he can generate is insane. So then you have the speed of being only 220 pounds instead of 290. You know, or like remember when Andy Ruiz fought Joshua the second time and he got real fat.
Yeah.
So sad.
Yeah.
Because like you had a real chance of like carving out a legacy. The knockout in the first fight was fucking huge.
Yeah. He has speed.
Oh my god!
Surprised the shit
His
out of you.
fucking boxing combinations are so fluid. He punches like a middleweight.
Yeah.
And
Is he a bronze medalist?
I don't know. I
in
think
the Olympics?
he is.
I think so.
I think he is. I think he did medal.
Great boxer. Very, very schooled boxer. But
Super nice guy too. When he came onto the podcast after he beat Joshua, he had a fucking diamond encrusted watch. He came in a Rolls Royce.
He
I was
did?
like, let's go.
Oh,
Let's go,
shit.
Andy. Let's go. I like it.
we got to get you an accountant, though. Don't spend too much of your money.
Accountant, and probably don't get to 280 pounds.
Yeah.
The problem is, then all of a sudden you're a superstar and you're partying and you're having cervezas and hanging with the boys.
So I think there's also you've got to take the responsibility on of being a champion. It's hard to hold that. It's one thing. It's like starting a business. You can get people to know about your business. It's running a business is very different. So like you get in the belt and staying champion.
Maintaining champion. I remember Matt Hughes when BJ Penn beat him. He told me, he goes, honestly, Joe, it's a weight off my back. Wow. And I was like, really? And I was like, it makes sense though, because he was just smashing everybody, and he was the person that everyone was chasing.
Yeah.
And it's like, God, a fucking weigh on your psyche.
That's why John Jones to me is just.
What is this, Kenny? He didn't win?
Oh, he didn't go to the Olympics. Okay.
Okay, he didn't win. He represented Mexico in the 2008 Beijing Olympic Games qualification tournaments, losing to Cuba. Cuba, man.
You ever watch how those guys train?
Oh my
The
God.
Cubans are amazing because they don't hit mitts. Like you'll have a guy and they just moving, and once in a while the coach will lift their glove, not one shot. moving.
Right.
It's
To
all
learn
footwork.
where it is.
It's
Yeah.
all footwork. You
Well,
throw one punch,
they like the Russians developed a very technical and very technique-oriented way of combat sports. It's why the Russians were so good at Olympics, at wrestling rather, because they were so technical. Where the Americans would just try to work harder than everybody else.
Yeah.
And the Russians figured out no, there's a time you work hard, there's a time you recover, and you have to have active recovery. And they got real scientific about their physical training. Real Dan Gable, when he did the podcast, was explaining to me how he learned sauna from the Eastern Bloc people.
Really?
Yeah. He's
Really?
They started incorporating sauna. He's like, this is another added element that raises your endurance.
Why?
Because they would train hard, and then after training, you sit in that sauna for 20 minutes at 190 degrees, man. Your heart is hammering. So you're getting static cardio. Also, it has an EPO-like effect, where it's like a mild dose of EPO, where it raises your red blood cells.
Really?
Yeah, my endurance is raised significantly when I start doing
What
sauna.
about cold plunges? That's controversial still, right?
Well, cold plunge is not controversial in terms of the way it makes you feel. Okay, so the psychological benefits of the increase in dopamine levels and norepinephrine, that is 100% established. I think that is one of the most powerful aspects of the cold plunge. Also, what's been established is that when you do the cold plunge before exercise, it raises testosterone. So there's something about doing the cold plunge and then forcing your body to heat up through a warm-up and then going through your workout that raises testosterone for people. And there was a study that was done where it showed this guy went from having an extremely low testosterone level to having a testosterone level where his doctor thought he was juicing. And all he changed was he started doing cold plunge
Put your
before
body
every
under
workout.
stress.
Put your body under stress. It's not good after workout.
Really?
No, because you want hypertrophy and you want muscles to grow and strengthen. And part of that growth and strengthening is inflammation. So that inflammation is actually good. Heat, on the other hand, is good after workouts. So it's good for the effect of it raises your red blood
So that's
count,
interesting.
cell
So
count.
Dan Gable said he would do a sauna after working out because it raised his endurance.
Yes, it raises your endurance, and the Eastern Bloc athletes already knew that. Fedor was famous for using sauna. Yeah, Fedor would use sauna and cold plunge, so they use hot and cold therapy. So Huberman recommends doing that once a week, and what you do is you go back and forth and back and forth. You always finish on cold though. Always allow your body to reheat itself up. Don't finish on sauna. So you would do cold plunge or sauna, cold plunge, however many cycles you want to do it. But he said that raises your human growth hormone level.
The Swedes do that. I did that in fucking Sweden where I was with all these Vikings. It's fucking so funny.
Well, the Finnish studies on sauna are amazing. What it's shown, these are long-term studies over 20 years. It shows that people who took the sauna 4 days a week for 20 minutes at a time at 175 degrees had a 40% decrease in all-cause mortality compared to their peers. 40% decrease in all-cause mortality. Heart attack, stroke, cancer. 40% decrease because the heat shock proteins, the stress on your body, it makes you more resilient. It makes you more vibrant. You have more energy and you have less inflammation after it's over.
Wow.
Your body produces those heat shock proteins. You feel amazing when you get out. You feel loose, relaxed.
You have a sauna here?
I have a sauna everywhere. I don't fuck around, dude. I even have a portable sauna that I bring with me. It's like a blanket sauna. That's one of our sponsors. What's that called?
I'll hug you.
What's that blanket sponsor sauna called? Find that sucker.
I have to pee.
It's really good. You gotta pee? Yeah, pee right now. We'll pee right now. We'll be right back. We'll be right back.
There's a scene in a book called Blood Meridian where the guy chops the dude's head off with that fucking knife. You see that book? I mean, that's a knife. I don't know what you could do with this if you had to
Nothing good.
clear brush.
Yeah,
nothing
that's a
good.
brush clearing knife, son.
What is this? It's a hacking knife.
Yeah.
It's when you're coming in and you want to just clear a house.
No, you're an asshole. You have a giant knife on your table. That's what it's for.
What's the knife for? Just in case, bro. Oh,
When
okay.
the president came, they had to take those axes off the wall.
Really?
Yeah. When Trump
Because you
came
might
in
go
here,
crazy.
I might go crazy and grab one of those and impale them in the forehead.
Those axes look like they actually work too.
Oh, those are real.
Yeah.
Those are the Jack Carr tomahawks.
They look like you can throw them.
Well, I don't think you throw them. I think you throw them.
Yeah. Wow.
You know?
Oh, you heard me.
That away. Sorry, buddy.
Something aggressive about a knife.
That's very.
Yeah, that's a ridiculous knife. That's like that's overkill.
You know,
that's like if somebody wears that on their belt, I'm like, your dick is tiny. That's incredible.
Or you're a fucking complete psycho.
Or you're a psycho.
Or you're living in downtown Los Angeles right now.
That's right.
That's right. That's going to be really crazy.
Well, I want to see what happens because I think, first of all, rents are going to go through the roof. This is going to be crazy. There is a
Where's
major.
everybody gonna live?
It's a major housing shortage. This is a major problem.
Where are you going to live? Where are all those people in the Palisades going to go? There's thousands and thousands
They have
and
to find
thousands
a
of
place.
houses.
I think people who own. I'll tell you what's going to happen. I think people that own houses that are not in fire zones, even if they're small, are going to sell their houses for millions of dollars. Because you got those very wealthy people going, I need a place, name a price. And your house might be worth $2 million. You're going to sell it for $4 million. I think that's what's going to happen. I really do.
That's going to be even more fun.
It's going to be completely fucked. And remember, Los Angeles has been the worst at building affordable housing or just housing in general. All the permitting you got to go through, all the red tape.
Yeah.
They can't do it. There's so many issues. There's so many issues, but especially housing. Especially, we have what is it? I think poverty rate in Los Angeles is like second to none. The schools are terrible. The homeless situation is, I think, the second.
But hey, it's sunny.
Yeah, it's sunny.
People are really pretty.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of TikTok stars there.
There's a lot of TikTok stars, and that's good for our culture. That's good for our culture.
What was the name of that sauna blanket again? Spell it. Bond charge.
It's a
right.
blanket?
Yeah, it's a blanket. Yeah, you can carry it with you when you go on vacation and sauna the shit out of yourself anywhere you go. Yeah.
Yeah, not too bad, but I appreciate it.
I live by sauna, man. If I had to choose between one thing that I eliminated, if I had to take cold plunge or sauna, I would take sauna all day. I think cold plunge is very important and it's really good for just my mental state. I just like that I force myself to get in there. I like it. I win every day. I win.
Well, I said to you when you signed that deal, I say this to people about you, you've not changed even a little bit. Well, if anything, you've calmed down, you have peace of mind, but you've not changed as like in terms of like, you become a very powerful, influential person, but I haven't seen you change. I haven't seen you, like, it hasn't gone to your head. I said, why? And you go, I think it's because I do something really difficult every day, and it just reminds me of what a bitch I am.
Yeah, I break myself down every day.
I think that's important.
I think it's everything because I think mental health is attached to that. I think too many people have too much anxiety, too much like,
success can do that.
Right. The pressure. And also, I don't read comments, which is huge, because a lot of people out there are reading comments and they're. I was talking to Zuck about that yesterday. I'm like, you gotta stop reading comments.
You read comments?
Yeah.
I'll tell them to stop.
Yeah, it's so bad for you.
Comments.
It's so bad for you.
I've never read one fight, especially good ones. I don't want to hear it because it's going to have power over me.
I don't
the good and the bad.
Either. I appreciate them. I appreciate people, even the bad comments. I get it. But if I was 15, I would be deep.
Chinese fortune cookie for the whistleblowers. Chinese fortune cookie for the whistleblowers. Chinese fortune cookie for the whistleblowers. Don't expect others to know better than you. Period. Don't expect others to know better than you. Period. Don't expect others to know better than you. Period. Come again.
The worst fucking poster on Twitter of all time. I'd be a total troll. I'd be on 4chan. I'd be on all those things. I'd be talking mad shit all day long.
Yeah. You know that kid Matan?
No.
He has that kid, this Israeli kid who's like 17 years old and a complete troll. I did his podcast. It was so fun. But he's just like that. Those kids at that age, they are about there's no reverence to anything.
No.
They want to tear it all down.
They want to tear it all down. Also, it's all about making them a living, getting eyeballs on you.
Yeah.
Right? That's what their business is, eyeballs.
Yeah.
So if they can slap someone at a supermarket or, fucking scare someone in line at the grocery store or whatever the fuck they do to get attention, that's their currency. Their currency is attention.
Yeah.
And if you beat their ass, it's actually good for them.
That's right. There's no
which is really crazy.
Yeah.
So
It's just a different.
Yeah, I mean, it's the end of Rome.
It's the end of Rome.
It's the collapse of a really sick civilization. And, you know, the thing that you're seeing, like, with this whole, like, woke fire department, which is, we're talking about that lady saying, if your husband's in that burning building, like, that they want someone who looks like me, who like looks like them. Like, that's not what they want. This is all, like, this ideological, bizarre cult that these people have fallen into that leads to the collapse of great civilizations, because the people that worked hard to make this, like, very easy life, those people don't get respected. And then the people that you think are the marginalized people that should be elevated through equity, these people that haven't done anything, now you're giving them all the power.
Yeah.
And you're also letting them be the bullies of the bullies now, right? So they got picked on their whole life. Now we're kicking ass now.
That's right.
We get things done.
There's
Pride magazine in the whatever website. I'll send you this because it's real. See if you can find that, Jamie, so I don't have to look for it. But the headline said the LBGT fire chief is showing that she can get things done.
Really?
Yeah. This is in the middle of the biggest disaster in the history of Los Angeles. But saying that she can get it done shows she can get it done. Like, what does get it done?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Yeah.
Run out of water? Collapse society? What does it mean?
I don't know if that the blame lays in the fire department, by the way, here. I think you watch. I'm going to make a prediction. I bet you it's already happening. I promise you that the progressive government in Los Angeles and in Sacramento is going to blame not infrastructure, not government incompetence, not mismanagement, but climate change. I promise. Watch.
Well, good luck with that. Good luck with. Here it is. Amid Palisades fire, Los Angeles' first LBGTQ plus fire chief is proving lesbians get it done.
Yeah.
Excuse me, lesbians get it done. Not she gets it done. It's even dumber than I thought. She's proving lesbians
So her
get it
sexual
done.
proclivity is really what makes it.
So what does that mean? Like Elon Musk is proving heterosexuals build rockets? Is that what that means?
It's just identity politics.
It's nonsense. It's nonsense, people writing nonsense things. It's so fucking dumb.
It's placing a group above an individual, right? So treat that person like an individual. I don't give a shit that she's into women. I don't care at all.
Who cares?
If she's
great at her
competent,
job.
I'll fucking vote for her all day. I don't know if she is. I don't know enough about her.
You can't call it climate change because LA's been like that forever. The reason why they filmed in LA in the fucking first place is because LA doesn't have rain.
That's right.
That's why they started putting
Predictable weather.
Hollywood down there.
Until what happened? It got too expensive to do business. It got too expensive to shoot in LA.
Yeah.
Taxes and everything else. It got too expensive. It is too expensive to open restaurants or anything else in LA. So you've got this great sandwich chain I'm obsessed with called Snarf's, right? I just like I think they have one in Austin.
Yeah, you brought them here.
I love
What do you mean you think you have? They brought them
Yeah,
here.
I brought them here.
Yeah.
I love
They're great.
their sandwiches, dude. And you know, that company is so good that I literally I want to get involved in the franchise business because I think they're crushing. And they will not open in Los Angeles. It's too expensive. There are too many. A friend of mine who you and I both know has businesses in Texas and businesses in Los Angeles, and a lot of them. Okay, I'll tell you who it is later.
Ooh, I love suspense.
So in his California businesses, he's been sued over 1,000 times. I think it's 1,002 times. 1,002 times in the 18 years he's been in business. In Texas, he's been sued once. And in that case, they were right to sue them because they did something wrong. And it's pretty interesting because there's literally a difference in culture. There's a difference in the notion of I'm responsible for my actions, somebody else is responsible for the state I'm in. And that is a mind virus that has taken over Los Angeles, taken over California, in my opinion. A lot of this is just mindset. And I think it's very ironic, with all due respect, because I have a lot of friends who lost houses in the Palisades area and everything else. But, if you had walked through the Palisades, you would have seen a lot. Most of them voted for Karen Bass. I'm not saying Karen Bass deserves all of this blame, but I'm saying there was a lot of Kamala stuff there, very, very little Trump stuff. And it's ironic to me because I do think, to an extent, without having done enough research, but I've done some, that you have to lay at least some of the blame for this total inability to respond to government mismanagement, and the fact that this government, this progressive government in California, in Sacramento, in Los Angeles, put things like climate change and social justice ahead of fucking basic infrastructure. Basic infrastructure. You knew that they were predicting, and they knew how dry this season was. Fucking 8 months without rain. Okay, guys. So we need to figure out there is a way to solve every problem. You got to. Do you need an army of firefighters? They cut 17%. I know they cut 17%.
$17.6 million from the fire budget in Los Angeles.
Wasn't it 17% or was it
$17.6 million? There you go. That's what I read. See if that's true.
I thought it was percent, but maybe.
I think 17.6. Maybe that's what it turned out.
I don't know what that
it
means.
Might be 17%.
I don't know what that means.
It might be they have a $100 million budget. They cut it down to 7.
Either way, obviously.
What's that, Jamie?
800
Yeah, that's the whole budget. Yeah. So they only cut 17 million out of 800. But still, why would you cut anything out of one of the most important things? Obviously, now you know. Now you know that was a huge mistake. Well, now you know you should have increased the budget.
Yeah. Well, to your point, this was a perfect storm to an extent, and there's a limit to what any fire department can do. There's a limit, right? We live in Los Angeles. Fires are a reality. Earthquakes are a reality. Mudslides are a reality. We know this. California's a tough place to live. That's great, but there are a lot of liabilities. I just think if you know that that's the case, something went wrong, and our infrastructure. The fact that our fire hydrants, and it happened in Colorado 3 years ago, but the fact that the fire hydrants lost pressure, you can predict these things.
Right. Well, again, I bring it back to Trump, because Trump was saying that this all could be solved. He was right. What he was saying is true, and that they are doing it to protect the fucking smelt. It exists.
The Delta smelt.
They exist other places.
I love the Delta smelt.
I don't.
What does that look like? Let me see what a Delta smelt looks like.
I don't give a fuck about those things.
Neither do I.
Yeah, 17 million last year. She directed more. For 2023-2024 fiscal year, Los Angeles allocated 837 million to Los Angeles Fire Department, accounting for roughly 65% of the 1.3 billion dollar budget designated for homelessness initiatives.
Which didn't work.
What? 65%? For homelessness initiatives
didn't work.
Roughly half the budget for homelessness went unspent. These motherfuckers.
And let me say something else about that.
These motherfuckers.
The homeless thing too. You talk to progressives about the homeless thing. You know what they'll say? It's a housing shortage.
Oh, yeah.
No, it's not. It's a drug and mental health problem.
Housing.
Yeah. Sorry.
Housing.
Yeah.
But we can't fix it.
It's a mental health and drug problem.
They spent $24 billion last year. $24 billion
homeless
in California
industrial
on
complex.
homelessness. Yeah, that's what it is. It's a bunch of people making money off of nonprofits.
Of course.
Yeah.
And so there's a vested interest in keeping homeless a problem.
Yeah, the real problem is that there's homeless at all. Like, how is that possible in the greatest society the world's ever known? But because we've put very little effort into stopping it. Very little effort into education and fixing people's mental health problems and mental health institutions for people that are sick and twisted, and real solutions like ibogaine, real things that they can do to sort of reset people's minds and help them get out of it, real programs to help people integrate back into society.
I know a guy who was
in
a
meaningful
tier
way.
1 guy who was dealing with real demons, and he did one session of ibogaine, and it changed everything.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of people like that. I had the former governor of Texas, Rick Perry, on, and he was explaining it.
And that's surprising that Rick Perry was, a Texas conservative.
Yep. It was
like,
very reluctant, and then he knew someone who came back from the war and was suffering, and he got involved, and
it
now he's an advocate for it.
repairs the neural pathways. Or something like that.
Yes, helps people with Parkinson's disease.
Wow.
Yeah,
Really?
Crazy. Completely rewires the brain of addicted people.
Damn.
Stops the pathways, gives you an insight as to why you're addicted in the first place, like what little weird fucking patterns you have in your head. What are you escaping when you're trying to load up on heroin? It's crazy, but it's illegal. This is the nuttiest part of it, and this is the beautiful thing about what Rick Perry's trying to do, and explaining it very eloquently that it was all established in the 1970s to combat Richard Nixon's political opponents. So the anti-war movement, the civil rights movement, they made all those drugs illegal. The sweeping act of 1970, the Psychedelic Drug Act, where they were just trying to demonize these things that these people were using. That was like, the flower child movement, the hippies, the anti-war people. They're like, we need to figure out a way to lock these motherfuckers up.
Well, they did a
Civil
really
rights
interesting study on or there was a guy, a journalist, I can't remember who was talking about. They drew this comparison when the '60s music movement happened with Hendrix and all those guys. When they were taking psychedelics, incredible things were going on music.
Oh yeah.
Once they turned to cocaine and heroin, the music fucking died.
Hair
It died.
Yeah. Well, I was bringing it back to cars, because I'm a car freak. The cars of the 1960s were the greatest fucking cars America has ever created in terms of the way they looked, the iconic, the image of those things, and it all died around 70, 71. Everything after 71 is a piece of shit.
Why?
Except a few Corvettes look cool. But because they needed to become, first of all, then there's the gas crisis. So cars started becoming less powerful and more economical. And then they started making them out of plastic and they just looked like shit. And then they weren't doing the drugs anymore. So the design sucked. If you go back to the design, like one of the classics that I always put out, like let's look at a 1969 Boss Mustang. So this is acid, marijuana, whatever. These people that were designing these cars were like freaks. They were weirdos. Yeah. Because they were artists. And they designed these things that just, to this day, you look at them and you go, fuck, look at that. Yeah. Look at that. That's the reason why John Wick killed everybody. That's it is. They stole his car. They killed his puppy and they stole that car. And John Wick killed everybody. That is a fucking work of art, man.
Whiplash, fucking engine corrosion.
God damn, that's a work of art.
Not
That's
safe.
one of the most beautiful things human beings. Fuck the Sistine Chapel. That's one of the most beautiful things human beings have ever created. Look at that.
Is that a catalytic converter or carburetor?
Shut your mouth about that. This is Texas. Pull all that stuff out. Fucking roll coal right on the highway.
It gets like a block a gallon.
Yeah, my Raptor, my Hennessy Raptor that has 1,000 horsepower, I get 9 miles to the gallon. Suck my dick. Look at that thing. That is a different one. That's that's a classic restoration.
Does nothing for
Classic Recreations does a resto mod version of it, but that's the right from the factory version.
Wow.
Both of them are gorgeous.
It's coming electric.
They do make them in electric.
Do they?
Honestly,
Come on.
yeah. There's a company that takes old cars and turns
That's
them
sacrilege,
electric.
I guess.
Well, a lot of people have a problem with it. Everati does it.
I like the
Pull up
Aston. I like the old
Everati.
Aston Martins. Those are cool.
Gorgeous.
Yeah, those are crap.
Pull up Everati. Everati is a company that takes old Porsches and they do old Mustangs and they convert them and make them fully electric.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
But they look really cool, but you're missing the whole point.
Of course.
The whole point is
I feel the road.
it's a work of art. It's a mechanical experience.
I drove a 1985 Porsche Targa.
Ooh.
Dude,
Oh my
it's
goodness.
a stick shift.
Oh yeah.
What a beautiful car. You
doesn't-
feel everything, but
everything.
god damn, it's beautiful. I mean, you just zip in there,
Well, it's so light too.
Ah.
It's so engaging.
That's a great car.
Oh my god, those are the best.
That's
I
the
mean,
only
there's
time I've driven the car and I went, I get it. Like, I've never been in cars.
Old
I
Porsches,
drive a
incredible.
Tesla 3 with white interior, white exterior. I want to be as gay as I could.
It's still an incredible car.
Great car.
So they do a bunch of different stuff. So let's go to the Porsche 911 964 Signature. So look at that. So they take this 964 Porsche, which is one of the most beautiful years, and they turn it into this insane electric beast.
Yeah.
Yeah, incredible car, man. I mean, sub-zero, 0 to 60, sub 4 seconds.
I drove
200 miles.
the-
Look how beautiful it looks too.
I
Oh my
drove the
god.
new electric Porsche, which is
So look at the range. Up to 200 miles. Shut the fuck up. That range is nonsense. The up to
That's not
200
real.
miles
That's
is when
not
you're
real.
driving really
Yeah,
slow.
that's 100 miles.
But I bet that thing is super sick to drive, and goddamn, it looks beautiful. But wouldn't it be better if it went when you started it up?
I think it should be. That should.
Yeah. You want to hear that? You want to hear that? Yeah, you want to feel the engagement of the clutch. You want to pull the gear lever down in a second. You want to let off the clutch and hit the gas.
Yeah.
You
I
want
like the
to
way that looks.
feel it. I like what they're doing. I think it's cool. Whatever. I'd take that car and I'd gut it. And put a fucking real engine in it. It looks beautiful, but
What can I pick one of those up for, like a regular car?
a regular
Porsche,
one.
964.
There's a bunch of different companies. There's a company called
Not electric. I'm
No,
talking about-
a
yeah.
regular one. There's a company that specializes in air-cooled Porsches. Go to Sloan.
What's air-cooled?
Sloan. That's those, the old ones. The ones that you drove, that 1980s one. That's an air-cooled one.
Love that car.
The old ones are the ones that Yeah, that's it. So this place specializes in Porsches, but particularly air-cooled Porsches. They've got a lot of air-cooled. Go click on like available cars. So inventory.
I like
Go to
that. See that?
inventory.
Yeah, that's nice.
So a lot of these are the expensive, more modern ones, like the 1963. Like click on that one, 84 911 Carrera. Look at that, 26,000 original miles.
That's gorgeous.
Oh, dude, that's a joy to drive.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
That car's a joy to drive.
100%.
Look how beautiful. Oh, it's got to be very expensive.
That's a beautiful car.
With such low miles, that thing's probably meticulously maintained. It looks incredible.
So you're not picking that thing up.
No. That's an expensive car. And by the way, not very fast. It's not fast.
Yeah, but
that's not. You're missing the point.
But it's the handling.
It's the feel. Yeah. It's the experience of driving. It is so analog. It probably doesn't even have power steering. Oh, it's basically brand new. Whoever
so you think
kept that amazing.
They probably sell that for
a couple $100,000.
A couple hundred.
Yeah, at least. Okay. I would imagine. I mean, it says contact us for pricing, but if you want to get one like that, a stellar model with 20. Look, if you get a 911 from 1970, like a 911 RS, a good example is $1 million.
What?
Yes. Go Google 1971 911 RS immaculate for sale. I guarantee you they're over $1 million. Yeah. And your Model 3 will blow that thing away in every way, shape, or form. Handling, speed, especially if you have the Model 3 performance.
That's why I like my car so much. I like the Tesla.
They just go.
So easy.
They make every other car seem stupid.
I know.
But it's a different experience than driving that thing. That thing is an amusement park ride. Yeah. Like that thing is
That's like grinding your own coffee. Something about it. Like there's a manual.
The sensation.
There's a tactile sensation.
Yeah. Lighting your own fire on the grill, cooking over hardwood coals.
I think there's a huge value to that. Like cooking.
Oh, yeah.
Like the fact that you take time to get good at something like cooking the perfect beef stew or
especially if you're cooking over fire. It brings you this caveman DNA
the smell
section of your
wood.
brain. Oh yeah. Also, it makes the
Convenience-
food taste better.
Convenience and abundance comes with a price like everything else. Sometimes that's a lack of connection. Sometimes just the actual process of doing shit, like the actual process of preparation, all that is a form of flow that you get into.
Yeah.
There's a great book called Beyond Boredom and Anxiety by Csikszentmihalyi. I don't know what the fuck his name is. He's like this Hungarian scientist. He compares the flow state that rock climbers, surgeons, painters, and conductors get into. And it's all very similar because it takes incredible concentration. When you're rock climbing,
I
you
bet
don't
the
want to
rock
fall.
climbers look at the painters like, bitch, you are not in
Bro,
the same flow state
it's
as
true.
me, motherfucker.
It's because it's life and death, right?
That shows average sales in stock. So 5 have been sold for an average of 708,000.
Oh my
Isn't that crazy?
My lord.
That's crazy.
That's insane.
2.5 million for that one. Click on that. Can you click on that so I
I
can
gotta
see
sell
it?
a couple more tickets, stand up.
Does it let
You know
me
what I
see
mean?
what it looks like? Oh, there it is. Let's see if we can find it. God. By the way, it's a lot of that is like a dick measuring contest. Like I have a pristine model.
They don't
But
drive
This is like a Jerry Seinfeld type vehicle. Like he would own one of those. I have a 1993 RS America. It's a 964. I know you've seen it. That little red Porsche that I have.
Yeah.
No manual or no power steering, no air conditioning, no nothing. It doesn't have a radio. It doesn't have jack shit.
Raw.
It's so
Spartan.
raw. It's so raw. It's raw and rowdy. It sounds loud. You feel everything. Every time I drive it, I'm like, why did I drive?
Do you remember when I used to have that fucking Bronco?
Yeah.
1971 with a 350 Windsor, whatever the fuck it was.
Oh.
I don't know, carburetor.
I remember you came to my house in that.
Dude, I would get dizzy on the highway.
From the gas tubes.
Fucking the gas tubes.
And it had no top.
Dude, I thought I was going to pass out. I was like, I went to the mechanic. I think I'm going to pass out. I was all panicked. You know, he goes, this is the way it is. I go, what do you mean it's the way it
You're
is?
dying slowly, but you're living
Fucking
more.
sold that thing for $500 or so. I don't know. I was like, get away from me.
I was so happy when you bought it. I like when you get
love
irrational. I want you to be more irrational. I think it's good for you.
Oh, that with the dogs too.
Yeah.
Oh, is it a fighting dog? Really?
Let's get it.
Fresh out of the box?
Yeah,
Let's do it.
get it. I think that a little bit of irrationality for comedians is very good for you.
100%.
I think it's
pretty
good.
irrational.
You gotta have a little bit of fun in you.
Yeah, an auction coming up in a month.
Oh yeah.
What is it for sale? Paris.
Oh, that Alfa Romeo, that little thing like there, that little Alfa Romeo 1965. I guarantee you that's fun as fuck to drive too. Oh, it looks shitty, but I'm telling you, you feel every fucking bump on the road through your ass.
Yeah.
I never got into those 356 Porsches.
Yeah.
I think those look like a fucking VW Bug.
They do look like a
They look
VW.
stupid.
Yep.
But that right to the right of it, the 92 RS,
That's cool.
that's what I have.
Yeah.
I have one of those with a ducktail. I have a red one with a ducktail. I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
Well, you know what it is? They have a personality. There's
Mhm.
something about getting into I had a girlfriend who had a vintage Mercedes, and I swear to God, I got attached to that car. It felt like an experience. I would get in there, and it had a personality almost. It was like
100%.
You know what I mean?
100%.
Because somebody had made that. Somebody had taken the time. A lot of that shit's made by hand, I think.
Well, they're definitely put together by hand.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, especially back then.
But considered by craftsmen.
100%.
Like when something's really considered by craftsmen, and you cannot replace the feel of like something that's been crafted out of
Look on
leather.
that red one, that 1970. Look at that, son. Oh my goodness, that's a beautiful piece of machinery.
It's an artistic.
God,
it's an
so
expression of
gorgeous.
artistry, man.
That is such a gorgeous car. That is fucking beautiful.
That's European, brother.
And it's so light. Those cars are so light, dude. That's like a 2,000-pound car.
Really?
Yeah, they're so
Really?
little. Yeah, when you're near them, they're so little.
You know how much my 3 weighs? Almost 6,000 pounds.
Oh, they're very
Isn't that
heavy.
crazy?
They fuck up those borders. Those
Fucking tank.
What are they called? The rails, guardrails. They go right through those things because they're too heavy.
Dude, my
Guardrails
car.
are meant for regular sized cars.
I didn't know
Look
that.
how
The guy told me
gorgeous that is. Look at that damn thing, man.
Fucking seats.
God, it's so beautiful.
Fire
Oh,
extinguisher.
That guy maintained that motherfucker. That guy knows how to drive, I bet. Look at that steering wheel.
I picture myself
2003 restoration.
in a tweed coat.
Oh, it's so gorgeous. I bet that's 150,000. How much is that?
This is yeah, it's gonna be auction.
They're not giving them away.
For 180 euros.
180 euros, so more. So 180 euros is like 200 and something thousand, which makes sense. It's fucking beautiful, man, and they don't make them anymore. You know, if you want one of those, and when you drive it, I guarantee you have a fucking smile. You'll have a fucking smile on your face. It only has 180 horsepower.
Jesus.
Yeah, they're not fast.
No.
Even mine has 300. Mine only has 300
Really?
horse, and I had it juiced up a little bit to get to 300.
I was gonna say.
Yeah, it's
That
not
must give
fast.
you worms.
It's
That
not
fucking
fast.
shit.
Not fast.
No.
No, but it doesn't matter. It's just fun. It's engaging.
Well, you used to like big trucks too, though. You like the Denali's and stuff.
Oh yeah, well I have the Raptor.
Yeah.
That was a Hennessy Raptor. I still have. You know what? I like to see what's going on over there. I don't want to be at the same height as the cars. When
It's
someone slams on the
vulnerable.
brake, you can't see what's going on. Well, up here, you can see someone doing something stupid, like 5
Yes.
cars ahead. You're
Yes.
like, oh Jesus, and it's safer.
Way safe.
To be in a lifted truck is safer. You see things more.
100%.
That is very important.
Yeah.
It's very important. Like the elevated viewpoint for a safety perspective is important.
Right.
Yeah, and you get used to that. You like it a lot.
And that's the kind of car you take out on the countryside. Like,
Oh yeah, man.
and you wear a scarf.
You wear gloves.
Gloves, scarf, and you wear the glasses. I want to be European so badly sometimes. And your mate's doing this. You guys are fast.
Yeah. You don't go with a girl. Go by yourself.
By yourself?
Yeah, you don't go with a girl.
Really?
You don't want to hear that.
Listen,
Shut the fuck
But she's saying
up
it in
about
French,
TikTok. Shut the fuck up.
Attention,
That's
attention.
different. That's different. That's hot. Well, that's preposterous. That's a $4 million car. That's a Pagani.
Well, I
I
mean,
don't even know how to say that. How do you say that?
It looks like a fucking. It looks like an arachnid.
That's a monstrous vehicle.
Yeah, it's also ridiculous. I mean, does it come with a
850
Batman suit?
horsepower. Here's the thing. That's all great. That's all fast. But that can't fuck with the new Corvette.
It's a track car.
It's a track car, but it's not as good as a track car as a new Corvette. The new Corvette ZR1 is one of the greatest cars the world has ever built. It's over 1,000 horsepower. 1,000! Over 1,000 horsepower for the new Corvette ZR1. It does 0 to 60 in under 3 seconds. It's going to break all the records. It's probably going to break Nürburgring records. It hasn't even been released yet. It's a fucking amazing car. It's the greatest American car
In
ever.
what? Because
by
it's
far.
just reliability, everything, or what?
Everything. They're reliable. They're fucking incredible looking. They look like an exotic car. This is the new ZR1. Does it have volume? Can we hear what it sounds like?
I'm
Brad frowns Chevrolet market.
Brad, you fucking knocked it out of the park, Brad. This is an amazing vehicle. This vehicle's faster, handles better than that stupid fucking $5 billion car. That thing's the shit. That's America, fuck yeah, in a car.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so stupid. Yeah. How can you go to a dealership, look at that carbon fiber wheels, how can you go to a dealership and buy a 1,100 horsepower car?
That's insane.
Look at it with a
How's that
giant
street
wing on the
legal?
back of it. It shouldn't be, but it is. And that's why it's America, motherfucker.
And is
Look
that
at
is
that
that
thing.
is that
Track to rotate.
is that
Look at
fin that was on there necessary? or
Yes.
it is?
Yes, because you want to look like an asshole.
That looks great.
Yeah, you can get it without the fin.
Because you want to look like an asshole.
Yeah.
That looks good.
It's downforce. It gives you more downforce. So it'll
Gotta have
actually
downforce.
slow your top end speed so that the high end speed will be like 205 miles an hour instead of 215 or whatever the fuck.
I
it
like
is.
that. That's a good look right there.
It's a gorgeous
I don't like
car.
that stupid fin.
That is a fucking beautiful machine.
Does the fin come up or something? Or
Well, no, it's just down. It's adjustable, but it's downforce for the track.
yeah, I like
That
that.
is an amazing car for the track.
That's a good one.
And they make them in a convertible. Check in the convertible.
Well, they won't break your bank probably, right? Or are they very expensive?
It's about 200 grand
Oh.
before markup and all that other jazz. I think it's 2.3 seconds 0 to 60.
Jesus
Fucking
what?
go. 9-second quarter mile right
Holy
from the
shit.
factory, motherfucker.
A 9
That's what you
second-
need. That's what you need,
You
Count.
do. It's very
Your special kicks it, and you start selling out giant theaters.
Let's go, baby.
Let's get a little wobble in your life.
That's
You're
what I'm
running
buying
away
myself.
from looters.
Once I start selling theater scenes.
Yeah, once you get the fuck out of Los Angeles.
Joe's car sound
Tell
effects.
me that all the time. Listen, this
Yeah,
might
man.
be the one. I talked to
I
my
hope
wife.
it is.
Hey, but I have my other kids, so I have 2 families now.
Fuck
So
them into it too.
I know.
If they come out here, they'll realize, like, oh my god, what have we
What
been
the
doing?
fuck were we doing?
What were we doing? Why? One
Plus,
of my
when you're on
friends
the
came
road
here.
like me, traveling from Texas is way easier than traveling from fucking Los
100%.
Angeles.
Ron White told me that in 2018 when I started thinking about Austin.
Jesus.
He moved here before any of us. Ron White was the original.
Yeah.
He was the original, the Texas setup because he's from Texas. He love Austin. Food's great, people are nice. It's in the middle of the country. You can travel anywhere. I was like, wow, can I live in Texas? I started thinking about it. Can I live in Texas? And then when COVID hit, Ron being here was one of the things that moved me here.
Really?
And it's like, I love Ron. At least I can hang out with Ron.
He
Like,
you
if
want to talk
Ron's
about
here-
one of the greatest comics, period. I watched that motherfucker and I'm like, and he's still doing it at his age.
Killing it.
How old is he?
He's 1,000 years old.
Yeah.
And he's better now than ever. Better than ever.
I love that.
And he's at the club every night. He's
He
there
is?
all the time, killing it.
Incredible.
And just the best fucking human being. He's just the best guy.
He seems like
So when he was coming here in 2018, I was like, oh, I can't live in that. Because I've always been trying to escape LA forever. But then it's like my business was there, the comedians were there, the store was there. There was like so many things there. It took something like COVID to make us all like just take this crazy chance and move to Texas.
Yeah. Well, these fires, I feel like these fires are kind of almost like
Very much like
My
the same
wake-up
thing.
call.
Very much like the same thing. Yeah, let's go, Brian Callen. We're men. We're smoking cigars like men. It's
I like this new this thing.
having a guy like Ron here though is like, okay, well Ron, at least I'll have Ron as a friend. At least and then Tony moved here. I'm like, oh shit, Tony's here. And then I remember one time I talked to Segura and I was like, dude, it's fucking awesome. I love it here. He's like, fuck it, I'm moving. And
Really?
he was here quick. Yeah. Oh, you just here, use this one.
They got to carry over there, so go.
Because I'm bad with that
It's
stuff,
in the
okay?
day.
That's why my wife was like, get out of here. You can't do it. I'll take care of it. Like, raise my kids. Save them. Tell my story. I'll be in Austin. Sorry about the fires.
Tell them to watch your special. Tell the kids in school to watch Daddy's special.
They watch Daddy's special. It's going to be good. False gods. I'm excited.
You gonna put it on YouTube?
Yeah.
That's
Shouldn't
the
have-
move.
Yeah, I think so, right?
YouTube's the move because you get the most views for sure. Like look at Shane.
I'm
Like
proud
if you have
of it, too.
you have a great, that's awesome. You get a great set. You put a great set, and the club's the best place to go. The audiences are so hyped.
Well, that's what I thought. I was like, I would rather like shoot it here.
Mhm.
And because we did that club right, man. We did that club right. It's such a difference.
Yeah. Well, A lot of it's because of Ron. If it wasn't for Ron, and then one time when we did shows, we were doing shows at the Vulcan, and Ron hadn't gone on stage in like 8 months. And he got off stage and he grabbed me by the shoulders. Whatever the fuck we got to do, we're going to keep doing this. He goes, you got to open up that club. I was like, okay. I gotta open up the club. Wow. Because I was like, I got to open up a club. Who knows? You know, it's one of those things like, I'm so fucking busy. How am I going to do this? How am I going to handle this? How am I going to handle the stress of the business and 100 employees? Oh. It turns out you don't have to. Just get really good people to run it for you.
That's it. I get a kick out of you because I don't know. You still have, like, for this podcast, what, 3 people that work for you? I mean, 4.
Well, yeah, we have Brandon, our video editor. We have Matt, who books everything. Young Jamie, and Juan. Yeah, that's it.
My buddy is going to start a podcast. Well, we got to get a production team. We got to get this, and that. I'm like, hey,
well,
bro.
You're going to need a production team if you don't have Jamie. The thing is, Jamie's a wizard, and he's also open on the spectrum. And Jamie can, the good side. You're on the good side. You're on the fun side. You're like totally socially aware.
You're one of
You're fun to hang with.
Stoics. He's like a stoic.
But Jamie's just on the ball, and like his ability to pull things up while we're talking about him, while he's managing the podcast. Like no one can do that. You need like a team of people to do what he does. But then you've got to deal with a team of people that are just like, one of the coolest things about Jamie is how, like, first of all, we're friends, and he's the easiest to hang out with. Like, Jamie's so easy to hang out with. So it doesn't matter who's in this room. There's no weirdness of like, oh, this guy is complaining about that guy out there.
He's not trying to be anything he's not. So what happens in that position is that that's kind of a big job.
Right.
And it'd be very easy to go, I'm part of this podcast. I'm a huge part of it. He doesn't get his ego.
Well, that's happened to a few friends of mine where they had to get rid of the producer because the producer was like, you know, we did this. And he's like, hey. He pointed cameras at a comedian that was already famous. Like, cut the shit. Like, this is fucking stupid.
We all have our role. We all do our thing. Just don't
but it's like what happens with a lot of these people is they develop these podcasts and then they have, I go to my friend's podcast and he has 10 people working for him. And I was like, what are all these people doing? What are they doing? What are they doing? This is crazy. Why have all these people? And then you have interns. They go, you have people working, you're making millions of dollars and they're working for free. Like, I don't agree with interns.
Yeah.
Like, I would never have an intern. If I had an intern,
that person.
I would pay them.
Yeah.
100%. I don't even know if you're allowed to pay certain interns because they're supposed to get, like, I'd break the law. I'd break the law and pay them. Just give me a paid intern. Can you have a paid intern at a college?
I think what happens is it builds resentment if you're not
100%.
You got to be careful about
Well, that's a problem with rich people when they have assistants too.
Yeah.
Like Al Madrigal had an assistant once. He was like, "Yeah, I got to get an assistant." I go, "No, you don't." I go, "Listen to me. Do less shit. Just do less shit. If you need an assistant, you don't do less things.
Yeah.
You don't like. I remember when David Spade had an assistant. The dude tried to duct tape him, and the guy he tasered him. He was gonna kill him.
Yeah.
The guy went to jail.
Henry VIII said something like that.
Also,
he said every time I promote somebody, I create 8 enemies and 1 ingrate. Something like that. I think that was it.
Ooh.
It's great.
Yeah, but didn't he kill a bunch of his wives?
It was terrible. Henry VIII was a fucking idiot. That's the great story.
Maybe he's just a piece of shit.
You know what he did, right? He said the Catholic Church. He wanted a son, and his wife was barren, and he wanted an heir, and the Catholic Church would not codify his divorce. So he was like, okay, I'm going to start the Anglican Church. Fuck off. I'm going to start my own church, and it's going to be okay with divorce. So he created the Anglican Church. And the great story of A Man for All Seasons, Sir Thomas More would not join the Anglican Church, and they killed him for it. And he said, I am more than my appetites. I am more than, my body. I am my principles, and my principles are higher, and I'm going to stick to the Catholic Church. Kind of like,
I wish I was in front.
No shit, right?
Just join the other church.
Well, we all would, right?
Yeah. Get a lot of shit done. Okay?
I was in acting class, as you remember that, and one of the kind of a famous actor, he did the scene. This is so great. He did the Man for All Seasons, and as he, so you do a scene, and a lot of working actors in the class. This is Los Angeles, and we all sit back. And now the great teacher will now break it apart, and he, the actor, began to weep. And they said, why are you crying? He says, because I'm not this man. I would have joined the Anglican Church, and it bothers me that I'm not the kind of principled man that would stick to.
At least he knows.
That was pretty cool.
At least he's not that guy. I wish I was a Navy SEAL. I'd kill everybody.
Yeah, he was one of my favorite actors, too. And I was like, there you go. At least you know your fucking limitations.
Yeah.
Never say what you would do in an emergency because you don't know.
Also, probably why he's a great actor.
He wants some more
Because he
sleep
was
with
aware
Max.
of everything, of like the differences between him and those other people, you know?
Well, you better know you're vulnerable. Like you walk around like a tough guy.
Right.
The real tough guys are the guys that have done a lot of shit or who've seen a lot of combat or at least been involved. And like Evan Hafer, for example, has probably done a lot more than me. He never talks about any of it. You'll never hear him say anything. But and for that matter, Andy Stump's the same way. They don't really tell you anything, but they're very aware that first of all, it's very easy to be killed. Very easy.
Yeah.
Like, I don't care how strong you are, what you bench.
A tiny child can kill you with a gun.
Right away. So you get a real sense. Part of what's really good about just doing combat sports or doing any kind of like even a rough sport, contact sport, is that you come into contact with objective reality. It's very hard to start living this fake existence. And part of the problem, I think, with our society is a lot of people controlling the narrative don't really pay a price for being wrong because they live a life and they live a job where they're working where they're working with their mouth, they're working with only their brain. And I think you get a lot from actually trying to grow your own food or doing whatever it is. You know, you've got to kind of come in, you own a farm and you realize that life eats life and things, everything, Mother Nature is a motherfucker and wants to kill everything you try to grow. It gives you a very different perspective on reality and what the world is about.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Well, that's a giant problem with urban environments.
Mm-hmm.
That's why urban environments all get to these sort of esoteric, philosophical
Da,
ideas
da, da.
about what society
You'll
is
find
like,
everything this
because
Jew
they're
has
completely
said is
separated from the
true.
circle of life. They're buying all their food from either a
Happy
restaurant or a grocery
Thursday.
store. They're not farming. They're not doing anything. They're enjoying meat without any death.
Right. You ever see Steve
Remember,
Pinker's book,
the
Blank Slate?
recording
Yeah.
says it all.
You know, when the anthropologists came by their name, they I think they were at Harvard, and they came back from studying the Yanomami Indians or whatever in the Amazon basin. And they were like, hey guys, I know you think just white Anglo-Saxons are aggressive and we have a culture that rewards male aggression. Those people have never been in contact with anybody white or Western, and the guys that get laid the most are the guys that kill the most people in combat and have their hair on their daggers. So they have their version of a fucking all-star quarterback too, and he gets all the pussy. and they were like, what the fuck? And they literally attacked their reputations and everything. They drove them out of academia.
It's crazy.
Turns
It's
out
like,
that was true.
It should be obvious. It should be obvious. Like that. There's like been a series of events that human beings have gone through that have developed this certain people. Like we understand. It's an understanding that certain people are better at survival. Certain people are better at being the leader. Certain people are better at warriors. Yeah.
And life takes a certain amount of aggression and competitive spirit, or you're gonna fucking get eaten.
Oh yeah.
Okay? Yeah, you're gonna get fucked.
Oh,
Is
for
really what
sure.
happens. That's right.
Sure.
So don't you? It's great. I love that it's all utopian until your kids don't have enough to eat, and then I'm gonna kill. That's what happens. People are really kumbaya until your kids have to struggle for resources, and then they become genocidal.
Yeah.
Jared Diamond, who wrote Guns, Germs, and Steel, did the study with the fucking people up in the Guinea Highlands. The minute they started running out of resources, they would start coming up with stories about the other tribe over there that were basically, they eat their own kids. Yeah, they're fucking really evil. Just to whip up, just to justify what they were about to do to that other tribe.
Yeah.
Because they got their stuff.
Yeah.
Human beings.
I mean, there's beautiful things in urban environments and society where you don't have to struggle.
Yeah.
You don't have to do that. So you can get much more involved in art.
You get more
finance. There's a lot of things that people can achieve when they have that sort of shelter. But there's a balance to be achieved. You know, in our society, the influence and the problem is the influence of these people that are detached in urban environments is so significant because there's so many of them. There's so many more people that are detached than are connected. We have this like very weird like appreciation and understanding of resources and of like just how hard it is to just survive without modern conveniences.
I think what changed me a lot was when I was younger. I was accidentally around some pretty rough people, some criminals, people that were bad, violent, or, and I think I remember it's very scary when you're around people that are, like that. And I never forgot because I was pretty naive, as most of us are coming up, because I'd been around a good family and stuff like that. And I saw how ugly and dangerous some men can be, especially when nobody's looking. And I never forgot the idea.
Especially in the areas that you grew up in.
That's right.
I mean,
well, I lived in, remember also I was in the war in Lebanon.
Right.
So
How old were you?
I was, I left Lebanon when I was 11 years old.
Yeah. So just
older than
imagine experiencing that as a 10-year-old boy.
Yeah. And then I went back. Remember, I went back when I was, I think, 15, 16, and I didn't recognize anything from my childhood. So I was in Lebanon for 5 years. And so I had wonderful memories. And then the war broke out and we were stuck. And my father couldn't get back in because he was, and then we got evacuated. But I was living in the Holiday Inn for 6 months. And we had to sleep on the floor. And then finally we had to go down into the fucking underground parking lot because they were bombing. And you would wake up and you would hear machine guns and stuff. So you felt very out of sorts and very, very, it was very scary. You know, you're a kid, you know. And I remember seeing on a balcony, I remember seeing planes bomb a gas station. I never forgot it. I never forgot seeing the planes come in and the missiles drop and just, you know, and the sound, dude, the sound. And I don't know if anybody's been in war knows this, but I was on the beach. I was on Coral Beach, and it was in the 80s. I was I was 14, 15, 16, whatever I was. They shot a rocket over our head, okay? And I think it was a test fire. Dude, when I tell you that the sound was so loud that we all fell on the ground. I fell down on the sand. The sound was so disoriented that everybody went down on their hands and knees. That's how loud it was over your head. And I think that when you are in that kind of proximity to violence like that, and then later on when I was older, I was around some people who were pretty rough, you know. And for me, I knew that if the grid broke down, that those people were going to take over, and there was going to be no fucking mercy. And I've never forgot that. And so you could see with COVID, the minute that, you know, law enforcement had to restrict their resources, you saw what happened: looting, you saw crime, you saw homelessness, and the fabric of a society can break down so fucking quickly. People don't realize it until you've been in countries where it's happened, and until you've been around men who negotiate the world in a violent way, and maybe in ways that are a little bit outside the law. You don't know what you're doing, man. You've got no idea. So all those people, and I love when the left starts talking about, you know, violent revolution, and you're in college, kid. You have no fucking idea. You don't have. First of all,
know what you're asking
don't wake up that, and don't wake up the conservative. Don't do that. Let's not even talk about it, because I know a lot of guys that shoot real straight, you know,
and often,
and they're very comfortable.
They're really good at it,
and they're comfortable in those violent spaces.
Kind of ready.
They're Let's not let those dogs slip.
Have you seen John McPhee?
Yeah, I have.
The mayor of Baghdad.
That'd be a good example
on
of
my
a guy.
podcast. Like, that is a guy.
Yeah. Just,
you know,
his body just comes from enforcement. His traps. He just looks like a giant block. Yeah, he's a born enforcer.
Yeah.
He's not going to win a Nobel Prize for peace.
No.
You ever hear how Tim Kennedy talked about him? Like,
yeah,
you put him in a glass case and break in case of war.
Yeah.
Let's keep those guys. Let's keep them over here on the
Thank God that guy found jujitsu too.
And that's
Give
why
him an outlet.
Yes, and please understand the base of our republic also is that we have civilian control of a military. And that was a huge, in the election between, I think, Madison and Jefferson, the idea was it Madison or was it Adams? I can't remember. But in the election was, should we have a standing army? Because traditionally, in a republic, if you had a standing army, a very charismatic general like Napoleon would take over the army and take over the country. So that was a huge thing. James Madison was a genius at figuring out how to limit that. He said, checks and balances, but you have to have civilian government in control of the military. Because military people arrive at military solutions.
Yeah.
Fucking really important, man. Really important. You don't let guys like John McPhee, you need him in war.
Right.
But God bless. But that's just, you know.
Well, you've had Eric Prince on your podcast, right?
Very smart guy. Have you had him on?
No, I haven't.
Man, I really enjoyed having him.
He was another guy who was talking about like what to do with Africa. I was like, Jesus.
Well,
yeah.
He used the word viceroy. He did it on purpose. It's like he But Eric comes from a position of how to solve problems.
Yeah.
When he was talking about Gaza, he said we have the ability to frack. What that means is we can drill sideways. He said you could have filled those tunnels with seawater instead of bombing the shit out of 70% of it and killing all the people. You could have flooded those fuckers out because you drill. And now I don't know if this is true. I don't know anything about fracking, but he does. And he said you could have drilled fucking this way. Take the Mediterranean, fill all those tunnels with seawater, and they would have had to come up, and you would have been just fine, and just position people, when they come out of the water.
Why didn't they choose that?
A good question. The same reason that in Afghanistan they had an oil reserve there in Afghanistan that was well capped by the Soviets. Well capped. We could have taken that cap off, and that oil, they had enough oil to not only fuel the entire country, but the whole war effort right there for about 9 cents a gallon. But instead, we would get our oil from Saudi Arabia, etc., and have to ship it through Pakistan with all the roadblocks. So it was about $900 a gallon or some crazy shit. He was on my thing talking about it.
What's up? Hear this.
Yeah, I'm so smart.
Provided the Israelis a fully funded, donated ability to flood Gaza with water, with seawater, to flood the 300 miles of tunnels blocked by the Pentagon. Our stuff isn't working that well in Ukraine. The Navy has been ineffective in Yemen. The U.S. has given very bad advice, very mixed advice in Gaza, preventing the Israelis from finishing it, or even preventing from ending that war in a clever way.
Yeah, he's very smart. And Eric is he's a problem solver. You can say whatever you want about him, but I really enjoy. He's a very smart guy, and I know people that work with him and for him. And
well, shit, you need people like that. You need people that know how to solve problems.
Yeah. But also,
you can't have some overweight lesbian says that if you're trapped in the building, you already made a mistake. You already fucked up. You need to carry you.
Is that really what she said?
You want to hear it?
Yeah. I do. Let me hear it.
Jimmy, you could probably find it, right?
Just so you can outrage me and give me more energy.
I certainly have it in here. I know, I can find it. Just give me a moment. It's so ridiculous. You hear her say, like, what are you even saying? Here it is, I found it.
It's not AI, right?
No.
See, that shit's getting crazy. I had to call you and
know.
ask you. I know, I called you. I was like, this is
It's
AI
really hard
right
to
now.
tell. Here, you have to hear it. It's so crazy. It's so ridiculous.
House, your emergency, whether it's a medical call or a fire call, that looks like you. It gives that person a little bit more ease, knowing that somebody might understand their situation better. Is she strong enough to do this? Or you couldn't carry my husband out of a fire. Which my response is, he got himself in the wrong place if I have to carry him out of a fire.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's helpful.
That is such a crazy way to look at things. The correct answer is no, I cannot, but I can do other things.
Right.
Yeah, and we are going to need people that can carry people out of buildings because that is part of the job.
Yeah.
It's not he got himself
Only
in
if you
that
want to save
situation.
lives.
Yeah.
But again, this is
But they're not, they
social
don't care about
justice.
saving
Social
lives.
justice.
No, they
Ideology
care about
over
representation.
ideology over effectiveness. Ideology over utility.
One of the things we saw during the 2024 election is massive chunks of California turned red that had never been red before. And I suspect that trend will continue and be even further. And
it's a limit to what you can do. People, they're not stupid. Americans, they reach that point.
yeah, I think we're going to get to a point where they wake up and you're going to have someone come in and clean up the mess.
I think the greatest.
Someone's going to have to be like socially liberal, but fiscally conservative and pragmatic and realistic. But they're going to have to like be a person like you or I who like supports gay rights, supports women's rights, supports equal rights. Like, of course, but also the thing is, don't hire people that aren't qualified for a job because you don't want to hire white people. That's crazy. Hire everybody that's qualified and then make everybody else more qualified. Go to the
Make everybody rise to the same level.
Yes.
That's why sports are great.
Right. Figure out a way to fix all your fucking urban problems. If you have $24 billion every year just for homelessness, imagine what that could have been done to clean up communities.
Exactly.
Because you haven't done a goddamn thing about homelessness, and all those people should be held accountable.
Well, that's because they're framing the problem wrong. If you talk to those people, you talk to the people in charge of homelessness. A lot of times, I'm not saying a lot of them are. Look, a lot of them are good people, and a lot of them are smart, and they know a lot more about it than I do. So I don't like being the guy who's talking about but I'm just saying I like to be fair. I want to be fair, but I think when you're framing it just as a housing problem and an inequality problem, it's a fucking lie.
It's a bunch of people profiting. I mean, Coleon Noir, when he was on the podcast, explained that to me for the first time. He said when he was in San Francisco, he said, "What is going on? Like, do they just need more money?" He's like, "No, you don't understand. It's the opposite. It's like there's a business now in keeping homelessness there because there's people that are making quarter $1 billion a year, and they're just working on the homeless problem, and they're failing. We got 31,000 new homeless people this year. It's just failure.
And California was always, including under Democratic governors, California was always known as a place that was run very, very well with really responsible civic employees for a long time under Reardon and that stuff. And then
it's collapsing under the weight of its own bullshit.
Oh, did I tell you? So I was with Arnold Schwarzenegger, and I asked him, what was it like to be governor? And one of the things I got was that how little power he was not able to get a lot of things done. But I'll give you a classic example. He said, and I'm sorry if I'm paraphrasing, but he said something. He said, there was a water issue. And he said, these farmers over here are not using all that water. So here's what you do. Just take the water they're not using and give it to this part of the state over here. It's no big deal. We'll just pipe it over here. And his senators said, Mr. Governor, you can't do that. He said, why? He goes, because now you're asking me to go and ask my constituents to give up some of their water. They're going to use that against me in my next election.
Right.
So he goes, so Schwarzenegger goes, so then what the fuck are we going to do? And he goes, here's what you're going to do. You're going to make a speech, and you're going to say exactly what you just said to us. And we're going to say, yes, but then we're not going to really let it happen. And he goes, that's how this works. He goes, how you learning, baby? That's fucking California state politics.
That is where Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy come in. Maybe. Department of Government Efficiency? Maybe. For sure. Maybe. I don't know what they're going to be able to get done.
Let me give you an example. So, Pete Hegseth seems like a great guy. I'm a fan. I don't know much about him, but I like that kind of seems like the kind of guy I'd like to hang out and have a beer with. Sure, he's very smart. Princeton, I think, Harvard, like Bronze Star, wrote 4 books. Awesome. I'm sure he'll be a very effective Secretary of Defense. However, that job, this DOD, I think has 1.1 million employees and a budget of $750 billion, maybe $850 billion. Now, just that is a massive, massive company, essentially. And that requires management on a different level. That skill set is very specific and very, very difficult and very strange. It doesn't mean that because you are a great soldier, you can necessarily do that. And I'm just using it as an example. Right. So we have to get down to brass tacks and take politics out of this and get real fucking practical with all this stuff. I think with Elon Musk and with Vivek Ramaswamy, the U.S. government is a very complicated organism and massive and does a lot of shit none of us even know about. I always use this as an example. Who the fuck keeps geese out of the airfields? The Department of Agriculture. Who keeps falcons on hand at most airports? Peregrine falcons. You know who does? The Department of Agriculture. You know why? Because they're territorial birds that keep all the other birds out of the airfield. You know how to do that? Because I don't. Who gets sheep to graze at a higher altitude because of global warming and they don't want to graze when it's really hot? I don't know, but we have to do that if you want mutton and fucking wool. And there are scientists that have to figure that out. They're not political. There's 1,000 things. Who manages all that nuclear waste in the ground and make sure it doesn't get into the Columbia River and the waterways? Who manages our electric grid? This is all. Who keeps track, please? I'd like to know of all these spent uranium rods, sir, that are used in all our diagnostic machines. Because if you detonate one of those motherfuckers over the Super Bowl, you have to clear out that city for 20 years. The Department of Energy is the answer.
That's Buttigieg. He's doing a great job. Transportation. He's transportation. It was the guy who stole women's clothes.
Yeah, he was the nuclear secretary.
Yeah, he was responsible for that.
Like fucking hell.
That's not a guy. That's a they. Piece of shit.
Bro. Sorry.
Don't misgender.
That's the most important thing. That's fucking.
Don't misgender that thief.
Christ. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
So
It's beyond complicated.
Yeah.
Unbelievably complicated.
Yeah. And so Michael Lewis wrote a book called The Fifth Risk about this. A good book, short, very worth reading. Very fucking worth reading. I walk around talking about being a libertarian. As usual, I don't really know what government does. I was so kind of humbled by the book because I was like, there's a lot of shit I rely on. The people who are needy, people who are very elderly, people who are disabled, who live in places where they can't get food, our food banks feed those people. Meals on Wheels is a really big thing. So there's a lot of shit that the government does, and we feed a lot of people that couldn't feed themselves otherwise. So we have to be careful about not throwing the baby out with the bathwater. And once again, take politics out of it. Let's approach everything like it's a problem and stay agnostic about this shit. And sometimes you might have to be a little left, sometimes you might have to be a little right. Respond to the fucking evidence and be humble about the fact that every time you step into a problem, you may not know anything. And that's what I try to do.
Brian Callen for governor.
Fucking, why didn't you write? I hope you guys wrote that shit down. Where's my camera?
You don't need to write it down, bro. You just said it from the heart.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Yeah, bro.
Fucking hilarious.
Yeah, why don't you be a governor?
My buddy, last time I did my podcast, my buddy H, he goes like this. He goes, from Toho, he goes, hey, dude, love your Rogan podcast. Next time you're on the biggest podcast in the world, make sure you talk about the fucking Bible some more. He goes,
hey, man, it's interesting.
Yeah, I'm into that.
I had that Wesley Huff guy on. You know who he is? Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was really interesting. One of the most fascinating things that I can't stop thinking about is how the book of Isaiah from the Dead Sea Scrolls was verbatim the same as the book of Isaiah that they found 1,000 years later. Wow. 1,000 years. Wow. And it was exact, word for word. Like, that's incredible.
It's not only incredible, but I always think the fact that the Bible endures is interesting.
Yeah, it's
right?
very interesting.
It endures.
I always go back to, like, what were they trying to do? What was it really all about? Where did it start?
I have an opinion.
Tell me.
I think that if you read the Old Testament, which I've done 3 times, I would argue that. So what's a theme of any author writes a book? The theme is always the author's argument for how one should behave in the world. Okay, it's a good way of looking at it. And I think that the central theme of the Bible, of the Old Testament, certainly is don't worship false gods. So what's that mean? If you try to worship false gods, if you put too much emphasis on money, on status, on power, whatever it is, on ideology, you will inevitably turn yourself into a circle. You'll be a snake eating its own tail. For whatever reason, human beings have a very hard time inventing and creating their own gods, and we always do it. What the value of having a transcendent truth, of something that you can't measure. It's very interesting that you can't measure it. That you even when why do the Muslims, why do the Orthodox Jews not have any kind of like picture of God? It's because you're putting a measurement around God. You're trying to define God, and that's not for you to do. And there's something very valuable about not being able to do that, because that transcendent truth is not for you to understand necessarily. It is for you to reach for. It is for you to be reverent of. It's for you to understand that something is watching you, that you will never get away with anything. And I'll quote Jordan Peterson. I love it because I've always thought this, and I think you agree with this. You don't get away with anything. You'll pay in full for everything you've done and haven't done. It's a great way of looking at things. Maybe it's wrong, but it's a good way to at least it's keep that in mind.
I think you pay psychologically no matter what.
100% when you're not telling the truth.
People, right, and then the people that don't, those are the people that are the most delusional and the most disconnected because they put blinders on as to who they are and what they've done. I mean, you see this when people get caught for horrible crimes and they get like Bernie Madoff type people. Like they've deluded themselves to a point where they don't look at, they're complete sociopaths, which is a weird path that the mind can go into where you're never wrong and it's always about you.
Well, also, like I always, when people talk about God, I kind of like replacing it with truth. So just try to stay close to the truth, man. And it's hard. Sometimes the truth is really fucking inconvenient. Mm-hmm. It might throw your whole life up in the air. You might have to burn off, but I think it's inevitable. And part of like if you see great stories, what's the definition of a tragedy? It's the hero or the protagonist doesn't learn from his mistakes and holds on. Moby Dick is a tragedy because Ahab will not give up on this fucking white whale that took his leg. If you read the book, he just gets sucked in. You'd think it'd be some traumatic thing in the book. Ahab gets caught by the whale, and he just dies this quick. It's just soundless. He just gets sucked in. Like, wait, dude, he's been in the book the whole time. What the fuck happened? That's how it happens, bro. You got sucked down, and the universe doesn't give a fuck. You're not important.
No.
But you spent all that time trying to get vengeance on a white whale, and that thing's like, he was just trying to run away. You get sucked in and you drown. It's a great way of looking at life. And I as I get older, the one thing I would have told myself when I was younger, the one thing I would have told myself is I would have said, hey, listen, fuckface, you better tell the truth all the way across the board, all the way across.
Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
You win the lesson.
You're so fucking right.
You're
right.
the lesson.
Because you know what I always said to myself? I'm one of God's favorites. These things don't apply to me.
Well, you're charming. You know, charming is a problem.
Got away with a lot.
Yeah, charm, and you're fun to be
Funny,
around. People
funny.
like you. You're fun.
A lot of friends.
Yeah, a lot of friends.
Found my way through.
And also, we like that you were ridiculous. We like that you're living your life completely chaotic.
Reckless.
Yeah. But it's also why you're funny. Like, that's the balancing act.
It is, right?
As a comic, as a human.
Yeah, I didn't want to be the people I knew who got real famous actors. They were so buttoned down. They were so fucking afraid of everything. And I was like, hey, bro, I think sometimes you got to be willing to throw the whole fucking chessboard in the air. You know, it's like my favorite.
If you want to be funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you become too calculated, man, I just think you outthink yourself. You lose the magic. You lose the part of the magic of being a comedian is these sparks of ridiculousness that have to pop into your head.
Dude.
So you have to be able to entertain that part of your mind. I used to think when I was young that I didn't want to meditate because I didn't want to become enlightened because it would fuck up my comedy.
It's true.
Well, I thought that way because I realized that there was a completely different mindset between me as a martial arts competitor and me as a comedian, where I didn't need anybody's approval before. Like I liked that they didn't like me. I used to love going to places and fucking up the local hero. I used to enjoy it.
Yeah.
I used to get a kick out of it all because I didn't have anybody in my corner. I didn't have anybody cheering for me. Nobody came to see me fight. So I was like, I'll go to your place and fuck you up. I liked it.
Yeah.
I liked hearing
Relying on
people
yourself.
cheer. There was a fight that I had when I was 19. I fought in Anaheim at the Nationals. And there's this guy who was the state champion. I think he was from Illinois. And I hit him with a wheel kick. That was probably the hardest I've ever hit anybody in my life.
Somebody like that.
Well, he went unconscious and he never woke up. They took him to the hospital. They took him out on a stretcher. It scared the shit out of me because I remember thinking that easily could have been me. That easily could have been me. But what I do remember was all these people were cheering him. Let's go, Johnny. Come on, Johnny. Fuck him up, Johnny. All these people were chanting. Whack! Silence. Face plant and then snoring.
Jesus Christ.
And then I remember the satisfaction of that. Like, shut up.
And it feels like nothing on your foot. It's
Well, it hurt. I was limping
Really?
for days.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Do you hit him with your heel?
I hit him with my heel in his cheekbone.
Oh, Christ.
On his cheekbone. Yeah. And I was
That'll hurt.
pissed.
Yeah. So on.
But back then when I was 19, I was fast. So it happened in a breeze, a quick moment. And then I remember thinking afterwards, when he's getting up.
Oof.
He didn't get up. And then they carried him away in the stretcher and they took him to the hospital. And I never felt the same way about fighting again after that.
Yeah, because that could have been you.
Yeah. I also thought about, like, if that was me, would I even be the same person again after that? Because I had a friend who fought in this tournament. He fought this guy, Jersey Long, who was this Canadian national champion, and he got axe kicked in the head. It was hard. And he went unconscious and real bad. And he was never the same guy again. He was timid after that. He never fought well.
Yeah.
He didn't show up for training a lot. He was just, and
Well,
he just like seemed depressed.
That's why I think fighters who have longevity are very special, because one of the things, if you like box or taekwondo especially, people don't realize that people would get knocked out all the time in our studio.
Yeah.
But also boxing, like when you get hit hard and you have trouble chewing for like 2 weeks, or you get hit like when I was sparring a lot, I would get hit, man, and I would get fucking gun shy. And my trainer, Wayne McCulloch, would go, "You're sparring today." And it was everything I could do not to turn my car around. It would almost turn me into a liar. I was like, I'm in the hospital. My car just got hit by a truck. Anything. But you'd get there and you'd have I would wear a bar because I'm a bitch and a mouthpiece. And I was still always nervous. And like, I wasn't fighting good guys, fighting guys like me, fucking weekend warriors.
It doesn't matter.
Didn't matter.
Just a person trying to hit you in the face is scary.
You know what I think? You know what I think meditation does? I think the point is, and I don't meditate a lot, is to get out of your own, to get out of the way, like
Yeah.
to get out of the way. Like
That's a lot of life.
Yeah,
Just
you
getting out
should
of your own
disappear.
way. Yeah.
I heard a sports psychologist say that he teaches baseball players. He would teach them. He would do this mantra, which was 1, 2, get out of the way. So when you're trying to hit a ball, because it's really precise, and you can't be overthinking, you've got to just be totally reactive, right? Your eye and your hands have to be married. And dude, motherfuckers are throwing 100-mile-an-hour balls and shit like that. And you ever done that? You ever stood at a plate and had guys throw 100 miles an hour?
No.
I have.
Insane.
It's fucking terrifying.
The idea of hitting that thing,
dude, it's terrifying.
Yeah.
But I wanted to try it. And I want to see what it was like. And when your job depends on it, when everything rides on it, you better get out of your own way. And guys get the yips. That's why guys will go on hitting streaks and then they'll go on long dry spells because they get in their own way. But I think part of like all of that meditation, Jamie, pull up the fucking Indian Army. Did you see this? They were hiking in the Himalayas, and they came across a bodhisattva or a monk who was meditating in the snow and it was 40 below.
This is recently?
Yes, sir. This up so it can just
You know what Customano used to tell Mike Tyson? You don't exist, just the task. The task exists.
I love that.
Yeah, you don't exist.
He's become a bit of a monk. Yeah.
So they found this guy?
That's
Oh,
one
bro,
guy.
this is AI. That's a green screen. Shut up, it's fake. Look at that dude. I bet that dude's boring as fuck to talk to. Look at him sitting there with a dog.
Oh.
Whoa. Oh, he looks legit.
Yeah, they find these guys out.
Yeah, he looks legit.
They find.
Yeah. I like to see
But
him
there's a
a
guy
couple
covered
hours
in
later.
snow and he's not moving. And the Indian Army.
Yeah, it looks like he's having fun. What's the temperature like? Dogs having fun too, though. We
But that's
we don't think that
might be
dog's
sunshine.
amazing.
That's in Utah.
Like, that dog's amazing. You think that's in Utah? Come on, man, that's real.
That's some guy on a long road.
That guy is no man. He did the DMT breathing.
Well, you know those dudes in you ever read Shantaram? You know those guys who take a vow and never sit down, they stand up.
Oh,
you ever seen their legs in India?
No.
Oh, bro.
Their knees
They're
must
the
be destroyed.
standing yogis.
How bad are their knees?
No, they get varicose veins. Their bodies, their feet start to melt. Like they smoke copious amounts of weed. I mean, they're always high,
Yeah.
constantly.
Yeah.
But they take a vow never to ever sit. They are standing their whole life, so they sleep standing up in slings.
Oh, that's
and
ridiculous.
yeah, it doesn't.
What do their legs look like?
You can look that up. Just to fuck you up some more.
Standing yogis to show me.
Ryan Count with fucking.
So what is it? How would you describe it as? Standing yogis?
Yeah, they're like the famous standing yogis or something. They're called. India, I think in Calcutta.
Ugh. Yeah, sometimes the ferry's only a nickel. You know, you don't have to stand all day, you fucking idiot. You have a seat, smoke a cigar,
Exactly, please.
relax a little bit.
At the end of the day, they're trying to get laid.
I don't know what they're trying to do. They're definitely not trying to get laid, right? Because they don't do it.
I think a lot of people are dealing with trauma. I think a lot of times you're
Yeah,
going
but
to
these
either
monks
kill
are
yourself
trying-
or do something crazy, right? You're trying to find
Sometimes.
something.
Yeah.
I don't think you become a monk or a shaman. Joseph Campbell did a whole thing. Every shaman he studied, he was an expert at comparing Western and Eastern traditions. And he said every shaman ever had gone through some kind of a mental breakdown, usually in their teens. And they came out of it because they had a society, a village that helped them through it. That sort of like understood that it was a schizophrenic break, but they were going through something. And there was something on the other side of that. So they wouldn't medicate. That's the thing.
Yeah. What is it? Standing what? Standing babas.
Yeah.
What are look at that guy's foot. Go back to that other image that you had before.
It's not a good. It's not
What did you have before?
No, that's
yeah,
a
look at
woman
that
that's
guy's
been
foot.
bound.
Oh, that's different. Oh, that's the Chinese ladies. Oh my
They're
god,
so
that is the most disgusting thing. The Chinese foot binding, like Jesus
I
Christ.
saw that with my own eyes in 1984 in China.
So this is how this guy stands, just propped up all the time. That dude looks like he has one leg.
No, they
Oh Jesus! Look at his arm.
Yeah.
Forever.
He keeps his arm on.
Oh my God! He hasn't brought it down since 1973.
Yeah.
He sees it as a devotion to Lord Shiva. Maybe Lord Shiva like, hey, wipe your ass.
Yeah, I gave you 20.
Wipe your ass. You can't use the same arm to feed yourself and wipe your ass. You're gonna have to wipe your ass. That's crazy. Look at his arm. I bet I could arm wrestle the shit out of that dude. I bet everything I have.
But that's not the point, man.
Everything I have, dude. Let's go.
You know who's into arm wrestling now? Brian Shaw.
Oh God.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
He's been training hard for
That's
it.
a real problem. Yeah. Look at that dude. Just high out of his mind.
I think Brian
With
took
fucking white power. What does he do? What is that?
That's it. No,
Forever.
so that's black power.
Black power.
That's black
Which
power.
one? White power? The hand? It's all about the hand.
If
Movement.
you extend your fingers, it's
So white power is
racist,
just basically a bitch slap.
pro-black, pro-black.
Black power will fuck you up.
Correct.
White power is just
Yeah. And Hitler did this.
yeah.
Everybody else did this. He did this.
It's funny, like when CNN was attacking me, one of the photos that they would use all the time was me at the UFC waving to the crowd like this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to
guys.
They would use me standing like
you
this.
guys.
This one is like they
Blake
caught.
Lively, Justin Baldoni thing.
Yeah.
When you see what the New York Times did to Baldoni, where they took every one of those things out of context, and Baldoni was like, "Really? How about I sue you for $250 million?"
Yeah.
And he's got fucking 90 pages of receipts. It's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, very interesting. It's interesting how the mainstream media just continues to go down this road of discrediting themselves.
Yeah, I don't understand it.
It's the rise of independent journalism because there are the Michael Schellenbergers, the Matt Taibbi's, there are the
Barry Weiss.
These people in the world, Glenn Greenwald. There's these people that you can trust that are going to tell you the fucking truth, no matter what.
Yeah, that's
even
why I
at
like
their
about
own
the
expense.
marketplace. The marketplace will find people that you can rely on.
Yes.
To actually.
As long as it's freedom of speech, as long as you don't have censorship.
That's Elon Musk.
Yeah, that's Elon Musk.
I feel like YouTube and now Facebook, they're all coming around.
Well, that was one of the things Zuckerberg came on yesterday to talk about. They've changed their content policy. They no longer have fact checkers, and now they're going to rely on community notes.
What is that? I don't understand that.
They used to have fact checkers.
Yeah.
Like someone would say something, and someone would say that's not true. The vaccine's nothing but amazing, and they'll take off posts.
So what are
and
community
censor
notes?
Community notes is what X uses. So, like, say if you post something that's not true, community notes underneath it you could write community notes.
Oh, okay.
So the community notes would be everybody would post that this is not true, and it would come to a consensus. The facts state that this and that. Blah, 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 blah. It's amazing. It's the best way to do it because eventually the truth comes out.
Yeah.
The truth comes out. Brian Callen, I love you to death. You're the fucking man. I'm so happy that you're filming at the club. It's going to be fucking awesome.
Thank you.
Are you filming tomorrow night?
Tomorrow night, tonight, I'm doing 2 shows just to warm up. Theo Vaughn's stopping by, which I'm excited
So
about.
tomorrow night, 7 and 10?
7 and 10 tomorrow night.
Beautiful.
Sold out already, all shows.
Of course.
Which is exciting.
Of course.
Yeah.
So exciting. I'm pumped for people to see your set, too.
Thanks.
It's going to be
I'm
fun.
very proud of it.
I love you, man. Thanks very much for doing this. Bye, everybody.
Okay, it is 6:10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, January 16th, 2025, ending this live stream and initiating another in 90 seconds or less.